If any of you guys spoils this,
versus proper the game.
I will do something I will regret. I might burst into tears. I actually know nothing about the match at all. I don't know who won. I know that actually I went to a map 7, and I know it was really good, but I have no idea. So don't spoil it. I didn't watch it. Get fricked, Nodlin. Hair going crazy today? Yeah, it is a little crazy. It's the longest thing it's ever been. Final Penguin, thank you for the sub. Captain Ravage, thank you for the sub as well. Congrats on the 6 months, mate. Enjoy your new badge. I need a spoiler reaction to that lip performance. And the best part about it is we actually have a freaking replay code. We have a replay code, dude. We don't have to watch the stupid stream again. So I'm just so excited. I actually think it's been a long time since we've actually had a proper replay code. Like, it's been a long time. The toupee looks nice today. Shut up, Grandma. You won easy. Nice poke. In before Melton. Get fricked, buddy. Dude, this is like 2004 all over again with the Hurricanes. Magic hits a headshot. Iron Man dies. I think the internet is fixed. We did another test stream yesterday, and it seemed to be okay. So you're going to see a grown man actively strip off all his clothes and then weep on stream if it doesn't work. Juicy, you're an idiot. Juicy, you're an idiot again, ×2. Can you close the curtains? I'm getting flashbanged. No, get fricked. How does Pro Overwatch even work now since Overwatch League? It's just OWCS, which is like the Face It League, which is like a qualifier, and then you compete. It's like a lot less money, and it's more like democratic. Like, you in theory could qualify, like any team could qualify. So, well, we won't see it. The internet will be off. Yes. Why did they decide to give us a replay all of a sudden? Well, they have access to replay codes. It's just not official replay viewer. The problem is that a lot of times they keep getting wiped before I can review them. You're throwing your next game? Thanks. Awesome. Good work, mate. But yeah, we have Bronze Warrior can qualify. Yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, you could. You know, I mean, you in theory could qualify. It's a lot like how contenders used to work, right? I mean, you in theory could qualify. So, yeah. We have a 30-minute replay review, though. So we won't be starting. Starts 3. I'll change the title, 3 EST. I'll change the title so you guys know. Even Spilo can qualify. PG has made it to as many lands as Violet this year. That's crazy. To Super, thank you for the sub. Congrats on the 6 months. Enjoy your badge. You're a Mercy Winter. I can beat you. Same. You're Silver, bro. Yes. Loof, thank you. Has Shu ever beaten you before? No. I met Shu at LAN one time. It was actually in a Ingles parking lot, which is a local food market. And he rammed his shopping cart in the back of my car for zero reason, totally unprovoked. I think that he'd had a little too much to drink and was like, got the munchies and then just started taking it out in the back of my vehicle. So I immediately started my vehicle and started screaming with the window rolled down, get out, get out. And he didn't listen. So then I ran over to the place where you dump off your carts, and I picked up a cart in each hand and I started going, it's chomping time. And then I sent him to the hospital. Both of his femurs snapped like twigs. So he's going to be out for a while. Oh, is that not a question answer meant for me? My bad. Hey, Varashi. Yeah, Sarah Lee was the doctor. Dude, Sarah Lee, I'm never gonna recover from the. I'm gonna break my legs. Sarah Lee said something really, really rude, and I responded, and I was like, I was trying to say I'm gonna break your legs, but I'm really tired. I've slept horribly like the last 3 or 4 nights, and so I said I'm gonna break my legs, and then I got awkward because I'm threatening to injure myself, and that doesn't work out like that. It's chomping time, yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's do our replay review really quick here. Let's get sauced out the juice. And yeah, starting. And we have a replay code. This is going to be improved tracer gameplay. Okay. Replay code is this one. What? Stop asking me to link my account. I'm warning you guys, going to be a little bit extra unhinged today. I always am more unhinged when I'm tired. It's compensation. Improved Tracer gameplay. Recently started playing Tracer and Widow. Feel like Widow's okay. Tracer, there are many things I still struggle with. I feel really unsure what to do, where to choose my fight. Also, we need to change my scene there. There, is the chat working now? Chat? Test? Dude, what the frick? Why is the chat not working? Dude, why is the chat not working? Hey, Florida man. Ah! Why is it not working? Where are you guys? What happened? No, but look in the bottom right. Yeah, you guys are morons. Well, guess there's no Twitch chat review. I'm not restarting a stream, bro. I'm not doing it. Dude, it's supposed to work. It's worked. Nothing has changed. Nothing. 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 What is going on, dude? Frick me, man. Okay. No, it's not OBS. Okay. Masters Tracer. I feel really unsure where to choose to fight, where to position myself during a fight. I'm not sure where the backline to contest. Okay. Reaper, Echo, Soldier, Sojourn. Been trying out Tracer and Widow. So yeah, you'll need to set some goals for your Widowmaker, or for your Tracer. I will say your hero pool is pretty large, so that's one thing to keep in mind. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I want to long-term be able to play Tracer and Widow in Masters and GM lobbies. So maybe this isn't quite Masters Tracer coaching. Because this is a Masters player, but playing Tracer, maybe not their new character, so maybe more like Diamond. Nitsage, if you have any questions, you can just drop in Twitch chat or in my Discord DMs. Want to improve my Tracer game plan and understand the matchups. I feel like using blinks in 1v1s is holding me back. I feel unsure who to contest, unsure how to deal with certain characters like Cassidy, constantly looking at me when I'm trying to flank. Not sure whether to chase a Tracer during a 1v1, being chased on my Soldier Lucio, and so on. Okay. Texas Toff, thank you for the bits, man. I appreciate it. Masters-ish? Okay. Okay. Now, raise your hand if I don't use blinks. I'm going to get hindered and die. Right. Raise your hand. Okay, this might be the worst Tracer skin of all time. This is like Karen final boss. Like, we're off to a good start. Raise your hand if you've seen one of my Tracer coaching sessions, right? What is the basic focus of pretty much every Tracer coaching session I've ever done? Take short range off angle, shoot, time your pressure with your team, and then shoot what's convenient, right? That's it. So when it comes to who to contest, don't worry about it. Take your position, see what's there. We talk about whether to chase thing. Don't worry. My brain. Don't worry about it. Just take your angle and shoot what's convenient. That's it. You take your short range off angle, you shoot what's convenient. Now, once you're on that angle, your ability to get value out of that angle is revolving around your mechanics, your movement, your aim, crosshair, blinks, all that kind of stuff. Okay? If someone's low and I have recall, I do sometimes send it, then recall. That's totally fine. Yep. That's called cheating, right? But that's totally fine. Totally fine. Okay. Enough nightmare fuel for right now. Let's check our audio here. We're cooking. Let's smoke. Single's fine. Little short range off angle gives you options here. I like the wrap here. Took us a little long here. And then unfortunately we're a little far. But we do get here. This is okay. So this is a situation where the angle that you chose didn't really give you an angle onto the tank or DPS. The only thing you needed to do was wrap around. So I actually don't mind the wrapping here. It just needed to be done a little bit faster. Onomatopoeia, you get what I'm saying? Good. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. Good. Keep shooting. Keep the duel. Keep shooting. So, one thing we're going to talk about, which is the most important thing when it comes to taking duels, is crosshair ego. Is it worth shooting at mid-range? Yes, if you outrange what you're shooting. Otherwise, no, because then they will poke you out. This is called crosshair ego. All right? Who wins this duel? in the current situation right now? Always Cassidy, right? Always Cassidy. So you start to shoot a few bullets and then blink. Now who wins the duel? Always Tracer. Almost always Tracer. Then he turns his crosshair and then you blink again. Always Tracer. You make it so that it's always Tracer. Now, the better the player is, the faster they will move their crosshair onto your head. But also the better player that you are, the better you'll be at realigning your crosshair on their head after you blink. So you will always create little mini advantages, okay? In addition to that, not every player is always going to flick perfectly directly onto your head. So what you do here is you start to shoot a few bullets to start them clicking the button and then blink. Shoot, shoot, shoot. They start to click the button and then blink. That's why you see a lot of high-level tracers using trigger discipline, not finishing their full clip. That's why you see a lot of high-level tracers using melees, because they'll not even finish the clip. They'll just fit a melee in between because they don't want to sit there and shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot because they'll get their head blown off. With Tracer, it's not about min-maxing your DPS. It's about min-maxing your DPS without letting them their crosshair end up on your head. So here, this is ego. Too much damage, and it's also the wrong blink because it puts you in a position where you can't do any damage. You need to blink through him, shoot more, and then recall. Because the position where you blinked does dodge, but it does not allow you to actually do any damage. And so now you've misplayed this duel. And yeah, this fight has been basically lost, but yeah, it's not a good duel from you. And this is just, at that point, the cast is too far away to really effectively take the duel. And then now we're like, don't stagger, don't stagger. You've kind of gotten scouted out and pushed. Ah! Holy crap, they are chasing you. Okay, this is good now. See, this is good now because your team is actually here. So, like, they're going to get punished for actually chasing you here. So you just need to play your life now. Okay, good. Because you did create some space there. Okay. This is where, if you're better with your cover usage, you don't have to use a blink. So right here, tuck the cover instead of blinking. So then you'll have 2 blinks. What can we do with 2 blinks here, chat? Or even better, you tell me. What do you think I was saying? What could you do with 2 blinks here? Because you can't peek this really safely, right? Not for long. You start to shoot, now what? Surely, right, surely. What do you guys think? Let's break down the micro here. It's very important. So they're a little far away, and they have 2 crosshairs trained on you. Blink into ring, calling the angle. Yeah. So blink here, shoot. They're going to turn, maybe hinder. Blink through, shoot. Finish your clip here. So it's like half a clip, like a couple bullets, blink 1, a couple bullets, finish your clip, maybe even get a melee here, and then recall back on the angle. You now have your next blink. If they chase, you blink away. If they don't chase and you see an opportunity to deepen even without recall, go for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe put some eye drops in. Yeah, exactly. But see, you have a good angle here. You're well timed. Let's min-max the value from that position right now without dying, right? Like, let's get some good pressure going right here. You don't like the right unless the ball slams in? I mean, I don't care. The reason I'm blinking to the right here is because where else would you go? So 1, little dodge there, and then recall. You get a full clip. You get a lot of distraction, a lot of threat. You probably would pull. I mean, look at the distraction value, right? This is really good. I just want a little bit more damage because you had the recall and the blinks for it. Instead, you're kind of getting cleared a little too easily. And then a recall instead of a blink here, probably not the play. Look at the situation now, chat. Where do you blink? Where should my Tracer blink? Matt, I know what you're doing. You got to let it, you can't force it, mate. You got to let it flow. Where do you think we should blink now? Yeah, blink in the cubby right. So blink through here, shoot, duck into the cover, grab the mega. If he pursues, he's cooked. If he doesn't pursue, well, then now you're full HP and now you have a blink and you still have your recall. This is mechanics with Tracer. It's about it's honestly it's like parkour. It's like moving and uptime and rotating and cover and then juking and then rotating and turning the crosshair. It's this is where the mechanics of Tracer comes into play. It's not just the tracking. It's not just the tracking, right? And that it's like it's finding ways to maximize your uptime on an angle through your ability to move around not just the target, but the ability to move around the map. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's so important. Yeah, exactly. Through the door. Exactly. But what happens is your uptime is getting tanked because your angles suck. Or not your angle sucks. Sorry, your angle's a bit okay. It's your movement sucks. So what's happening is you're getting cleared out, forced out, when you should just be being more and more and more and more and more damage. Right? Parkour people are well known for maxing uptime. Right? And then obviously just bad movement here, and you're dead. Artie, think of the sub. June Ballin soon? Yes, absolutely.
June Ballin
Bro, watch my uptime this a bit. It's high noon. Good try. I thought that would land. Yeah, good stuff. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. Wrap. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. No, don't rotate away. Don't rotate away. Ah! Okay, so what happened here? Where did we get a... That's my Woody scream. I think just like, you know, maintaining a little bit of pressure here and then, okay, they're a little too far away. So then hold the angle here and I don't know what you do. Do you hold hold the Ashe here? Do you shoot, pressure the Moira? Because the Moira's AFK. The Moira's going to have to walk forward, right? You're kind of holding two people hostage. Mike peek. Frick, man. Dude, I really am predictable, am I not? This is a little far. I don't hate it, but it's a little far. Oh, you can get that, Kiri. Get her. Nice trigger discipline. Good. This is too far. Good wrap. Easy peasy. Yeah, we're zooming through here. Okay, good stuff. You trained parkour for a couple years, so I'm still a professional wall blinker. That's impossible. That's impossible. Reddit told me that, like, you should, if you have, like, IRL skills, you can apply it to Overwatch. Reddit told me that if I just played all the characters, I'd learn all the characters. I don't really know where I'm going with this, guys. I'm not going to lie with you guys. This is fine. Again, a little bit of crosshair ego. Like, if she's just staring you down, just waste your time. Go. Yes. Ah! 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 Don't blink out. Just blink here. Keep shooting. More damage. Make her look like an even whiter woman. I didn't think it was possible for a British woman to be even more Caucasian, and yet she found a way to do it, so... A lot of it is just movement. It's not just blinking into maps. It's the strategy behind where and when you blink to maximize your damage output. That's it. You just used my Discord for advice? That's a huge mistake. Huge mistake. So you're going for deeper flanks on this map. I think that's okay. The reason why I'm okay... No, chat. Sing with me, okay? Why have the deeper flanks on this map been relatively okay? Because I know somebody's going to give me the freaking wrong answer, and I'm gonna lose my mind. So come on, give me the wrong answer. Give it to me. Give me the wrong answer. Why have the deeper flanks been okay? Especially think about first fight, right? Think about it. Yes, that map. Oh, frick. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Never mind. You guys are too smart. Never mind. Yeah, you just got. Basically, it's all the short angles that just shoot tank. It just kind of suck, right? It's like very linear choke here. I mean, you can kind of angle here, and then when you're on point, you can't really shoot up top, so you kind of end up flanking anyway. It's basically. Yeah, you have to, not have to flank, but it's just harder to shorter angle. It's not because the comp. It's not because of the comp. Because if they're running double hit scan, you can still short off angle because the hit scan has to kind of play further away. And so you can take nasty angles and just burn their tank and do more damage than the hit scan does on their tank to their tank. Excuse me, to your tank to their tank. But yeah, the long story short is that it's just the map restrictions of force things. So just take what's given to you. There's a lot of availability to go for backline, and there's not a lot of availability to go for frontline. But that might change. So my point being is that don't overthink like the matchup too much. Nice stick. I mean, it might as well, right? Don't overthink the match. Oh, by the way, I just kind of blew past that. Let's actually look at that duel in a second here. But don't overthink the matchup. It's too much. That's a little bit unfortunate. Again, weird blink. Like, again, a lot of it is just like you're gonna. I don't have a lot of feedback outside of that was just a bad blink. I don't know why you did it. The more that you practice, you're gonna do fewer of those. So I don't really think there's a lot of feedback here. Yeah, this is whatever. This is whatever. Let's go next night. Let's go next round.
Ready for battle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shield coming at you.
Hey, new round. What's up? Let's go. Hey.
And frankly, it's going to be a similar situation here, although this partition of the map, is that the right term? Gives you more options to kind of shoot frontline, right? So, yeah. I think where we're rolling out, we're definitely rolling out for backline. But honestly, like, even here is okay. Even here is okay. What is Stefano laughing at? Oh, sorry, am I being too loud? No, partition. 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 A structure. Yeah. Chat, look at the definition. Look at what AI has got for me. Look what AI has for me. Wait for it. To divide. A vertical structure. A political action. A legal action. A part of a computer. A part of a speech. A song by Beyonce. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, AI. How would I know it's a song by Beyonce? Clearly, that's what I'm in it for. Okay, yeah. Angle here is fine. This is just a bit of crosshair ego. Maybe you're just... I think you're honestly not really looking at where he's looking, and then you just get rolled. And that's it. You needed to blink there. The value was there, distraction was there, but you needed to blink. You didn't blink. You didn't know he was there. But yeah, there's more space here, for sure, for you to have different options. Dude, it's not that obscure. You guys are just stupid. Okay, so stop. This is where you do not need to rotate the backline. You can just sit your booty here and shoot tank. Be careful of the queen's attention. Maybe consider rotating into here, but just shoot frontline. So we use a song by Beyonce here to win the duel. Exactly. Just take the angle here. This is where you can shoot frontline. Partition. Nice, Roach. There's no point rotating all the way around behind because this is available right now, right? This is available right now. So just take the value right now. Yes, keep shooting. Right, okay, so this is where you're letting your target priority dictate your positioning, when in reality the best angle is just here. Just take it. Just take it. And then if they push you here, well then now you shoot backline. For a second I thought you said racer, Stefano. I freaking hate the hero Racer. Dude, imagine if Tracer's name was Racer. But yeah, this is too far. The irony is that you rotate for a flank, but then end up in this really open space, right? So it's really easy to poke you out. If you were going to rotate here, where would you go? Where would you go, chat? Cook it. Cook it, cook it, cook it. Really important. Hoover, Racer, and Ecker. Yeah. Where'd you go? Bam. Yeah, exactly. Give me 1 second, chat. All right. Sorry. Yeah, you use the partition. We talked about the partition. The partition. It's just a lot of downtime here, right? Like, even without recall here, you need to be putting out pressure. You need to walk and shoot. Yeah, I'm speaking to Pepper, yeah. Oh man, is that another bingo? Yeah, Venture and Tracer position very similar. The difference between Venture and Tracer is Tracer generally has more uptime on the angle because of their self-sufficiency, and Venture has like the threat of a burst one-shot more on the angle. Also, yeah, I mean, that's really the big difference there, honestly. I think Tracer in general is a little bit more flexible with rotations as well. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. Good use of your blinks here. It's not perfect, but it's better. Like that's what we wanted, right? Like that was good. Like look at the space that you created off of that. Like you create an island for this. Like the Moira and the Ashe and like the Kiriko, like that's a lot of pocket there, right? And so then the Kiriko ends up having to leave, and now the Cassidy's dying. Like that was really good. That's one of the best fights. That's the best fight we've had for this round, certainly, and one of the best fights we've had, period. Right? Jacobs, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. This is good. You're doing good, mate. Cheers, Jacobs. All right, so where's this fight going to happen? This is where I don't really like this, because if you're Tink... Yeah, I mean, this is all right. This is all right. Bro was in the bathroom when he left the 80s, yeah. Yeah, okay. Good rotation here. Yeah. Just shoot. Just keep shooting. Yes, now deepen. I keep shooting. Probably could have deepened right instead of blinking back this way. Can blink out. Can you blink here, chat? Can you do a jump blink? You know what I'm saying? Volume pilled. I do have really thick hair. Since I was a teenager, every haircut I've ever had, the barber or the hairstylist or whoever the heck is always like, man, your hair is so thick. It's every time. It's just like a matter of time. It's like a joke with me and my wife. It's like, all right, here it comes. Your hair is so thick. So the angle here is good. Yeah, there it is. Good stuff. They know you're there. You just need to rotate faster. That's it. It's not a waste of time. It's a good use of your resources. You're pulling a lot of attention. You should be absolutely be able to live and lived. You could have lived there and so on. Girthy follicles. I guess. I think it's more the quantity than the girth. I like the angle.
Decided to commit to a full stream instead of using the older devastating hurricane destroyed my internet excuse.
Yeah. I decided to man up, you know. Wins be darned, you know what I'm saying? Good angle here. It's just the pulse is bad because she has fade, but like honestly, your angle's so good here that you could have forced and also Suzu, like you could have forced so many resources from this angle. So again, rotation is good here. Just yeah. Do I do hair coaching? No. You can't coach this. It's genetics and just pure perfection. Like there's a certain level of like quality that you just can't teach. You know what I'm saying? I was gone for a few minutes and just came back with a smile on my face because I thought you were playing Tracer. Do you think my Tracer looks anywhere this good? Legitimately think I would be plat on Tracer. I legitimately think I'd be plat on Tracer. Like right now. I mean, I could get the Diamond, I could get the Masters, but like it would take like so much mechanical training. No, my Tracer does not look better. My Tracer does not look better. My positioning might be slightly better, but my mechanics are not this good. This is fine. Like unironically, this is fine. You just messed up. Like if this much attention, just blink away, grab a mini and so on. You believe in you sometimes? Thanks, man. Yeah. A little direct. Good blink. Crosshair ego, you need to blink right now. Or use the cover. Okay, good. Good. Ah! Okay, this is where you need to respect the attention they're giving you as value. I see this here, bro. Everybody and their mother's on the Tracer train. Just live. Don't even force the duel here. Like peek here, you could even just duck the corner. Certainly use your blink here instead of your recall, right? Because you've just set up your ball, right? The promise is that it burns your recall when all you really needed to do was either cover or a blink here. Anything that has like really unique mechanics, like Tracer, Wrecking Ball, even Widow, I'm probably like plat at, like right now. I just don't have any experience playing the characters. I coach Tracer well. I think she's probably my best played coach character. But she's legitimately one of my least played characters. Especially with any sort of intensity. Like I don't play Tracer. I've never played Tracer. Bad mechanics. I will say the approach here isn't terrible. I don't hate this. I think you're playing maybe more for the touch, which is why you were so locked in. But you needed to blink again here. This is crosshair ego. And this is something that's going to take some time to hammer out, but you need to be hammering it out. Exclamation mark coaching, Jacobs. Greed EU. Holy crap. You know a channel is bad when I recognize the channel. You know, okay, actually, I should probably take that back. I think I met Greed at Dallas, and he was really, really nice, and I felt bad about making fun of him, but I really do not enjoy his videos. I think Greed would do a lot. Yeah, so I don't know. It seems rude. He came up and was like, oh, nice to meet you. And I'm like, dude, I've been flaming the crap out of all your content for like the last year because everyone keeps dropping your videos in my thing. And so I feel bad. He's a really, really nice guy. I just don't enjoy his videos as much. Okay, let's move on to the second code. We have some more time here. The problem is the Cassidy's looking at you a lot, Nitsedge. But your response to the Cassidy, first off, you're not respecting it when it's a 2v1. If it's a 2v1, just live, bait. And then, frankly, a lot of your crosshair ego is bad. So he's got his crosshair on your head, and you're just shooting. You need to be moving. And then when you do blink around the Cassidy, so you do give him respect, the way that you move is sometimes to totally disengage the duel instead of blinking to the side or blinking behind him, right? And it's a 1v1. That's how you beat a Cassidy. So crosshair ego, yeah, great, is when... It'll be easier to demonstrate in Vaxta, just because they will actually move, right? So they're going to be impossibly fast at it, so this is not like a perfect representation of it. What is going on? Am I going crazy? Why is it still King's Row? Okay, there we go. It's kind of laggy here. So Crosshair Ego is essentially like Tracer is the best movement character in the game by a lot.
Sure he's nice
Crazy thing for the sub.
But he has brain dead takes designed to farm Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, a lot of channels like Greed,
triggering.
I feel like are just... He gets rewarded for like making silly like hot take videos over and over and over again with viewers, and the viewers are kind of the brain dead that encourages the behavior to happen, you know? It happens. Like, I don't think he's brain dead. I just think that like he makes brain dead content, and that's what gets views. So, okay, so Crosshair Ego is essentially where like I don't win this 1v1 unless I blink behind her. Oh, I just smacked my headphones. So, like, what you do is you shoot a little bit to bait her attention, and then blink. She turns the crosshair slowly, and then you blink again. She turns crosshair slowly. You blink again. Crosshair Ego is essentially where you have their crosshair on her head. She has her crosshair on your head, or she's looking directly at you, and you choose to focus on your mechanics instead of focusing on your movement. It doesn't have to be blink. Like sometimes it could be like crowd strafing. Tracer's really good at that one as well. But you need to be really careful with that. Now there are exceptions to the rule, obviously. Like if this is a Winston, I'm just gonna shoot the guy. Like I don't care if he's looking at me, right? If they're 1 HP, I might gamble them not hitting the headshot because I'm going to finish the clip instead. Like, let's say this EDR is like this. Do I really want to blink this, or can I just finish the clip, right? If it's me, I probably should blink. But most people would prefer to try and just get a couple of bullets out and finish the clip, right? But in general, a good principle with Tracer is to utilize your blinks and your strafing when they're looking at you and then move. And that's why high-level Tracers almost never finish a clip all at once when they're taking a duel. Usually a lot of it is half clip, and then, you know, a couple bolts melee, and then recall out and melee and so on. That's what Crosshair Egos means. And so if you ever watch high-level Tracer, watch how they take squishy duels, especially versus characters with poke, Hanzos, Widows, Cassidys, Honest, and Zens, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. At a castle, mark my angle with Brig the entire map in Samoa. Right, so then how long can you maintain their attention without dying? Right? How long can you pressure her out? Or can you occasionally win that 2v1 with a pulse bomb? Maybe when their attention lapses. You understand? That's kind of like what we're looking at here. So the reason why it's so important with Tracer is because it is a concept that matters for some other characters with movement. But Tracer has more movement options out of all the other characters. And ironically, Tracer has the least burst out of a lot of the other characters as well. Like, you think about, like, Tracer has less burst than Genji. Optimally. Like, and you're playing Genji perfectly, you get a triple circuit headshot. Like, Tracer can't do that. All of her damage is accumulative. Even a one clip takes, like, a full second, right? Especially since Season 9. So, like, basically a lot of it is more about sustained pressure, and so on. Let's take a look at the second code here. We won't finish the second code here, but we will be able to look at a couple of fights here and continue. And I like having a second code here because, you know, it might be a different day, different map, different situation. So we'll see how you play. Any questions so far? Nitsuj. I don't know if... Valroy, are you Nitsuj? You're acting like you're Nitsuj. I feel like I'm going to feel really stupid if you say no or yes. Like it's a lose-lose here. Oh, we got some Widow maybe. That might be fun. How do you send codes? Exclamation mark coaching. Yeah. Maybe we could look a little bit of Widow here. We can look a little bit of Widow. I mean, how much Widow is played? Yeah, why not? Let's look a little bit of Widow here. Because we've talked a lot about Tracer already. I don't know how the name Nitsedge came to light. I'm not the naming expert. Angle here is fine. I mean, there's just not a whole lot to say here. It's high ground. It's vision. There's nothing with verticality here. You're literally just a shooting gallery here, so... Huh? No? Okay, well, you're asking the questions as if you were Nitsedge, so thank you for asking questions, because your questions have been very helpful, I think. Now, I will say here, something to consider is a lot of Widowmakers tend to take the angle, right? They take the position that everybody plays. And that's usually here for this map. But the question is this an angle anymore? You see this? It's not really. Well, look at where your team is. So you got to ask yourself, is there a rotation I can do to set up a bit of a crossfire that's safe? Yeah, I think here's a position to consider. It increases your risk, but it also significantly increases your reward. Even a position like here gives you a bit of a crossfire. I coached some Widowmaker yesterday, and we noticed there's a tendency that Widowmakers will just take the longest sightline without even considering that if it's an angle or not. And if there's another option available, take it. I think rotating with Widow, yeah, is underrated when you're provided that opportunity. You can't always do it if there's a Widow mirror, because you got to kind of play the duel. You can't always do it if there's dive characters sometimes, but I think this is totally free. And so Nitsedge is essentially giving the enemy team value by allowing them to hide from 1, 2, 3, and I guess Mumbo Jumbo's out of position here. He's in spawn, but you're giving them so much just by sitting here. It's Justin backwards. Ah, yeah, good catch. Thank you. You know, and so this has just become so much sweatier than it needs to be. And see, we kind of naturally rotate, but the problem is that this rotation is a bad rotation because it's on the floor, our vision is poor, and the reward for the risk is also poor, right? This is just freelo. And there's usually always one of these rotations available. Yeah, freaking mumbo jumboing around. Now, as our team pushes forward, this might start to work a little bit better, right? Because they're gonna take angles, but you need to be taking an angle yourself here. Minor detail. I see this from Yeatle on his Widow on Ranked GM. When you're not under threat, please do not unscope after every single shot. When you're not under threat, please don't unscope. It slows down your DPS. What was the fire line? I don't even know what I said. Right there, you see her looking at you, you unscope. Totally fine. Again, a rotational opportunity available here. Good patience, good shot. You need to rotate. You need to rotate, mate. You need to rotate. You get here, there's nowhere for them to hide. Even if you die here, I'm gonna buy you a car, right? You're gonna win this game. This is a situational off angle, and it's just not consistent enough. Good shot. It's hard to aim down. It really is. I played this map on Widow the other day. Somebody was like, "You should play Widow." I was doing a test stream. I think I had 0% scope critical hills. I had 6% scope critical hit accuracy, which is horrible, but I actually had literally 0 kills. So, now this is an interesting one because they're on Widow now, I think, which good for you. Oh, that's incredible. I didn't even know that was an angle. But you might, at this point in time, might want to change up your angle a little bit. You might want to change up your angle because they're no longer on tracers, so there's a lot less risk for you taking more greedy angles, right? And also, your unpredictability becomes your biggest value. Yeah. Yeah, so exactly. So you're unpredictable, whether it's the Orisa or the Widow, this is too easy. So this is where you'd maybe take one shot, and then you drop, you rotate, you set up something like this here. Or maybe you set up something like this here. This is why high-level Widowmakers and duels get really saucy if there isn't a flanker to contest those angles, and sometimes even if there is, they mix it up a little bit. Yeah, no, my Widow's okay, but Widow is like my Hanzo. I have to warm up for it, otherwise it's really bad. It's so bad. Now, Hanzo is actually quite good. Hanzo is one of my better DPS characters, but it's always with an asterisk. I have to legitimately warm up for 20, 30 minutes, and then it's fine. Otherwise, it's terrible. It's one of my worst. Please do this as well, Nitsedge or Justin. Do you see the problem with what's happening with a grappling hook? Do this. Go in your options. I made actually one of my better YouTube shorts was about this, which was kind of funny. Go to Widowmaker, go to your hero and HUD, grappling hook sensitivity, and toy with anywhere from 10 to 40% here. 10 to 40%, somewhere here. This is going to fix this problem. You wanted to grapple here. The guy's like, oh, we're going to grapple over here. You need to change that. Fix that right now. Graham!
No one can hide from
Inversights is fine.
sight.
It's a very, very good ultimate. Just gets good value, right? Like, so you can use it sometimes even if you're not necessarily at the fight. Your team will definitely use it. This is fine. This is like cheeky, but there's nothing to contest you here, so you might as well contribute, right? And not just AFK a million miles away. 4 beers in, yeah. Hey, unironically, like being a little bit tired or a little bit drunk, not recommending either of those things, but like this is ego. Please don't do this. She's damage boosted, which means that she takes less time for her to charge up her shot. But even if she wasn't damage boosted, this is a 50-50 duel. Why take a 50-50 duel? Crouch here, grapple up top, and go for a grapple shot here. Right? Don't do this. Don't do this. Play the brain game. A lot of Widow duels are brain games. The interesting thing about Widowmaker is Widowmaker duels are generally less about mechanics than Widowmaker versus non-Widowmaker. You get what I'm saying? Like when you're playing versus like a Tracer or Cassidy or, honestly, even like a Winston, right? Like mechanics are really important. Like really important that you hit those shots. In a Widowmaker duel, a lot of it is about making the shot easier. It's still about mechanics, but shooting a Widowmaker is actually not even that hard, right? Her head's big, her movement's restricted, she's often standing still trying to shoot you. So a lot of it is about outsmarting her with your positioning and making her move her crosser because, oh, I thought you were going to be peeking here. Or even the crouching, right? Just like the slight crosshair movement where your crosshair's already aimed, using your grapple for a grapple shot, right? That's why you see these people in the Widowmaker one-shot arenas dominating, right? And maybe the mechanics are pretty good. Yeah, for sure. You have to have good mechanics, of course. But it's, when you see like these crazy clips from these professional Widows, it's shooting things that aren't Widow. Yes, agreed, Matt. Definitely sleep is important. Like that's just an out mechanical thing. So like I respect it, I guess. But like I would have liked you to have been a little bit more strategic with how you approach that duel. If you have a 55% strat advantage, like, oh, I'm crouch peeking and she's not, that's an advantage, right? What if I'm just that guy? Then there you go.
I truly feel alive.
This angle's good because, like, look at where your team is, right? So then this angle is good, right? Yeah, I know, man. I know. I'm feeling generous today. I mean, I guess, sure. See, but I wouldn't ego this anymore, right? She knows for sure she's going to be pocketed. I mean, the jump peak is kind of fine, but you end up at the exact same crosshair placement anyway. This is where, again, I probably would go for a grapple. Like, if you know where the diva is and she's not going to immediately dive you, at least create a little bit of verticality here. Like, you could grab, like, right here, grapple here, right? She might be expecting it, but that's how you do it. Yes, I'm just tired of Matt, exactly. I mean, that was pretty clever. Let's see. So you knew where she was. She wasn't exactly sure where you were. Let's check crosshair placement here. So right at this moment, where's her crosshair? Yes! I'm gonna buy you a car. Well done. This is how you win the duel. Look at that. This is who's better mechanics here. It doesn't matter. Right? Good stuff. I mean, I will say the grapple forward and then rotating was a little greedy in terms of your proximity, but it was creative. So, that's what we're looking for in Widow duels here. And then now you just need to maintain your range and find a different off angle. I wouldn't bother. I'd just take back up top, honestly. Or you could go right. Like, this is actually not too bad of an angle here either. Something to consider. Oh, that clap opened up another bean. Yo, what's up, Bean? I don't think she knows you're there. Oh, she does. No. Dude, just grapple top. Giga Chad. This is a little cheeky, Yeah, see, you got out of position. You got cheeky with it.
No one can hide.
And now you're just too close. I think you guys are okay. Yeah, you guys are okay. All right. Nice job. Okay, so I think I stayed there because I was scared of Tracer. I thought if I stayed there, Tracer can't get me. Yeah, so obviously you're scared up there, but they weren't on Tracer anymore. I think that's the key thing. Like, I don't know if you just didn't press tab, but when they made the swap the Widow, they were off Tracer, right? They were on May Widow, right? So you have free rotations, right? Now, if you're talking about earlier, well, we wanted you to rotate to the other high ground, right? Not on the floor. So, when do you use Venomine? I mean, whatever you can between fights to give you vision on an angle, it's useful. We won't talk as much about Venomines today, but that is something that we've talked about before. So you can check out maybe some of my other coaching sessions. on Widowmaker. Because actually, how many coaching sessions do I have in Widowmaker? Let me check my Discord. In-channel coaching compendium Widowmaker. 22 sessions. So, yeah. Okay. That about does it. Tracer. Moving deliberately, strategically with your blinks and duels to maximize uptime, killing potential. Holding angles and shooting what's convenient from your position. Managing attention, 2v1, live, 1v1, kill or force out. It's kind of the way to look at it. Widowmaker, when no threats, open long angles, don't passive. In duels, play the brain game with your crosshair placement advantage. Howdy diddly. Hello. Do any format testings are going to happen? No, we don't know. We do know that in the interview with SVB and Flats, the developers talked about being more aggressive with trying new bigger things, but we don't really have any information on what that is. So, yeah. Nice, dude. You're very welcome. Congrats on the climb. Okay. Any final questions? Least reviewed character is Torbjorn. Second least reviewed character would be, I'm guessing Symmetra, but I've done a couple sim. It might be a Roadhog, actually. Of course. Nitsudge, practice one thing at a time is my recommendation. And yeah, actually, what is it? Is it Roadhog? Yeah, we have 6 Roadhogs. Oh, 2 Symmetras. 1 Torbjorn on the complete guide. Not too many Aristas, actually. We have a few Aristas. 13, which is not that much. I think actually only Malga's very rare. I think 2 Malgas, 3 Malgas. 3 Malgas. Bastion, I think we might have a handful of those. 5 or 6 maybe? 8. Hanzo, maybe 10, 11, 12. Junkrat, we have 4. Enough of the other ones. Symmetra, we said 2, right? Yeah, 2. And then support, I think we have a decent number of all the supports, honestly. I don't think there's any support that I haven't coached. I mean, Mercy is definitely not the, but 17 Mercies, 8 Lifeweavers, it's not bad. What are my favorite characters to coach in each role? Honestly, I'm at a point in time now where, for the most part, the variety is just fun. So characters that I don't currently coach, like, hey, Salty Egg. I think Junker Queen's almost always fun to coach. I think Reinhardt and Winston are pretty fun to coach too. But like, I haven't coached Azari in a long time, right? Damage characters, I think all the mobile characters. I think actually Tracer's gotten a little repetitive. I've coached hundreds of Tracers, like 200 or 300 in the past year and a half. Yeah, May is fun. May is a lot of fun. I did a May review yesterday, actually, which was the first in a while, and that was a lot of fun. Sombra can be fun. Genji's fairly fun. Support, I think Juno is relatively fun. Ana's relatively fun. Yeah. Nothing will ever beat the Kiriko and or Sojourn spam, which was really boring. Early in Overwatch 2, that was even worse than the Tracer spam. I thought I recognized your name. My girlfriend always talks about how much her husband loves your videos. Yeah, well, how many Tracer reviews do we have, actually? Let's actually check. In channel Tracer, 97 There's a 100 public Tracer reviews. 100. That's not including any of the private sessions, which are at least the same amount, but more. Oh, King Mailer, the real coach, is here. What's up? How often do you feel like you don't have anything new to say when it comes to coaching? Very often. I think it's still helpful for people, though, right? Like, it's not all about novelty. Novelty is what makes it entertaining for me, but it doesn't necessarily make it useful. I think push has its issues, but I think the large portion of mathematically unfair complaints are a little bit jaded. And that's all I'll say on that. Get fricked, Matt. Yes, I freaking no Tracer VOD. Let's put it this way: if I were to get spammed with VODs over and over and over again, Tracer's one of the better characters to be spammed with. So I have like an unbelievable amount of Tracer reviews, but I can stomach it because Tracer's fairly interesting. Yeah, I guess we're gonna start in like 10-ish minutes. What's my favorite elo to coach? High elo, top 500. Grandmaster. I don't get too many of them. I'd say I get about one per week, 1 or 2 per week, 1 or 2 GM top 500 per week. But I mean, it just makes mathematical sense, right? Like there's fewer higher ranked players. I get actually more than you'd think because they kind of seek me out, which is nice. But yeah. What about VOD reviewing another coach? That happens about once every month or two. Once every month or two. Most of them are private, though, sadly. Would you coach Open Queue? I've coached Open Queue twice. Zenyatta's, there should be a decent amount of Zenyatta. I'd say around 20-something would be my guess. Let's find out. And by the way, the way I'm doing this, you guys can check it out here. I'll show you. So the way to do this is you go up here. This is way better than using the YouTube playlist function. You go in, and then you type here, and then you go Coaching Compendium. And then you just look for whatever character that you want. So like Zenyatta 24, yeah. I feel like impossible to climb out of gold plot as a solo queue player. VOD reviewing LeBron. He asked me, I turned him down. I don't like his ego. So yeah, I mean if he wants to work on himself, then I'll consider it. Do I coach console players much? Yeah, all the time. At least once or twice a week, yeah. Notable lack of champion coaching? Yeah, I don't have any champion coaching sessions. Do you think there's a hardest elo to get out of? I think it depends on the player. I find learning to be non-linear. So most people will hit like a brick wall, and then when that brick wall might be in different ranks, and then things can snowball. For me, Masters was super easy to get out of because figuring out like my process is what got me out of high plat into diamond, and diamond out of that to GM. So like kind of break for me, the wall was high plat back when I played. For some people it's bronze, some people it's Masters. It's just finding like where your wall is and then breaking through it. Because once I got my system of training into play, it just was like bam. Can I VOD review your parents' divorce agreement? No, I don't offer legal advice for any price that's under $6,000 an hour. You don't know what happened to 18? I think 18 got burned out. That's all right. 18's a good dude, though. What's the most common trap they feel holds people back? I think counter swapping and or always playing to win instead of just playing for process is probably the most common issue. It's probably not the most common issue in my community because you guys have heard that stuff a million times, but in the greater community for sure. I took 180 to get back into Masters. What's up, Smearkle? What games do I like to play just for fun? I played Elden Ring, DLC. I played Sekiro. I don't play them very much anymore. I play them like, I'll go back and like play them when there's something new, but it's been a while. I don't really play any games for fun, honestly. Hey. No. I do enjoy watching Age of Empires 2 from a strategic standpoint, but I don't really have the time to play it. Why is my hair always so messy? Board gamer. Yeah, I'm more of a board gamer. Get it? Because bored. Just I don't like staring at a screen, honestly. Too much. Because legitimately, by the time that I would play video games, I'm generally too tired and I would be grouchy. I'd be in a bad mood. I'm not even joking. Like I'm not immune. like if I were to like finish my sessions and like play like Overwatch like competitive at like 8:30 at night, I'm like, dude, I would just be getting tilted. And that's not just Overwatch. That would be me if I tried to do AOE too. Like any competitive game would make it. Yeah, I'm watching Red Bull right now, actually, Lou. Fun fact about Red Bull Wololo is Zoe was co-hosting it. You guys know Zoe from Overwatch League? She was co-hosting it. You love Wingspan? I have Wingspan. I've never played Risk. I've played Azul once, but it's been a long time. I've not played a TTRPG, no. How many gifted for a grouchy stream? You don't have to give me a single one. That's going to be today. What games do you play after your sessions to wind down? That's why I like Sekiro and Elden Ring, because they were good games. They were good casual games. I know they were like kind of hardish, but because they were PvE, it wasn't very competitive. And honestly, I never really found any of them that hard. Even like some of the harder boss, like pre-nerf Radon and the DLC, only took me a couple of hours. And that was without the stupid shield cheese. Although I hated the boss. It was super not a good boss design. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but yeah. I find those games to be... Even Sekiro was like relatively relaxing. Humble brag? I mean, they're really not that hard games if you just take the time to learn the process of what you're doing. And the nice thing about 95% of the bosses is that you fail and then you try again immediately. There's like no downtime. You don't have to like go through a full run all over again. You just go back and try again. Yeah, Elden Ring is way more casual than Overwatch, in my opinion. Overwatch is way more mentally taxing and demanding, in my opinion. Relative to Overwatch or a game like Age of Empires 2, in terms of like psychological energy required, Elden Ring's way easier. Overwatch brain rot tick? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, think about it this way. If you spent all the hours that you've spent into Overwatch into mastering Elden Ring, right? Thousands of hours most of you guys have probably put into Overwatch. Imagine you spent that time like competitively in Elden Ring. Elden Ring would be such a cakewalk. I mean, think about it this way. People are like, oh yeah, Sekiro was hard. It took me like a whole 100 hours to beat it. Like what? You know, imagine seriously, like 100 hours, like you're just getting started, right? You know, like I mean, it's just different games, right? It's apples to oranges, really. And I did the whole Elden Ring and Elden Ring DLC with no summons on NG Plus, and no cheese weapons either. No strength stacking, no shields, no nothing. But seriously, like imagine like the DLC, which took me a while, took me about like 50, 60 hours, right? Because I did struggle at some points, but like that's nothing. Like people put in 50, 60 hours and like 2 or 3 weeks of ranked, you know, if you're really grinding. Now, if you're talking about like one hitting all of the bosses or no hit runs or whatever, like, yeah, I mean, that's a different story for sure. Is gold a good rank for 100 hours? I mean, that's a great rank for 100 hours. I mean, a lot of the times you'll place in gold and drop lower, but if you're like actually staying in gold without a lot of first person shooter experiences, like an Overwatch, that's really good. That's really good. Dude, I beat the crud out of Millennia. On my NG Plus build, I didn't do it on purpose because I didn't know as much about the boss fight because I had been so long since I beat her. But I ended up going in there with like, I think it was like either a fire build or a bleed build, because I was cycling like I was like ADHD my weapons. I'd changed my build literally like every 2 or 3 days, like entirely, right? I burned through those larval tears. And dude, I beat the crud out of Millennia. I beat her on my first try, like full bar, because I just flinched her the entire time. No, it wasn't Blasphemous Blade. That weapon is so stupid. I don't know what it was. It wasn't one of the main ones. It was something I was like trying with. But she got obliterated. It was like it was actually kind of depressing. So I think on the final boss, shoot, what's his name? It wasn't a great sword. It was Radagon. I went for some like really crappy weapon and honestly struggled for a little bit. It took me like the first time I fought Radagon, it was like way easier. This time I went like a really crappy weapon, and then Elden Beast obviously, and then that honestly took me like an hour and a half, 2 hours actually, which is a lot longer than I thought it would be. No, Blood Fiend Arm is so stupid, so stupid. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to go down the Elden Ring path. I have a lot of issues with that game from like a combat standpoint, but the exploration, the story is really fun. I think Elden Ring is like an objectively like, I don't know, not objectively. It's just an extremely disappointing game in terms of like combat strategy. The weapon imbalance is like really, really rough.
Got a present from a best friend.
Yo, dude, I'm actually so freaking hungry. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Guys, we're about to jump into the big match, y'all.
You gotta have a skinny lunch today, is that okay?
That's fine, man.
Just because I know you told me these things would be but you can have some of those.
Let's get these replay codes.
Feels good?
Mm-hmm.
Tea, boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ready for battle.
I had to shower because my mother talked to me for like an hour at a time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yo, thanks, man.
I'll give you a couple more because you're a good boy. How was the workout?
Really good. Went up on all my numbers again. I was doing 195 with French contrast with the band.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And then 125 push press, which wasn't too bad considering what it was in the workout. 50-pound dips, 50-pound chin-ups.
Dang, bro.
Yep, everything went up.
Nice. Alright, push off.
Proper or lip? Depends on the character. Lip better in hit scan for sure. Proper, way better flankers. Whoever's the better player of all time? Probably lip. Probably lip. I mean, Lip has a pretty good argument for being the GOAT of all time. Like, certainly in the top 2 or 3. Proper, I put my top 5 or 4. He's close, but I think Lip has the edge. I'll get you guys the codes. Hang on. That's the spreadsheet there. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's like Violet, Lip, maybe Shoes in the conversation there somewhere. Here's a hot take. You guys ready for a hot take? I think Chorong deserves to be in the top 5 or 6. No joke. No joke. Best main support of all time, in my opinion. Most consistent, most flexible, not an OTP. Chorong is like gold. Even when he was on Toronto, he was on Toronto in 2021, right? Or 2022, right? He was pretty good. He was good. That backline with him and Twilight was the best part of that team consistently. And I remember scrimming them. They were rough. I think Chio's too unflexible. Personally, I'd take Chorong over Chio. So yeah, is it a hot take? Yeah. I'm not even sure of it myself, but it's just food for thought. Yeah, sorry, Nodlin, I'm done. Nice reference, by the way. Dude, everybody was mean to Dong Hack that year. Everybody was mean to Dong Hack that year. Yeah, Chorong's a great player. I would say has to be top 10 player of all time. I think also best main sport of all time. Publicly takes another L, that's true. Okay, this is OWCS. This is the open tournament. This has replaced Overwatch League essentially and Contenders, where there is no tier 2, there is no tier 3, tier 1 in terms of like the tournament schedule. People still use the terms tier 2, tier 1, tier 3 to kind of differentiate between your ability to finish, how high you finish in the tournament itself. But obviously you qualify for the top level tournament by doing well in the qualifiers. And these are the best teams. These are the Asian finals for what, stage 3, right? And this is Crazy Raccoon. This is Team Falcons, the two best teams really in the entire world and have consistently been so for the entire year. And not a whole lot to say here. Like, these are some great players. Like, these are players that have a lot of Overwatch League experience. You'd be very hard pressed to find a replacement for any of these characters. Legitimately, I don't think there's a single player in this entire roster on either team that you would replace, given the current meta or what they're playing. Hanbin's one of the greatest, if not maybe the top 2 or 3 greatest off tank of all time. Junbin has been great and has been playing consistently great recently. He's phenomenal right now. Backlines are, I mean, you talk about like the top 4 supports of all time. All of these players are in conversation. Both Fielder, Chorong, Shu, Chio, all of them. Same thing goes with the 4 DPS here. Stalker, Proper, Lip, and Heesang. Heesang and Stalker are relatively newer kids in the block in the last 2 or 3 years, but they've all been top of the notch, especially in the last couple of years. Stalker had arguably the best Tracer season of all time in 2022. Lip has just been around forever and is amazing. Proper had arguably the best DPS season of all time, period, in 2022 as well. It's just insane. 2021 or 23, sorry, with Stalker. I'm getting confused. But yeah, long story short. We're going to see. I don't have any insight into terms of this matchup at all. I don't know who won the game. I don't know how the maps go. I don't even know the compositions being played. What I want to do is I want to do a little bit of 2 things. I'm going to, as in all of my reviews, learn how the meta is being played or what the teams are like, what these teams favor. Obviously, there was a relatively recent patch. Thank you, Overwatch 2 developers, for continually keeping the meta relatively fresh. So things aren't solved just yet. You will see a lot of Brig Juno is my anticipation, because it is a composition that's really good at supporting DPS, denying dive, and also speed boosting on main. But we'll probably see a little bit of a variety here and playing to their individual strengths, especially in weird maps. So I'm going to kind of learn what's being played and analyze and explain why what's being played. I'm not necessarily endorsing every single composition that's being played, because I don't know. I don't think I have that level of insight anymore, and I don't think even anybody has that level of insight. Even the teams playing them aren't really sure. But one thing I will do, and have always done, and will always do, is critique the execution. I don't always know how well it's being played, or how good the composition is, but I will tell you if it's being played well. So, I don't really have anything else. We'll talk about the execution of the composition, and that's about it. So let's look at the comps right now. This is Lijiang Tower Night Market. There is a lot of space in terms of the map, in terms of the point. There's a lot of verticality. So you're going to see characters like Pharah and Echo, because the verticality around point allows for a lot of damage, a lot of spam in on point. Team Blue here, this is Crazy Raccoon, is running a more dive variation of the composition, where they're running the ball tracer, going to be taking angles, lots of boops, lots of dives, high mine value. And they run the Ana Brig. Brigitte and Ana can pocket both the ball, the tracer, and the Pharah from range, while being able to defend the Ana from any sort of dive threat or tracer threat. This team is going in a slightly different direction with a little bit more of a congested fight just because of the Juno. They have a little bit less range poke pressure with the lack of the Ana. Juno still does have some range pressure, just not quite as much in Ana. They're a little bit more fragile, but they do have the speed boost capability to be able to move around and rotate quickly. And Juno is obviously like a very strong character right now. So what I would expect from Red is they're going to try to keep pressure on that Pharah and on that ball and on that Tracer as much as they possibly can. And maybe at some point look for a speed onto Ana Brig if they do end up dropping. But yeah, in terms of compositions I like from the get-go, I've never seen Red's comp before, not in this map, so Blue has the seniority here, but really comes down to execution, y'all. How's the volume? Let's turn up the volume just a tad here. They don't play Ana Brig? Okay. I think that's a good choice. I think, like, I assume that they scouted with the Pharah here and saw that they were not on, I assume they saw Juno Brig. And they go, okay, well, we don't want this anymore. Let's go Lucio. Basically, what they're saying is that, like, we don't need the support for my Ana anymore because they're likely to play rotating around more point. And so what Chorong essentially does is Chorong can help Ana, but Chorong essentially kind of +1s the Tracer on the off angle, like another flanker here. So there's a little bit more offensive direct pressure on this point here. Why would you choose Pharah Echo over the other? Pharah is more better spam versus the backline. So, like, Brig, Juno, Ana, anything. And Echo is better in the 1v1, essentially. So Pharah is better versus the supports, the slower characters, a lot more direct pressure, whereas Echo is more reliant on her stickies to do that. Echo is just better at 1v1ing Pharah's Tracers and so on. So we get a dive timing. It's a little late because Chorong's not there yet. A little bit more pressure on backline.
The objective is now.
Last disclaimer. I hate to beat this guy. There will be moments of ups and downs energy. Whenever we're reviewing a 7-map series, I try to avoid being too repetitive. So we will sometimes kind of zoom through some stuff. I will have moments where we get excited over stuff. It's just going to be a long review, so you guys are going to have to bear with me. Okay, yeah. Lucio +1ing the Tracer, Pharah on the angle. Ball gets forced out. They do a really good job forcing ball out. And I want you to kind of notice how this is being played, right? Everyone is marking angles, marking control, mark, force out, mark, force out, mark, force out. Next target needs to be getting lip off of the angle, right? So they actually chase ball. Love you. Drive safe. Be sweet. Sorry, guys. I hate that you have to see this.
Woo, my bag's fun. Love you.
You'd love you too. And now this is interesting. Why does he saying die here? What's the mistake, chat? What's the mistake? Junman's been forced out. You notice this? So then where are the resources to split attention? They're gone, right? So Heesang needs to mirror his ball's rotation out, right? Junman goes in, Heesang goes in. Junman goes out, Heesang goes out. Heesang gets a little sloppy with it. And to give proper credit here, Proper goes, okay, ball's out. Let's push the angle. I thought that they were going to push Tracer. Nope. Instead, they go for the Pharah instead, which, hey, we love to see it. And this is what we talked about, right? She's just better in the 1v1, but also it's just a bad macro error there from Heesang. Heesang needed to mirror his ball's push and pull there. Is Orbital Ray better than Release Kiriko Rush? No, I don't think so. Then, yeah, so now they're marking out the Tracer. And so this is going to be really what Team Red does. Is like, there's the speed boost from the Juno. Not even the speed boost, just the push-pull aspect, the rotational aspect. There's the peel on the Chio. Stalker kind of overextends here. Does he cheat? He cheats. He definitely cheats. Yeah, he cheats. So this is, again, a terminology for somebody's 1 HP. So he leaves the angle, triple blinks in because he has recall, but he greets. He greets. He doesn't quite get it. Good peel from Chu. Nice use of nade there. I mean, it's a high-risk, high-reward play, and he doesn't get it. That's pretty much all there is to it. Do you ever play Ashe? You would never play Ashe in this situation. Well, you could. It would just mean a lot less rotations and more about kind of marking control. Unbelievable sleep from Shu here on pushing back in. So not only does he peel off, but then he predicts the dropping of the shield because Fielder drops shield to rotate and gets caught with his pants down. Like this is it. Like that's it right there. That's an incredible sleep dart there. A little bit of a shield sharing there from Junman, by the way. Love to see it. He doesn't even need to turn around. He just knows that there's somebody around. Yeah, that was incredible. Incredible play from Shu there. A little bit of cheating there from Stalker, but I think like it was a reasonable try there. I don't think it was an issue. And so now the question is what does Team Red want to do? What do Falcons want to do? Do they want to try to rotate to point? Rotating to point here with a Pharah, Tracer, Ball hitting you, and a Lucio, probably not a smart idea. So they're probably going to apply a little bit of pressure here, maybe set up a little bit of an angled Tracer control here, and then find a rotate this way. But either way, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. Shu's going to rotate up to top. This prevents him from being sped on at any point in time, just gives him a little bit of vision. Will he get there in time? I don't think they... Maybe they do rotate to point. Junman gets kind of caught here. Junman is cooking, guys. Junman is cooking. This is scary. Oh, this is actually so good from Falcons. Guys, check this out. Check this out. Look at the rotation here. They do a split rotate. So they go, okay, Tracer's not near, so let's send 1 2-man rotation here. So then what happens is that denies the Ana from being able to rotate immediately. It also pulls Chorong's attention this way. And they catch Chorong because Chorong thinks the whole team is rotating that way, right? Everybody's rotating here. Falcons are red. Whoa, right? Like, look at that. That's insane. Now, do they pay for it? Potentially, yes, because Chio is isolated here. He does get packed. Can he live? Yes. Good use of the verticality there, right? Makes it very difficult for Pharah to do anything. But I guess when you're retaking space and you don't really have any ultimates, you might as well kind of roll the dice there. So they actually don't just do a group up rotate. They do a split rotate and catch the enemy team with the pants down. That's a really, really smart rotation. It minimizes Junman's impact. It minimizes Heesang's impact. It minimizes Chorong's impact. And it's well played. Oh my gosh. Something just freaking happened. Good pulse. Good rockets. I don't know what happens with Proper here. He uses his shift and gets kind of levitatey. And so then, yeah. So that's not the end of the world. What is the end of the world is this. That's no bueno. That can't happen. I mean, yeah, it's good. I mean, you still have the map control. So yeah, there you go. Reset. It was a good attempt. It was a really good attempt. They actually split rotate, catch him with the pants down. Now the good news here is they now have ultimates to rotate with. The bad news is obviously that means the Crazy Raccoon probably has ultimates as well. What we're likely to see here is slam mines. I think that's going to be your easiest ultimate setup. It's going to be the most cringy rotation ever. This is where what I probably predicted earlier is going to happen here, where they're going to have some sort of a split retake. They know they're going into mines. They know they're going into nano. It's almost certainly going to be a nano Pharah just because it gives the Pharah more utility, allows it to play a little bit more aggressively. And obviously, like they don't have a lot of range healing on Pharah here, so it's nice. So probably we'll see a nano Pharah. We'll probably see a mine split. The key thing for red is the Falcons are going to need to open up an angle here, I think, for sure. And let's see how they do it. What's the split going to look like? What's the split thing? Are they going to full rotate and then they're going to split? So full rotate. When do they split? So basically the rule is with Overwatch, you rotate as a team, you fight, split. You rotate as a team. They're not fighting, they're rotating. And then when they're ready to take the fight and push out, they'll probably split. So let's see how it goes. There's the split. So now we're kind of fighting. There's the split. They actually clear it out. Stalker goes, hey, I'm going to go to point and force point. This is a little ugly. Now, the good news is they force Shu out of position here a little bit, so there's at least no anti-nade here, but this is going to be Chio might need to ult this, Chio might need to ult this, holy crap, the Matrix, and then the mines is there. Okay, Chio needs to ult this. There's the nano, goes on the Pharah. There's the Juno ult. They've been able to maintain the angle here. I think Proper might go for a copy here. Yeah, so he goes for the copy just to honestly keep himself alive. And he gets on a point as quickly as it possibly can. They're going to try to clear mines and flip this as quickly as they can. Again, the space is immediately filled by Crazy Raccoon. The Nano Pharah doesn't get as much as they'd like. I think the Nano was a little bit late. I think, forcing copy is okay. But, I think maybe just giving them the point and then maybe re-engaging with Nano there would have been a little bit better. But yeah, they're going to get point here. And the problem now is that you've used mines, you've used nano, your two biggest rotational punishes, and yes, you forced 2 ultimates. But a 2-for-2 trade here is always good for Falcons because they didn't have map control. They didn't have the point. So they traded 2-for-2 and got the point flip. So it's a huge advantage, right? So now, I don't know what you do here. I think we're probably going to look for a deep angle push with a beat engage. But honestly, beat versus rally is hard. Beat has a big burst in value. If rally can live it, then rally outsustains beat. I think this is going to come down to pulse bombs here. Pulse bomb and barrages. There's engage. Heesang pushing, Lip pushing, Hanbin on the angle. Fielder denies the engage here. I think. He does not. But they're still marking space, still controlling angles. Good deny. Marking point. Good actually a pretty decent stick on a Junbin here. You know, yeah, his armor is whittled down. That's the beat. That's the adaptive shields. They're going to counter with rally. They should be able to live this. I don't think the positions from Raccoons are that good. As long as they don't die to barrage, they don't. And then this is the problem, right? This is where rally just kind of out-sustains. So it's really going to come down to mechanical play here if the Raccoons are going to... Raccoon's going to be able to live this. They push back in. Hanman even has his bomb if he does get demeched here. Let's check out what Stalker does here. Wraps on the angle. This is good Tracer fundamentals. Chase is Chorong out of position. Again, look at the trigger discipline. Keeps pressure. Huge anti-nade here from Shu. Rotates back around. Just a great mechanical play. Is able to keep his ball alive as well. Stalker can't overextend here. And we're coming up on a pretty important ultimate here because both support ults are coming online here. They're marking point. There's the adaptive shield sharing that goes on to Lip. Lip is N. Hanman's still marking point. They're still marking the ball. They're still marking the Tracer. Fielder. What happens to Fielder here? He's getting hit. This is why we talked about the Pharah value. This is the Pharah value right here. Bam. Doesn't even see Fielder. Chunk of his armor gone. Bam. Again. More of his HP gone. Pax. But while Pax loses his attention, takes more damage, and is still, by the way, is not proc his Inspire. Still no Inspire. So basically, this is just honestly like a little bit of a mechanical gap here. Fielder is by far, he's the imposter right now. Out of all the 10 players in this lobby, he's the player on the worst here for himself. He's just not a Brig player. So he hasn't practiced Inspire. He was unable to block the Pharah rockets. He packs his Juno, which is fine, but then he also loses attention and almost falls off the map. So this is just slowly losing space here. And that's a big deal, because now Chiyu is pretty vulnerable. If Junbin can live here, they're going to be able to re-push this and probably get either a kill on Prop or a demech on Hanbin. Juno's going to have to play so safe. She does build the Juno ult, though. That's huge. This is going to allow them to sustain. Shu pushes up a little too early. They were not expecting the catch here. And Shu does not have nano. So the Juno, like, Crazy Raccoons gets a huge advantage, but they just push a little too fast. Don't let anybody tell you that a 4v5 in Overwatch 2 is unwinnable, right? It absolutely is winnable, right? Ults turn, map control turns. And this is huge. Yeah, I think Fielder's Brig has looked okay considering a flex support. Like, all things considered, it's not like a reasonable... It's not like not playing the strengths here, you know? There's a nano. They will get the touch, I think. Yeah, they get the touch. Heesing needs to wrap around coast. Heesing needs to wrap around coast. I do not like where Heesing is. Yeah, there he goes. Okay, that's the other option. That's fine. But I really think Heesing is playing this one too safe. Well, maybe they have mines. Maybe he's gambling here. They get a good mines. Some good rockets on the backline as well. The problem is the copy is just gonna, like, you can't win this because you're gonna hit a direct, nice job, and then he's just gonna copy. And so then now you have this nuisance on your backline. He messes up his conk rollout, and now Shu's just cooked. He doesn't even get a chance to sleep. Great kill from Stalker. Stalker's just insane. Deepens the angle, wraps, and just clips. Oh my gosh. Like, you just... The positioning was perfect. The use of the blinks, the tracking was perfect. It's just beautiful. And Falcons earns that one. He's saying whiff the conk there. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I mean, really, Falcons earns this one. Great, reasonable compositional play from both sides. They clearly were playing to their strengths. I think the timing of things was relatively okay. The team play was okay. I mean, this is why I enjoy watching these two teams play, because Falcons, when they're playing well, okay, let's put it this way. from what I have watched of Falcons, they have really low points sometimes. Sometimes their team play is really bad. I don't know why. But when they're really clicking, they're great. They're great. The team play is there. The coordination's there. The positioning is there. The mechanics are there. It's good. Autumn Sun, I just guess it's comfort picks, really. Fielder does have Brigitte experience when he was playing in Toronto. They were very good in Junker Queen comp in 2022. He played a lot of Brig. Chorong was on Lucio, if I remember correctly, and he was fine, right? And I guess Chio's just a better Juno. Like, Juno is a character that you put your best character on immediately. So people are just playing whoever they're best on, you know? And like I said, Fielder does have some experience on Brigitte, so, you know. But it is a good question, and I don't think we found the full answer. Now, let's talk this comp really, really fast here. Brig Juno, a lot of ranged utility, a lot of core utility. And I think that's what makes this support combo so lethal. You think about a composition like Baptiste Lucio, very myopic, right? Not very good at controlling wide off angles or wide space, but very good at controlling stuff that's directly in front of them. A lot of push-pull, a lot of high damage, high healing, good speed boost, good utility in the core fight. Juno Brig, our character like our Zen Brig, right? On a Brig, a lot of off-angle control, not a lot of value running it down main, not a lot of speed boost, not a lot of movement, right? Juno Brig has the best of both worlds. Juno Brig has both the capability of supporting a tank duel a lot, not just with Juno's high healing output, not just with rally, not just with Juno ultimate, but also with speed ring. Obvious answer, right? But the other thing that Juno Brig has is, in many ways, similar to a lot of the other dive compositions, they have an excellent off-angle control. They can deny dives, they can rotate away from dives, they can support their DPS from far much easier than Baptiste and Lucio can. So not only is it about what the Brig can do to the Juno and Juno do to the Brig, where they can heal each other, but they're also just really good in short range, medium, and long range, right? They're not the best characters in all those situations, but they provide enough utility, and I think Juno is strong enough on her own to kind of move and shake the meta. If you guys have ever had conversations with me about like what shapes a meta, it's usually a mover and a shaker, either a synergy or a mover and shaker. In other words, what is a character that is a little bit stronger than the other ones, at least of our initial impression, that's kind of shaping things. And I think right now, that's Juno. Partly due to the fact that Orisa, Ramatra, and Diva are also strong. And those characters are characters that do well with Juno Brig. They benefit from speed boost because armor is OP right now. Armor is very, very strong right now. So I think that's part of the reason why. In terms of why Orisa, it's because Ram is really strong and Diva got recently nerfed, and Orisa is really good versus Ram and also has a lot of armor. That's my impression. Orisa also has a lot of push-pull. I have a video in the chamber right now explaining why people don't play Ryan, why a lot of these Orisa comps and the Brawl comps. But TLDR is Orisa good, Ram better, but Orisa good versus Ram. So if they were to roll out on anything else, Orisa wouldn't be all that good. But in the mirror, Orisa's good. In terms of the DPS line, check your Discord. Zelly, what have you done for me? Or what have you done to me, not for me? Spilo, I have a gift. Open gift? Bro, what? Cat ears? Why are you always gifting me Discord cat ears? Man, now I've got Discord cat ears. Thanks for the bits and screw off. No, not like in... They're on. Fine, they're on. They're on. All right. This guy interrupts my review and gives me cat ears. The TLDR with Cassidy Genji, the best way to think about it is you have a composition with a lot of push and pull, shorter range composition, so you're going to play shorter range characters that complement the ability to rotate and move around a lot. There's a lot of characters that can check that box. I would not think of it the sub. Venture, Reaper, May. The reason why you wouldn't play a character like Reaper is he's really, really bad versus armor, and he's also doesn't have the best ultimate all the time. He's also going to get shut down a lot by some of the other supports. The reason why you play a character like Genji is, simply put, he benefits a lot from range support. He can apply consistent and constant pressure even onto armored targets, and he has an ultimate that combos really, really well with this. I mean, there just aren't a lot of other characters that work in this situation. Mei can do fine. Mei has good damage versus armored targets. Mei also can control off angles. Mei can control the fight on main. Her ultimate kind of sucks because it's really hard to get good value out of Blizzard in this comp, but beyond that, she's okay. Venture, again, not the best ultimate, but can control off angles, does benefit from range heal. So basically, you think about it, like all the characters that take off angles, it's more of like what characters don't work, and that's why Genji and Cassidy can work. Tracer just sucks because the problem is that you can harass and control backline, but one of the things that makes Tracer strong compared to characters like Cassidy and Genji is you can take much wider angles. That kind of angle pressure is just not demanded in a composition like this because you're not really spreading out that far. You are taking angles, just not very far flanks, at least with the Juno Brig Orisa. So we don't want a Tracer. Not to mention, Tracer's damage versus armor targets is terrible, right? So Tracer wouldn't be horrible in this composition. You could play her in like a flashpoint situation where you can go really, really wide, but these are consistently the characters that you play in these shorter range brawl compositions that have range heal. The reason that you don't see Genji in like a Bap Lucio comp with like a Ram is not because Genji couldn't function in that at all. It's just he can't get consistent ranged heal from a Bap Lucio. That's why. Do you think if Sojourn was better in like Season 9, she would be played? Yeah, I think so. I think Sojourn could function here quite well, yes. Yeah, okay, so you want to watch Lip POV here? So I think that these comps are fine. I think that really the DPS line is personal preference. Venture could be good here. May could be good here. Junkrat could be good here. Short range offing, all good spam on main. Relatively strong character right now. Junkrat would be good here. I don't know how. I didn't watch any OWCS. I watched a little bit of a Cloudy game, where I saw some Junkrat, but specifically here, I would be surprised if some teams didn't play Junkrat here. Junkrat would be good here. Reaper not good. Tracer not great. Pharah could be good. Pharah could be good. Echo not as good here because you don't there's a lot of spam here. Okay. Genji just synergizes really well with this composition, and honestly, Genji's not that bad right now. Like, I think that's like our new favorite thing to complain about is like, I mean, it's always been that way. It's like the Genji community, the Reinhardt community, the Mercy community, big communities because the characters are popular, tend to be more whiny. That's just kind of the nature of psychology, right? But Genji's not terrible, right? He can feel bad in some circumstances, but he's fine. So really quick before we take a look at Lip, the way these fights are going to work is oftentimes they will group and rotate, but then as fights devolve and as fights evolve, you're probably going to see things like Cassidy taking a little bit of a sightline, Genji taking a little bit of a sightline, and even the support starting to drift apart to control space more. So remember, the rule is rotate as a group, fight as a split. The problem with this split is obviously that it is a little bit far, so I don't know if we'll see an immediate split right here. How do they get here first? How do they win this fight? Did they TP? Yes, they teleported. So they're actually down one here. So the Genji's not there yet, but they teleport, so they get to this corner first. So they're able to control White Room first, which is really nice because it kind of puts Falcons all in a small room. Good pressure there. It's a lot of headshots here. I mean, look, that's just insane Orisa pressure, right? He's not even on an angle right now. And the reason he's here and not here, which would be a technical angle, is because this angle's too far. This angle's too far. And the reason that he's not here is because until the fight's evolved, a position like this here might end up getting him run down with Speed Ring. Okay. I mean, this is why Cassie's also being played. I mean, he does good damage versus armor targets. Poke out the angle. The Genjis are kind of pressuring point. The Genjis are mirroring. They're going to rotate towards point. Now, this is where I want to see Lip on an angle. You've seen the Orisa migrate away, so you need to fill the space. Chat, where should Lip go? Where should Lip go? In fact, you could even make an argument that Shorong should go here as well. Right. I think we need Shorong and Lip filling this space here as Hanbin rotates away. You can't, as a Brig, Cassidy can't really match the Orisa, but you can rotate to fill the space. Yes, left. Would you see Ashen maps with further sightlines? Potentially. I don't know. On paper, yes. I think it's like little things like Ashe gets nerfed or the reload or whatever gets nerfed, and they just don't. It doesn't feel as good to play her, and so they don't play her. See, I don't. Yeah. See, he needs to go. He needs to go. They're poking out the Orisa. This is what I call toxic team play. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. Yes, you heard me right. The GOAT of Overwatch makes a mistake here. This is everyone calling Orisa, but she's used gold and this angle is free. This is how you clutch this fight right here. And also, this, if I'm coaching Falcons here, this is how we retake this fight here. Fielder as a unit needs to go with Stalker to push this out. It's free. It's free. You can't contest by yourself because you're walking through a choke, but Lip doesn't have his Brigitte with him. So this is a mistake from both teams. It just is. The space is filled. There's no value in being there. This is a good angle. He can't push it. Brig is with him on the angle. He needs to go fill that space once Orisa leaves. This high noon is really good. Just use it for zoning value. Heesing has done a really good job. Good job of the avoiding that javelin there. They get the Juno ult. They mirror the Juno ult. That's an excellent immediate Juno ult from Shu here. Check it out. Here comes the push. I mean, they literally do it at the single... Oh, no. They do it afterwards. I'm dumb. Great response. How deep would the angle be? Very shallow. You would not want to take a super deep flank on this map or versus this composition. How do you work on these team play mechanics when every situation is niche and slightly different? It's not niche in this particular situation. The coaching for Lip would be control the space that you have as the fight evolves. As the Orisa migrates away from the angle that you want to take, you then fill that space, and then working with Chorong to look for those opportunities to rotate. I've coached very similar compositions at the highest level like this, and that's what needs to be said. So this is it's not a map specific feedback. It's something that's consistently needs to be done. Poke. They're trying to build a little bit of ultimate here. They're going to have an Orisa ultimate here. They're going to have a blade here as well. They might combo. They need to disengage this. Oh, Shu gets caught with his pants on. Was Shu already low? That should not have charged quickly. He must have taken additional damage here. Oh no, he's just too far from cover. That's a mistake from him. Now, this is still clutchable. And this is the correct play from Lip, right? The only way you clutch this is by pushing this off angle here. Let's check it out. Orisa anchors main. You see the problem with Falcons? They're pushing, but they're not pushing out the flank. When you get the advantage here, you put Hanbin on point. You put proper on the angle. You maintain Juno here. You can even speed ring here if you're Chio, and then have your and then have your Brig casting mirror here to prevent them from clutching. If you prevent them from clutching, at least duel them 2v2, then you're going to be able to prevent them from clutching this fight. Because this is losable here for Falcons. Like I don't I don't quite know what Chorong was doing. I don't agree with the bash in here. I mean, if you're gonna bash in, certainly have Lip mirror that, right? I think he's working with Heesang more there. And hey, you know what? Hindsight, right? Pop it. That's insane. That's just insane. It's insane. It's actually, Lip is the dead weight here. That's just disgusting. He doesn't even freaking use the rally! How? They realize the fight's lost. They got a clutch. Unreal. And Lip trolls. Bro, Lip trolls so hard. What does Lip do? He needed to go. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Dude, Lip trolls us. That's actually criminal they didn't win that fight. Heesang and Chorong, and honestly, even like Junman pushing in there aggressively, setting that one up. Yeah, Lip trolls that one. Ah, Lip was trolling, objectively. This is a good angle. Got a nice little setup here. That's the Juno ult, so you don't push the angle, you just kind of hold here. I think Junman will probably catch this with his ult, and then he'll combo that with Blade. That's my expectation. Let's see it. There it is. Plays his life, doesn't know where... Yeah, that was good. It's a good catch. Let's check this out. He's saying most overrated Korean pro. I haven't watched enough to know how he's been playing. It's a good angle. I don't know why he's rotating away, but sure. Rally to sustain. Prig just... I mean, this is just why you just take the angle instead of rotate. I don't like Lip's positioning, man. I don't like Lip's positioning as much. I really don't. Everybody has an off day. Even the best players in the world have off days. That's how it goes. I think for Falcons, I think you do the exact same thing. I think you just apply pressure on point, maybe speed ring your Orisa in, and then use your Brig with speed ring Honestly, maybe you speed ring your Brigitte with rally through here while you put your Orisa in point. Like, basically, you want to set up your rally on the angle here, but you need to pull Junbin to point first. So you put your Orisa and Genji in point, pull Junbin, pull Heesang, then speed ring your rally around this way. It's probably your best, and then set up Stalker in the best position possible. Did Stalker and Proper swap, or am I smoking something? I think I'm just smoking something, chat. Yeah, I'm smoking something. I'm just totally cracked out the goop. My bad. Yeah. Oh. What's up, Kev? Kev, you can't come here in Twitch chat after you ghost me on Twitter, buddy. Especially when you follow me. That's not how it works. Yeah, I mean, I like this a lot from Proper. This is a really good setup. You get point pressure as well at the same time. This can work. There's the speed ring. I would have liked a bit of a point pressure from the Orisa here, but I think this is okay. The javelin spin can really help. Fortify creates space, and even though they don't get a kill here, they get like every single angle in the world. They get all the space, and now they can set up wherever they'd like. Good kite from Crazy Raccoon, though. Junbin needs to give point. Junbin needs to give point. Junbin needs to... Ah, frick. They need to give point. And then again, Lip's just so strange with this positioning. So again, you see this? Do you see this? As they vacated here, you see they vacated? Fill the space. This angle sucks. You're just sticking on main. It's not even like good, not even good range, right? Like, so then as Junman goes here, you need Lip to fill the space here. He doesn't fill the space. He hits crazy shots. Like that. Like let's not lie here. Like the mechanics is incredible here. But maybe like, dude, like this is such a classic like professional Overwatch thing where there's like some speed boosts involved and everybody just forgets how to control the map. They've done such, you know what's funny? Here's what's funny. Okay, I'm gonna smoke a little bit here. In my experience with coaching Western players and watching Korean games, I've only worked with a couple of Korean players, so I'm not gonna speak largely there. Western players often, ironically, do a better job, at least high level Western players, do a better job with map control and brawl comps and fail miserably in dive, right? And then vice versa, right? Which makes sense. They have more experience, right? But I'm telling you, if we're watching like Sparker, if we're watching Kev, we're watching Kai, right, play this map, it's not going to be played like this. Brigitte just has speed boost. She has the capability of pushing and supporting off angles. It's a good synergy with Juno. But it's kind of interesting here. Like the way Lip is positioned right now is like has been pretty consistently kind of poor. But something like we just reviewed the last map where the rotations and movement and angle control was like exceptional, right? So yeah, they need to reset here. They need to catch the fight on point with Juno ult. They need to catch the fight on Juno. I think he's building ult here. Like, is this a really aggressive hold here? Need to try to build your Juno ult if you're Crazy Raccoon here. You need to be really careful here. This setup is pretty good here with Fielder Stalker. This might work, but it's only going to work because Shu doesn't have Juno ult yet. This is it. This is cheating. This is cheating. Like, if you have Juno ult here, you just die. Like, if they have Juno ult here, they might just die here. Yeah, they could have just died. They just ran it down. And Lip is a little out of position too. Like, I really don't know why Lip is here. I guess they're not expecting them to push, but they have to know the ult situation. Like, but you have to know the ult situation here if you're Lip, right? Like, they have Juno and we don't yet. And so Lip takes like this hyper aggressive angle like we're pushing, but we don't even have Juno ult yet. So then Lip is the first person to go. Because I actually think they were in a pretty good position to kite this. It's just Lip. Yeah, it's just Lip. Lip trolls. You guys are literally gaslighting me. You guys are literally gaslighting me. Everyone's like, this is the greatest Cassidy map ever. And you're literally just gaslighting me. First fight. All right. Good response from the Juno ult. They will be caught with Hanman's ult though. And I feel like that probably is it. That's gonna force so many CDs. Wait. A little bit of greed. Fielder gets a little close. they forget their lose cons, to quote Christopher. And yeah. Proper lives this. Go for the later maps.
Get in there. Don't let them take the point.
I prefer Raleigh over Blade here. But they do have, well, yeah, I mean, that's really all they have. Let's check the setup here. They brute force. This is kind of what I talked about. Like, you rotate, and then you fight, right? So you rotate. Heesing is way too far. Judgment's low. There's the zoning Blade. They catch it with Rally and Noon. They need to push out left here. They catch proper, sir. I guess he's too scared to dash out because of Noon, but he needs to get out here. There's like 3 trillion people on him. Lip pushes the angle. They catch this out. Wait. Fielder, what do you got, buddy? I was like, no way they win this, right? Nice. Good bash on him trying to disengage. Yeah, wow, they clutched this out. No way. And they're going to try to catch tempo again. Lip is too far forward in relation to his team. And is going to die for it. Ah! Frick me, man. That was a good punish there from Falcons. Like, they're consistently catching Lip, pushing too far forward. Yeah. Yeah, I did that for the Brig Dodgers. Yeah, good match. Good mechanical execution. I think in terms of ult planning as well, relatively decent from both teams. Lip's crazy shots, but so much of the damage is just dumped on the tank. He's not filling the space. Honestly, not filling the space as well as Stalker, who's really not a crazy casty player in of itself, and just gets caught out of position. So Lip actually trolls Control Center. Oh, wait. Shu and Heesing were both shooting at the deflecting Genji? Yeah, man, punish this guy. This guy's an idiot. Lip deserves to die. Wait. I mean, yeah, that is kind of a troll there. I don't know as much with Shu, but yeah. Wait, does Lip do it too? Let's see if Lip does it. The Spilo moment right there. He looks off to the side, realizes he doesn't have Hinder. No, just straight up Heesang kills his own man. Friendly fire. Yeah, good. The first round was good. Second round was a little messy. Not gonna lie with you guys. Not the best execution in terms of space control from really either team. Cho-Rong had an absolutely insane clutch fight win, but I think Lip trolled it, guys. Lip hit some crazy shot, but Lip trolls the lobby at points. Check Heesing PayPal, yeah. Client with a map reward, yeah, for sure. Okay, we continue here. But yeah, the first round was really good. First round was really, really solid Overwatch, I think, which was nice. Okay. Jibama. Jabral.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Fielder who clutched? I mean, both clutched. Both clutched, really. Okay. We're going to see Widow Tracer on a Brig. Okay. I mean, this is just a traditional dive map. Even with Orisa. Orisa's not strong enough here. Juno Brig, not strong enough here. Too much verticality, too much range for a character like Juno to function. Especially when there's going to be Winston dive mirrors. Yeah, there's nothing really to say here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe a Cassidy swap later in the map. If things get kind of hairy for either Widowmaker, but I actually don't even know what you'd swap off of to if not Cassidy. I don't know if Ashe is good enough right now after her nerf. Maybe she is, but it's probably going to look something similar like this for most of the map. Maybe we see a swap on third. You could see like Brig Juno on third potentially, but yeah, let's take a look here. So we'll take a quick break. I'm gonna take a couple of bites and then we'll go. I think Lucio Kiriko Diva is cheeks here. I think it's way too hard to close the distance with both Diva and Lucio here. They're too slow. Or the map is too big, you know? I think it's a terrible comp. I think you either play some form of dive, with some form of range, or if you're gonna go, like, or you could like turbo and cart, but no. Yeah, Phoenix it is, but I just don't like Juno on this map. I think it's too big. Too much vertical, too big. On a better. Why no Sombra? I don't think Sombra's very good right now. I think Sombra's too squishy, too virus reliant, and too hard. Briggs in with ball? Possible, but ball struggles too much into Ana Brig. Also, old economy is a lot worse. Because Nano, Primal, way better than Trance mines. Way better. Potatoes and beef. Yeah, cheers, Solo. Ah, that's good. No. What do I binge, Spilo? Guess. I can't remember exactly, but it'll be within 5 pounds. Yes, this will be on YouTube. 315. I don't see, the thing is I don't bench press that often, so no. I do a lot more like jump speed training stuff. Last I checked it was 280. 280, but I haven't gone for a max in a couple years. I went to see if my max was still 280 like a couple months ago, and I got it, no problem. So I could, if I would say if there's a chance it could be a little bit higher, but I mean, dumbbells in the bar are good, but I'm playing for more strength rather than that, so I go for the bar. And I don't have heavy enough dumbbells. I only have 50 pounders. No sync, no, not possible. All right, one more mouthful and then we'll go. Sorry, in these longer reviews, I have to take breaks. Did I ever compete in MMA? No, absolutely not. I trained, taught children, adult, teenagers, trained with a bunch of like tier 2 fighters, basically, for lack of a better term. But I had like 3 or 4 concussions in high school football, which is why I didn't play D2. That, and I also got married when I was like 19 years old. Concussions really screwed me up pretty badly. So I was like, there's no chance I was going to actually fight. What's up, PK? Yeah, I've been married for 10 years. As of 5 days from now. Too short for college ball? Shut up, buddy. My coach was a big fan of me. I was in talks with a lot of D2. Congrats. Thanks, guys. All right. I'm like that 40-year-old high school guy that's like, man, I could have gone. I could have been big. I could have been big. That's me, but unironically. Somebody asked about what if no Widow, would you play Echo instead? Yeah, you could. I think 225 HP with Echo is hit pretty hard, but you could. Echo would not be bad here. Cassidy also not bad here as well. Even though you don't have the verticality, it's like a functional hit scan that can work versus Winston and Tracer and so on. So, yeah. Thanks, y'all. 10 years, yep. Hey, listen, man, when you're a hot commodity, you get snatched up quick. Yeah, so a lot of this is just going to be about, like, finding ways to win the tank trade. If you win the tank trade, you're able to jump backline. Because this map has, like, such really strong defender's advantages with sometimes almost untouchable Widow and Ana positions, it can be really difficult to just dive on a brig, right? You get whipped or, you know, it's too far away. So what you try to do is you try to, like, maximize your Ana angle or your Widow angle or your Tracer angle or whatever to poke their Winston out so that eventually you can kind of get close and jump top. You know, obviously they're going to be rotating away from you, but a lot of the rotations are really awkward and really clunky. So if you get a really nice favorable Tracer angle or a good Widow, you hit a headshot in the Winston or you hit a nade or whatever, you can eventually squeeze up and land on these guys and secure kills. It takes time. It takes time. Like Hawk Tua. Yeah. Listen, I'm feeling forgiving today. I'll give a warning for Hawk Tua references. So Widow angle, Widow's primarily playing for the duel, which is all about basically playing mind games. Where are you going to peek, not giving yourself away. A lot of crosshair placement stuff.
I'm under fire.
Doesn't really know. And a lot of like frontline trades. You can see Heesing kind of taking the angle. We've seen Winston bubble. Can we poke the Winston out? We can. We're slowly inching our way forward. The problem here is that Fielder and Chill are still above you. So you kind of need to get those son of a guns out. This is spooky, guys. Like, this is a lot of a war of attrition. We've got some cart progress here, but see, this is the problem. We didn't actually get pressure on backline. We've lost vision of the Winston, and Lip walks forward. I don't know why Lip walks forward. This is really stupid. Like, this is really stupid. Like, he really should get punished for that. That's amazing peel from his backline. But honestly, it's a misplay because he ends up losing the angle entirely. Like, if he plays this a lot more cautiously and walks in towards here, he can kind of pay attention to Winston timing and bait an angle and maybe even retake this position here, right? Like, he needs to be a lot more precise, like with when he's actually doing his rotation. So phenomenal peel from his backline there. They do get Smurf out. It's a nice play there. And so they're slowly inching forward off of these trades. But Lip, and see, now Lip can walk forward because we've actually seen the CDs that we've needed. We've seen not necessarily Winston CDs, but we forced these guys back. So if Smurf does go for a deep commit, he will die for it. The difference between Winston dive mirrors and high level play and like a ranked code is these guys are rarely going to overextend beyond their backline's LOS. They're going to be very disciplined, right? So you're like, oh, Smurf has bubble and jump. He's going to go find that window and kill him. No, because his backline's just totally out of the fight. So he's going to reset his leash and go, okay, my Ana Brig's going to probably rotate to somewhere like here. So I will jump anywhere here, but I'm not going to jump anywhere over here. What's up, Wasabi? That's the big thing here. You're playing on a leash, essentially, with where your backline is. Like, even Junman, you've seen him be very conservative with his jumps. Not that diving backline is bad. It's very good if you can do it while still staying inside your backline silence. And that's the key thing is these teams are like push and pull, like checking for space, like a Tracer marking an off angle versus another Tracer, right? And so Lip rotates forward as a consequence of his team being able to walk forward. So whereas before he rotates without having any information on the enemy Winston and enemy backline, now this is good. He needs to be careful about that. That's an ego duel right there. That's an ego duel. That's proper giving Lip respect right there. That's proper knowing who's daddy, at least right now. He's saying cheats because Stalker has no recall. I don't like this from He's saying. I think Stalker not having recall just essentially means that you can essentially take the angle that he's vacated for free, and you can actually set up a Winston dive now on the backline here. And what this does is this is going to pull resources away from the enemy Winston so that your Ana Brig can put a little bit more pressure here. Yes, Junman's already on proper, but I don't like him cheating on the Tracer here because it's never going to be a kill in front of Ana Brig. It's just not a good resource trade. And so now he's also a little bit out of position, and he almost maybe even could die for it, right? So that's, you can see again, the cheating is what's killing people here. You cheat as in you commit on a target instead of on an angle, and you get punished for it. Now the good news is that because Proper's rotation off of his Ana Brig doesn't make sense. So this is similar to the mistake that Lip made. He loses track of Junbin. He's outside of his support's LOS. Honestly, he needs to chill back here until he hears something. He needs to listen. He needs to listen. He gets greedy. He screws up. He dies for it. Really good punish by Junbin. Let's see what Shu does over here. Unfortunate. Does he go for a nade in backline? Yeah, he does. Great block by Chio. Again, I mean, that was a good nade, especially if Tracer had been there, but it's Tracer's trolling, so. Junbin's in his backline. I think Stalker also cheats, because this just seems like the day for cheating, I guess. Because he's got no re. I don't get it, man. This is just not good Tracer play. This is phenomenal mechanics. They see opportunities, but this is like, let's say it's not, okay, that's an exaggeration. It's good Tracer play. It's just unbelievably greedy Tracer play. Like, it's unbelievably greedy. You've survived this. Your recall's forced. Heesang is out. I know you're packed, but you're missing HP, and Heesang's just going to grab the Mega. You don't have recall. You don't deserve this. What's up, Joker? It's just silly. It's just very silly. Once you've done this, restabilize, force Junbin out, and then deepen or go from there, right? This is just sloppy. Like, really, we've seen 2 Tracer mistakes and or Widowmaker mistakes that are really costing this fight here. Unbelievable anti-nade from Shu here. Yeah, it's just silly. It's just ego duel stuff, really. Which, that's like the classic DPS. Like, it's hard because you want your DPS players to be confident. Wow, that's an incredible play from Smurf. You want your DPS players to be confident, but you need them to take calculated trades. And so far, both Tracer and Widow have really not been taking calculated trades. Good use of the bubble there. He just juggles him out of the Mega, and this is just insanity. Classic Smurf! Ah! He's insane. That's just insane. DPS of the wide receivers of Overwatch, actually really true. That's just a huge play from Smurf. It is really nice to have the replay code, I will say. Yeah, I mean, it's just silliness from, proper silliness from Heesang. And that kind of trolls things up. Beautiful play. Beautiful primal right there. Beautiful. Okay, so from here, again, we kind of have our leash here with where our Ana and Widow is. I expect Smurf and Chio to be able to rotate out pretty soon here and play in the back half of second here. We'll probably see Shu trying to take a more aggressive angle like this here. We will see a Nano Winston at some point here. I don't think we will see a Nano on... Oh, we won't see a Nano on Brig. I got a sub notification. That's odd, but I don't see it on my screen. Because there's no Primal, there's no Nano. So we'll probably see a Nano Winston and then Tracer pressure on Cart. It will be interesting to see how Stalker does with the Pulse Bomb here. But yeah, I mean, Raccoon's in a good spot here, I think. How's that a good ult when he could have saved? I don't think that was a guaranteed fight win unless he primals that. That was a very losable or tradable fight here. That could have been clutched. That could have been very clutched. Force the Winston out. Smurf is going to be forced out because of his Ana Widow leash, which is a little bit too far. He should be forced out. I don't know why. There, okay, there we go. Chio will probably use this rally to catch the Nano Winston engage and survive it. Junbin's looking for it. I hope he... Does he have Ana LOS? Where's Shu? Maybe he's going to nano him on the jump. Yeah. Oh, look at that. That's such a cool little play, guys. Check that out. He doesn't... He prioritizes his position, but he hides. He doesn't give information to Smurf to know where to engage from. And then Junbin... Check this out from Junbin. Junbin's feeding, right? Hiding, hiding, hiding. You can't whip shot me from here. Very hard to get the whip shot. And he also angles it so it's harder, right? And then he gets the nano. Wait, does Shu hold the nano? He does. He doesn't nano right away. He nanos afterwards. Now, Junbin has to be careful here. Because he's going to get slapped. But any mistake from the enemy team will wake him up here. And yeah, see, the rally catches it. And so this is giving the nano value. So he could just disengage this if he wants to. But actually, Chorong is like, yeah, frick that, buddy. We've dealt with Smurf here, who gets forced out. Great whip there from Chorong. That's such a just an annoying thing. And then Chorong goes, well, Winston's not a priority anymore. My Ana still has sleep. Smurf is also low. Let's cook. Dude, no! Go for the Ana! This is so good. I love this so much. It's actually so clever. What's the status of Stalker's pulse here? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Feels a little bit of a cheeky rotation there from Lip. It was the rotate away from Winston, which is understandable. But yeah, what a play. What a play there. Great recognition. The backline play so far has been pretty good. Winston play has been pretty good. Briggs the dive character. Hey, man, if the proximity's there, we take it, you know?
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Very interesting. This is like the most... This is one of the most, like, Gibraltar is historically really the chess match of all the... Because the map is so open with dive comps, it really becomes like a very slow space control thing. Tracer on cart, because getting your on a brig on high ground is very important. Same thing with Widow, same thing with Winston. A little surprised at Junbin here. This is not good. We really... Your backline is rotating. Even if you have a bubble here, this is very greedy. Very, very greedy. He might get his Primal Force here. Yeah, he's getting his Primal Force. That's such a huge mistake. That's such a huge mistake. He's just, again, the mistake here isn't just the jump. It's the fact that he's not playing his leash. He's not playing his leash. His leash is rotating. This is the dog. This is the dog at the dog park, just like screwing around, right? Like, so this Primal is forced just for nothing. Like, just for absolutely nothing. Really, absolutely nothing. And so it's going to get peeled off. And yeah, like you're going to maybe catch Proper, but Proper does a much better job this time kind of like listening. Look at how cautious Proper is playing. You see this? You see this? That's what we need your Winston to do. When there's Nano, when there's Primal, when there's Tracer on the board, you need to find your timings for your aggression, right? And Proper's doing a much better job than he was earlier, and then Lip was earlier too. Lip should pop in for sights here. Lip should pop in for sights here. I don't know what he's waiting for. Oh, he's waiting for him, the defender, to pop it? I don't know. I think when you're in attack here and things are getting kind of messy and you're struggling with space, I think just pop it. I think just pop it here. Okay. Now, I think Shu drops for sightlines. No, he gets primaled off, or jumped off, or whip chopped off, sorry. So now he can't really safely rotate without being killed. Chowang has to now drop as well. Lip has to now drop as well. And really due to that just misused primal and a nice little whip shot there from Chio. Let's go back and watch that. Look at that right there. They're able to take a little bit more space. So they're able to get their backline up on top, which is pretty crazy, right? Gentlemen, good staging here. Huge nade there from Fielder. They force the Winston out. It's an odd jump from Junbin here. Let's see what this Junbin looks, what this jump looks like. I guess he's trying to like buy his time. Yeah, this is okay actually. This is alright. He's buying his team time. A little bit of pressure on backline, following up with the nade, gives up the space. He should retake top here, I think. Yeah, he does. That gives Fielder time to rotate forward and look for a nade because Bubble's out of his face. He's out, gets an anti-nade. And then Shu is... Yeah! Oh, he goes to the sleep dart. A bit greedy, especially given the fact that Primal's on board here. I think I would prefer him to hide here instead and wait. And he could have naded himself and lived, if he kept his distance. And then, so a bit sloppy there. Still surprised that Lip has not popped in for sights here. Still surprised. Junbin stage for backline. Proper rotates too forward early. It's just a lack of awareness of where the Winston is. It's just a lack of awareness of where the Winston is. This is a crime. Okay, here's the thing, guys. I'm being very insulting on the Widowmakers because they're making pretty big errors. However, they are under a lot of pressure. Playing Widowmaker in this composition is very difficult because you not only have to think about the enemy Widowmaker, you also have to think about the enemy Tracer, and you have to think about the enemy Winston. So this is a mistake. Proper hears Junbin leave, sees Bubble, and then grapples. This is all fine. But then he's lost vision and scouting off of Junbin and does not rotate accordingly. And so, honestly, even if his team is able to pocket him, Lip sees Winston and Primal. Lip times this pressure, goes, okay, well, now I have a free sightline, and gets the pick. And then now Lip just needs to live. I don't know if he can. I mean, honestly, he could have gotten pushed there. And so that creates a window of opportunity. And that's just a misplay, right? That's a misplay. This is high-level stuff, so whenever I'm insulting or criticizing, not insulting, but criticizing this kind of stuff, it's not that these guys are feeding. It's just that their mistakes are being forced and punished much harder than even in a Grandmaster ranked game. Right. Like this, for example, right here. His Ana's dead. Jonathan needs to get out. Even though Widow's dead, he's got an active primal and backline. His backline has no space. His Ana's dead. He needs to either take the top again or needs to disengage entirely. He second guesses himself. He hesitates, and now he's dead. Oh my gosh, 2 HP. 2.
No one can stop me.
Good angle. This is a great rotation from he's saying here. Great rotation. Controlling space. Briggs out of position. Huge. And then goes back to peel the Winston because the Winston's the closest target right now. Beautiful. And then recalls back to top. This is a great play. With how many threats you have, is it even worth playing her? It is, because you are a threat in of itself. Like, there's also not a lot of very meta characters that can function here, right? This is a very demanding compositional matchup. But Widow is also forcing attention, right? Like, she's creating space by existing, right? So yes, you might die often, but you are forcing responses at the same time. Inframirrors, which is fine. Lip is just hard egoing this. This is classic Lip right here. But it's just insane. Just doesn't care. He just doesn't care. They've lost a lot of space though. Like, you know, that's the problem, is like, you know, you can give this level of disrespect, but if you get this sloppy with it, watch Stalker's positioning here. I mean, you see this, like, look at how poorly all of this backline from Crazy Raccoon is positioned, right? They get a little greedy with capping point here, and they don't take space, especially versus Nano. Like, you need to control space. Your Choang is mispositioned. He needs to trust his team to just cap. They need to retake top. They need to retake top. Clear this tracer out. Get your Ana Brig here. Get your Ana Brig here. Whatever the frick you want to do, and worry about it from there. You're not going to clutch this fight out with Brig on card. So this is, again, a little bit of an error in terms of the rotation. And so, yeah, he's procking his Inspire. But his Ana, like, they are just losing space. So much space. Stalker should pop off here. There's just no help for him backline. Oh, my gosh. And there it is. Nano dive. There's no peel. Whatever. It's just not good backline positioning there. It's difficult because it is mid-fight. It's difficult also because the card is close to capping, but yeah. You have to control space. You have to control space. You don't, you lose. Every single time. I like the setup here from Ana Brig. Proper playing a little bit of hide and go seek. Stalker marking cart because he's saying is looking for cart. And then this is what we talked about, right? Lip. Let's see what Lip's reaction is. He hears Winston landing. Okay, so then what can I do from that? Well, I can peek this angle for free, right? There's nobody going to punish me now. He's listening for Winston. There's Winston again, so I can peek for free. Huge play from the backline here as well. Check this out. So they avoid the anti-nade on the rotation. Big shout out to the developers for making this rotation a lot less painful. That's a huge design change. That's been nice. Really nice sleep dart. 3, 2, 1. Shoot, nade, shoot. I think Smurf commits because he thinks he's going to get primal and he doesn't get it. Agony. Absolute agony. And then Junman actually forces cart and then Proper's dead. Yeah, good stuff. A couple of good mechanical plays there from Lip and Shu. And there's some unfortunate errors there. But yeah. We've all been there. The philosopher of Overwatch. Cheers, mate. Is it more important to keep Inspire Uptime or hold Whip Shot for Winston Tracer? Inspire Uptime is almost meaningless in this composition. Inspire is useful when the dive has actually happened sometimes, but it's way more important to hit the whip. Way, 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 way more important. Inspire Uptime in general in Overwatch is overrated, I will say. Inspire is a very valuable heal over time, but it more matters when and who it's procced on than it is just about getting raw Inspire Uptime. Okay. They're anticipating Primal here, so Choang's kind of playing bait. We'll probably see a Nano engage at some point. We might even see a Nano engage if they get any scouting. There is a chance that we see a Nano engage over the top. That just skips the Brigitte entirely. So I'm wondering if they're anticipating that. He thinks going to fight for that angle. Okay, so they don't go for the Nano engage, but they do go for the Primal here. What is he cooking? Is he looking for Widow?
Sniper, be careful.
I don't know what he's looking for here. He sees Ana and Widow. He knows where Brig is. I don't know what he's bubbling here. He sees everybody. This isn't even like a prediction, right? He knows where Brig is. He can hear Brig. He sees Ana. He sees Widow. And he bubbles the demons.
Good barrier.
This is a disaster. Because now Fielder's going to go, oh, frick, you just used bubble? Let's walk forward. I think Fielder might even look for an anti-nade here. Yeah, you see this? Because he's seen bubble. He's seen bubble. So even if he gets primaled right here, he just sleeps him. It's fine. You notice that? Really good response there. And so that's a free recall. He sings out of position, out of recall. So now he's saying committing for a pulse bomb here is now actually really risky because he might die for it. They commit for the dive. Chorong's going to have to peel back. And the real danger here is not what's happening on our screen. It's what's happening off of it, where Junman could get isolated here. I think this is a mistake from Junman. Not just the bubble, but you've had a really bad cooldown trade. I really don't like this drop. I really, really think this is a mistake. One of the big no-nos with Winston into Ana Brig, and Junman's a great Winston, but this is a huge error, is that you generally don't want to commit your primal when you know that the enemy backline still has CDs. So basically, we've not seen Sleep Dart. We still have... Wait, did they use Whip? Okay, maybe they don't have Whip, maybe. But the problem here is that it's without Bubble versus Ana Brig, it's really easy to just die greeting it, or even just not really getting all that much value out of it, period. You made a mistake. You got a bad cooldown trade. They hit their anti-nade. Just jump out. Just jump out. Force their Winston out. You've got the cart here. Try again. Junman kind of forces it, and he's probably going to die for it. Yeah. And even if he'd gotten his primal there, he would have been slept immediately, burned out, and then wasted an ultimate from almost nothing. Well, it's not better to go peel. It's better to just reset. It's not better to peel. It's better to reset because your offensive pressure without bubble onto this backline, even with primal, is really low. Unless you've seen Sleep Dart, right? Then maybe it's okay. Right? So it's just not a good play from Junman. Junman's been struggling this map. I think Smurf has absolutely, with a couple of errors, been playing significantly better. Way better at his resource management, his positioning, his staging. Much better. I mean, but I go as far, even in ranked play, like using primal without bubble is sometimes really compromises the value of your bubble, your primal versus most comps. And I think you just need to give up. That's a weird play from Smurf. I think he's just zoning backline. Yeah, see, that's it, right? Like, he doesn't force it. It's like, my backline isn't there to follow up. I'm just kind of zoning backline. I think they were trying to clear Heesang out, which did work, so it's fine. And we've reset, you know? The difference is now we don't have primal, so... Or he didn't use primal, so that's unfair. Well, probably, honestly, dude, Junman could just do the same thing. I think they're going to jump the Winston here, but I don't know if they have the angles to force him out. So if you're going to force Winston out here, you need Lip to deepen his rotation, or maybe Shu to deepen his rotation? Like, I don't know. I think Junman's going to jump Smurf, but I think Smurf is just going to, like, ego him. Okay, no, he's not. Thank goodness. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you can't force Smurf out with a Winston versus Winston, especially when he's in front of his backline. Decent jump there for Junman. I think he dodges or sees Whip. Yeah, he sees his Whip, so that's all he needs to go. So now, offing will push. That could force Rally. Yep, that forces Rally. That's also going to force probably Sleep Dart or Nade here. I would say the smarter answer would be Nade, if you're Fielder, to save Sleep Dart to buy you time during the Primal Rage. Smurf is going to trade backlines, try to force Primal, or try to force Rally, or some form of cooldown on backline here. Lip is an animal, and basically CCTVs. Like, look at Lip's positioning in relation to his backline. Totally split. You either dive backline or you dive me, none of the other. And so it makes it really scary for Stalker. Junman actually gets out. I don't like that Sleep Dart from Fielder. I think the nade's much better here. I think you need to save Sleep here. I think you need to save Sleep here to deal with the Primal, and I think with that nade, you guarantee force his Primal. But Junman egos the Primal there and gets away with it. This is huge. This is huge. And they don't even use Primal in response. So Lip's going to be fine. They're definitely going to force the Primal out. There's the Primal. Lip is going to get double pocket. They have to hit the anti-nade. They don't hit the anti-nade. This is it. Killer Monk, thank you for the sub. What a great series of events. Junman re-engages. Does he have bubble? Please tell me he has bubble. Wait for your bubble, buddy. Wait for your bubble.
Vital signs no.
There's the whip. Okay, we're good. See, this is what we wanted, right? This is so good. completely zones the entire backline out for free. Smurf's Primal's going to get literally 0. Totally shut down. And then Junman's going to go in. I don't know if I like this from Junman. I think he could have been more patient here. It's cheeky. He goes for the right target. It's unbelievably cheeky. Because you still don't know the status of this, right? Like, there's a sleep dart, right? So he jumps 1. Primal jumps dodges that. It's cheeky. It's cheeky. It's high risk, high reward. Let's put it that way. High risk, high reward. But you know what? He goes for the right target. And stays on the Ana Brig. You do not go for that, stays on the Brig, rather. You do not go for that Ana. And then, hey, they walk forward as a result. Watch Shoes sleep on Smurf, please. Will do. Artifice, thank you for the sub. Wasn't that good. I mean, it was good, but is it coming up? And then honestly, you can nano whatever here. Is it here? Are they gonna nano the Winston? Good defensive nano. Ana's just angling here. And Smurf can't leave point. Yeah, that's it. It looked more impressive from Smurf's angle? Yeah, probably. Because he was probably in mid-jump. Yeah. Okay, so criticisms of Junman aside. First point, criticisms of Lip aside. Junman has a really nice, very patient trade on the angle there. And it works out really, really nicely. Lexa, DMs. Please. It's a good question, though. Okay, good stuff. High level stuff from both teams. A little bit of clunkers here. A little bit of clunkers here and there. But yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Answer now, I want to know. Okay, my Flex APS and I argued that if you should aim for the header body on Tracer. I feel like that's a big question. You aim for the head almost exclusively. Like, there's some exceptions where, like, if a Kiriko is like lowish because of her strafe pattern, like, it's a lot easier just to finish the kill on like legs. And there's some, but like, you usually aim for like mid-height head. Okay, Alexa. Okay. But I mean, it usually for the head or midpoint. If you want to know the answer, go pull up a Stalker or a Heesang or a proper VOD on, OBS Sojourn and see where they aim. There you go.
2, 1.
That's always the real answer, right? Not that they play perfectly all the time, as we've seen here, but they will more often than not make better choices. Big anti-nade on Winston. Again, we talked about like how these trades usually go. Fighting for space, fighting for control so that you can actually get to backline. They aim for the head less than I would. Makes sense. Depends on the target, depends on the situation. Sabiolbi. Yeah. And so now that we've kind of established how this composition is played, we'll move at a brisker pace from here on out. Junman goes for a really deep dive on backline here. I think he's seen Winston CDs. I mean, that's a pretty good jump. That's a bad sleep dart from Fielder. It's actually not a good engage here from Junman. Junman lands awkwardly in the bubble. Fielder just overflicks. And I think the reason he overflicks here is ironically because he's expecting Junman to move to the border of the bubble, because that would make sense, but Junman just doesn't care. He just sits inside the bubble. I mean, that is something that you should never see at this level. Either of those plays. I'm not going to lie with you guys. That was wild. It's been a long time since I've seen an actual like plat lobby dive like that soon. Nah, you guys got to know, I criticize everybody. That's why, if you want to watch highlights of a match, I'm not the guy to watch. It's not that I'm like, it's because I've been coaching this game for so long and I've worked at this level for so long that I'm just going to be a little bit more critical than anybody else. So never, ever should you look at my stream and see my criticisms and be like, oh, this team sucks. No. These guys are great. They're the best in the world. They're amazing. They're just little things that are worth pointing out, right? Because that you can learn and apply in your own games. A nice little bit of space there from Brig. Why is Brig taking space? Well, because On and Widow are theoretically inaccessible right now. Slowly controlling space. Weird jump from Smurf in terms of where he drops his bubble. Trying to force Brig out, but he accidentally misplaces his bubble, so he loses just a tad bit of space. Gentleman has bubble advantage now, and is going to look for a backline rotation. We saw this with Lip earlier. And question is, it's the difference between Lip and Proper here. Proper knows, right? Proper knows, right? Not that Proper's a better Widow, but in that exact same situation earlier, Proper was ready for the bubble advantage and then rotates a little bit better / expects it, right? Like even there, avoids the landing damage, hits the headshot. I say that as he gets smoked. But like if you're gonna die, like that's the way to do it, I guess. Made a miss with his aura, yeah, there you go. I mean, it's actually a pretty reasonable fight there from Proper, considering they were down a few. Support ults online now. Are about to become online. Longer respawn means Falcons are going to get some space here. Smurf rotating forward. He's looking for a rotation. Now, Lip, please, Lip. I'm begging you, sir. Please. Guys, what's Lip's name?
Stop the payload.
What's Lip's name? Lip.
Stop the payload.
Okay, goodness. Okay, thank goodness. He's being a little bit more respectful this time around. Goat. Okay, yeah, he's being way more respectful this time around. Like, he doesn't have the status of Winston cooldowns. His backline's split. Remember, we had this conversation with Proper earlier, right? Reginald. Okay. This is much better. Ooh. Stalker? Is he on cart when he goes for the pulse? Yeah. The voices. And the best part about it is he actually stays on the angle, too. This is pretty good. So now he's actually staged for the next backline dive here. Like, so now with that nano being used, a nano dive on the backline is like super attractive right now because you're gonna have nano primal and a tracer angle. Lip is a problem. So they're gonna have to decide if they're gonna want to dive Lip with nano primal or they're gonna want to dive backline. I think backline here because you've already seen the defensive nano being used and you have your tracer on the angle. So I'm curious to see how they play this. Gentlemen will obviously backline trade and yada yada. But I'm curious if they... I feel like the answer is here, Ana. I think the answer is Ana. There it is. Yep. Answer is Ana. Chorong, I think, is backline trading because I think he knows his Ana's screwed. I think he knows... I legit think this is because he knows his Ana's screwed. He's like, all right, well... I'm not getting traded with you. You know, like you're dead, buddy. So Shu is like, well, it's been good. If I was Shu there, I think the better rotation is just to play way more ganky and like start to rotate away sooner, just to waste time. But honestly, respect to Chorong, respect to Falcons as overall, like knowing the situation, or excuse me, Crazy Raccoon for knowing the situation and like making the best of it, right? Because they did trade backlines, and as we talked about earlier. Right? You create enough chaos, you bait the on it, and then now Lip is just kind of uncontested. Oh my days, what? Yeah, Lip's on a good angle. Given the status of Winston and such, like it's good. He's gonna get dove here, right? I mean, that's good. You know, recall. I mean, you're still in a decent position to win this fight. They're going to force Primal out here. They're going to get the later Primal. Chorong needs to live. Smurf hits his head on the roof, so he should be okay. Smurf is running around angrily, swinging his arms in the air and doing jack all. He probably should have just disengaged sooner because he's probably going to die for that. Oh, he gets Suzu. Fielder comes back with Kiriko. And Suzu's from downtown. That's incredible. That actually is incredible. That saves his life right there. And yeah. And Chio from the top ropes. I don't think this is going to work. I don't think this is going to work because this time Junman has his bubble. So he is going to get his primal off. And that's a lot of space for Crazy Raccoon. Like that is I mean, look at the blue. Like look at the blue. Look at the space they're going to be able to take off of that. Junman's going to live too. That's kind of a goofy anti-nade. And then Smurf? What happens to Smurf? Smurf's kind of zoning backline here. Doesn't have bubble, though. He really needs to get more respect. It makes the wrong jump and gets juggled by Junman back into the fight. Wow. Yeah, I mean, good play by Junman there. That was good play. Good stuff. So far, really strong start from Crazy Raccoon here, all things considered. Like, Falcon's not even playing that poorly, but Yeah, they made it happen. Gentleman is a little overextended on a leash here, and the Widow leash for that matter as well. But they've reset old economy, and now Crazy Raccoon is like, or Falcons have kind of like sunk cost fallacy this, like where like it's like last fight. Maybe not even a fallacy, honestly. Like you have nothing, right? So you might as well just play for the mid-fight Kitsune. Lips POV? All right. I mean, this is the problem, right? Like you're on Kiriko Lucio. You don't have a Nano. You don't have a Primal. You don't have a Tracer with a Pulse one that can actually access Lip, right? Tracer most likely will have to worry about Cart here. Genji's not going to contest you at this range. Like, Lip is literally playing, like, shooting gallery here. Like, even shooting Winston here is a ton of damage. I mean, even this body shot bandit is like, what is Chiyo doing? I guess he just forgets. Like, I don't know. Like, that was pretty... But yeah, good shot. He needs to rotate away. He's too close. Okay, he sees Bubble, so he's safe now. He knows where Genji is. He probably should Venom... Why do you guys do this to me? Why do you do this to me? Every single time you tell me to watch Lip POV, he does something brain dead. Every single time. He knows Genji's there, doesn't Venomine the door, doesn't even rotate away. They're up 1. We meant before? Oh. Like here?
Now I truly feel alive.
I'm on.
I mean, didn't we already see that?
Come on, try me.
The kill on Smurf? Am I missing something?
60 seconds remaining.
I mean, I guess, but I mean, he's dead either way. Like, he's dead. Like, Jumpman lands on me either way. You guys, I need to stop watching the stupid hype casters. Dude, I tell you what. Guys.
I'm on.
He's dead either way!
Come on, try me.
Oh my days. You are no fun, your mother's no fun. Jeez. Janmin is pretty consistently
30 seconds remaining.
playing deep. Okay, we already saw this. There's a nice kill in the Chiyo. I don't know what Lip's smoking here. He's thinking that I'm isolated from the Genji, but the really simple answer there is just to drop Venomine here and rotate back. Peek the angle conservatively here. There's just in no world should this ever... I mean, that's a great play from Proper, like, let's not lie, right? But that's just dumb. Misses the pole spawn and Jumbin. Proper's doing a good job managing Car and living here. He gets anti-nated, gets Suzu'd, phenomenal Suzu from Fielder. He needs to dash out. He does dash out. The Kitsune rushes on Card, and this is why you stay Kiriko, right? Proper maybe can pop off here.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Jeez. Good use of the cover, good use of the angle. He's expecting the... What is Lip doing? Why, dude? Why is my goat trolling the game? Dude, what is happening? Why is he coming back on Bastion into a Genji Tracer? Dude, just come back Cassidy or something, or Soldier, or like, even Soldier, like, run back and peek the angle here might have been something useful. Like, dude, Bastion doesn't even get back fast. Like, Wait, what happens to the he drops double support ult too. He misses the sleep. He nanos, but the nano's awkward because he's already bashed out. So then he's unable to get the nano and Junbin. They pop the rally, but there's just no offensive threat at all. I understand the support ults, but yeah. Shut up, Sync. So they're going to swap to Ana Break here, obviously. I think Proper stays Genji, because Genji's okay. Like, Genji is actually, like, not the worst character here. It is a bit big for Genji, but he's got close to Blade, and they have the pre-fight setup, and that's going to force the Cassidy swap here. Dude, Proper, man. How does Heesing die here? Does he just get dropped on? He just doesn't even see him. He actually does not see him. Now we should know better. I don't know why I think he's just scouting a little bit there, but yeah, get fricked, buddy. Just wait for Lip POV and Suravasa. Surely that Lip POV will be great. Surely. Good angle. I mean, this is just really good setup from Falcons here. Chio's going to rotate top. Like, this is so good. Like, you want to talk about, like, the perfect situation for a blade setup here? I mean, this is it. Smurf is a little early with Fielder's rotation. So I think Smurf needs to kind of chill. Like, they're calling to go way too early, and that obviously is, like, a really horrific HP trade there. So they need to be a little bit more patient there, because this, if this was synchronized a wee bit better, nice anti-nade from Fielder, this could be really good. Smurf might die for that, actually. Oh, dude, that sucks. Just a bad HP trade there. Just a bad timing of things, and then they actually end up losing that off of that. That's insane. Yeah, every time it's terrible. Judgment's going to commit Primal. Probably didn't need to do that, but that's going to allow his team to clear out the Genji. Proper is just an animal. I'm surprised he even lived as long as he did. I mean, that almost... I mean, there's a world there, like alternate universe, where Proper just 2v1s that one, but yeah. Incredible. And not a bad Primal. Like, to allow your team to be able to do that and retake space, it's totally worth an ultimate there. What's up, Snack? Yeah, again, to be clear, like, Lip is an insane player. This is just not always his highlights here. He's kind of like popping off and then doing something really, really dumb. Okay, good setup here. The Cassidy just allows you to play the poke angles without, like, being as fragile. You can control more space, more shorter sight lines. Obviously, now that they're on Genji, it makes it even easier because you don't need to worry about getting your head blown off by Widowmaker and so on. He's setting up for Pulse Bomb in the rotation. Kind of weird that Junman jumped there initially. Would have preferred him to just stay on the angle here and then kind of like let the pincer push from Heeseng on the flank, but that's fine. Stalker looking to force point. Lip has an angle on point. They can't really They can't really blade top just yet because they really need Smurf to get a good jump to enable the blade. And if Smurf jumps from here, he's going to whip every time. So they kind of need to rotate to here, and if they can get Smurf to jump like this, then we might see a blade top. Controlling backline, still Fielder, Chio, little split. There's the bubble. It's such a weird bubble, guys. It's such a weird bubble. He just like bubbles to get some zaps on Brig, but Brig and Ana aren't doing anything. Like, they're not taking any space. You either let them walk out or see a committal from them and then go, right? So he goes before he really sees a commit. You see that? So, like, honestly, if you're Smurf here, if you knew this, you don't even go. You just like let them force bubble out, clear, and then wait for your Ana break to be able to break bubble. I think there's just an experience gap with this kind of matchup sometimes. You know? It's just a bit of an experience gap, right? I say that as Smurf is the one to die there. Because he gets a little bit cheeky. Like, honestly, this is where Lip is the GOAT. You want to talk about Lip being the GOAT here? Lip taking this angle here and hitting these shots. Like, this is why you play Cass, man. I mean, that's just insanity, right? Like, 2 headshots, fan the hammer, more damage, and then another headshot. I mean, there's your clip, guys. You want to talk about, like, high-level Overwatch here? Coach Spylo's stamp of approval. That freaking crap right there that's unreal. That's unreal. It's not flashy necessarily. I mean, it's kind of flashy. He's hitting some headshots. But he's got the early angle. He's watching anti-nade. He pokes them out. He takes that angle to initially pressure. He hits the Hinder before bubble. 2 headshots, fans the bubble, reloads, and then continues to hit shots afterwards. That's just great. That's a fight. Like, that's not even a bad play from Smurf necessarily. It's a fine play. Like, he's just better. He's just better.
I'm really feeling it.
Where were you guys for this clip?
60 seconds.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's he just won the fight for his team right there. Just like, okay, I'll win it for you guys. Don't worry. That's incredible. Not just mechanically, but in terms of like the strategy of that as well. Mostly mechanically, but yeah. Why no Widow here? They swapped off of Widow to get back faster, did Falcons, and then Lips, because they went Genji, went Cassidy because they were retaking into the Genji with Blade. It's hard as Widow and so on. Widow is the best. Eventually, things generally will devolve into a Widow mirror, but if one player gets pressured in a rush situation to go Genji, then you go Cassidy, and then they go Cassidy to mirror, and then you go Widow to beat the Cassidy, and then ends up being a Widow mirror. Also, first point. First point's better for Widow. This is not going to be a really hard blade. Like, even a nano blade here can be caught because you just nano Cassidy. Nano Cassidy could even rally this. Early bubble trade again from Junban. Is he getting good value for this bubble trade? What causes the bubble to be used? I just don't understand these bubbles. I don't know if they're trying to make them bait the rotation, but he's consistently bubbling when there's no action from Falcons at all. And now Falcon, like, it's only him zapping. Like, there's no damage elsewhere, like, at all. There's no action at all. And so then now Falcon just gets a free rotation. So again, I feel like this has to be like a bait. Like, there has to be a bait here. Like, they're baiting him. Oh, look, I don't have bubble. Rotate. And then Shu's like, haha, this is all part of our master plan. Maybe it's just a big brain strategy. Like, they do get the anti-nade, you know, but it just seems like, I mean, you could see that the reason why that doesn't always work, though, because even if you do get the anti-nade, they back out, you walk forward, you sleep, you anti-nade, and Judgment gets his Primal Force, and Judgment could have died there. Judgment could still die. Yeah. They're forcing point. I would prefer Smurf to jump out here. Yeah, that's a good pulse bomb. Again, another good play from them punishing Smurf. I will say the backline here is doing such a good job of punishing Smurf for taking space at the wrong times. And that's giving the primal value right there. You give the primal value. Greedy. Understandable, but greedy. He's trying to bubble to farm primal before fight, which I just think it's just I don't think it's worth it. I think you'll build the primal as a natural resort of you getting a good bubble trade and choke. Forcing point, forcing point, forcing point. Really difficult rotation. I honestly think they just need to force the nano blade here. They just need, or just nano Winston into blade here. I think you just need Smurf to just go, oh man, they don't get it. Again, you want to talk about lip here. It's a great anti-nade. It's a great nade. You know, they just needed to use the nano. I think they got too cheeky for the setup. At some point, setup before ultimate is not important. Setup before ultimate is optimal and important when you can, but in a map like Gibraltar, just throwing ultimates to get space is sometimes worth it, because the positional advantage for defenders is so unbelievably oppressive. This is not likely to work. Yeah. Not Proper's fault. That's his honest fault, and as a result, also it's Winston's fault. I mean, he doesn't even have Winston here. Smurf isn't there in time. And Smurf is cooked. And that's it. Okay. I will finish my beef and potatoes. We'll take another short break, and we'll get into our next code. How's everybody doing? It's only map 2. Jeez. Too cheeky, too cheekful. Steady Jorkin. Chat, did you know that healthy food is there's no such thing as healthy food. Unless it's like a vegetable or something. You guys know that? Technically no such thing as healthy food. There's healthful food. Healthy food implies that the food in of itself is in a healthy state. Like a healthy tomato is a tomato that doesn't have like disease on it. Healthful food is food that is actually healthy for you, makes you healthy. Healthy is an adjective that describes the state of the object, not the properties of the object and its relation to you. Shut up, nerd. I don't think Winston will get anything, no. I think Winston will probably stay the same. I think Orisa will probably receive a small micro nerf. Ram will probably receive a micro nerf and or get armor fixed. Besides that, I'd be surprised if we saw too much tank crap, to be honest with you. Juno will probably receive a slight ult nerf. But those are just guesses. Ram armor fix, was it? Was it? I still feel like Ram will probably receive a slight nerf, but I'm not sure. No, it's healthful food, not healthy. Actually, what food do I increase to increase my max HP? Ooh, grass-fed beef, fruit, stuff like that. I hear matcha green tea as well. I used to drink a lot of matcha green tea. Don't drink as much as I used to, but matcha green tea. Any definite buffs? Man, I don't know. I can't really think of any one character that immediately stands out as needing buffs. Maybe like a Symmetra or something. I'm not sure. Biotac, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. I think Juno's hitbox is fine. Juno doesn't have like crazy strafe power, and she's bigger than a character like Kiriko, I'm pretty sure. I think her hitbox is fine. Making her bigger would be kind of sucky. I hear matcha green tea. Yeah, any green tea. Yeah, really good. What food do I do to increase my damage? That's definitely beef. Definitely beef. Actually, no. Long-term beef, you know, but I think short-term, probably fruit. Fruit and coffee.
Love your content.
Yeah, but that's more the ring than it is the strafe. Spinach, maybe. Salt, yeah. I drink salt water about an hour before I do any sort of hard training or before I have a competition, like a sports game. Increases your blood quantity by a little bit, which can increase your max velocity. Some interesting science I was reading on that. So I drink about 8 to 10 ounces of salt water about an hour before. That and a little bit of caffeine and a little bit of carbs goes a long way. Salt maxing, yeah. Chicken's pretty good, yeah. I'm not as familiar about chicken versus beef. I much prefer beef, though. Personally, I think beef is like far superior. I think beef, cow in general, is the best animal by far. Not even close. Salt is more speed. Unironically, yes. I think the strat is that you pre-prep like an hour before, like sipping salt water up into the competition, and then when you're actually competing, replenish with unsalted water, just like a little bit of water and or electrolytes as needed. Yeah. Well, beef is more calorie dense, yes, but calories are not bad. You just need to eat the appropriate. So if you're eating beef, beef can be just as good as chicken, if not better. I don't know the whole like nutrient breakdown. You just need to eat less of it or more of it and less of other things. You know, fat is not the enemy. You just need to be eating the appropriate amount of calories for your body weight and exercise and activity level. What's up, zombie? What happened to the group up podcast? I could have sworn you and saying we were talking about an episode this week. It was probably the previous episode, the one with Avril. Where does fish rank on this? From what I understand of fish, it is exceptional when eaten in, don't take my word for this, but when eaten sparingly in the right types, because it can have a lot of toxicity, a heavy toxicity profile. But if you eat the right types of fish and eat it sparingly, it has like really, really good high nutrient output. I've also heard that fish oil as a supplementation is really good for you, which I take fish oil, but I've heard that just eating fish is a significantly better way of getting that same fish oil. Better get those calories with vegetables. It depends. Depends on what you're going with. High protein diet chicken. Yep. Most likely because you're going to be able to get more bang for your buck. But you lose max HP. I mean, it just depends on the fish quality, I think, like with anything else. Yeah, that's what I've heard, Florida man. So it depends. I'm not as big of a fish guy myself. I take fish oil, like a pretty high quality source of it. I try to find as a supplement, and then occasionally have fish, like once every 2 weeks or so. Eating cow is good. Yep, I like cow. I also eat a little bit more. I eat closer around 2,600 calories a day with my activity level. Because even with my streaming and stuff, I generally get around 10,000 steps per day and then lift a lot, and I'm younger and I weigh a little bit more. I take probiotics, I take fish oil, I take magnesium glycinate, I take creatine monohydrate, I take vitamin D with vitamin K supplementation, because I believe those two used and coincide together are good. And I think that's it. And a multivitamin. High quality multivitamin. Those are the supplements I take. Those are what I've essentially boiled down to be like the best supplements for my lifestyle. And there's a lot of other supplements you can take, but I find those to be the most useful. You cannot eat calories. Calories are heat once you eat mass. Well, yeah, technically. You're being like me with a healthy versus healthful food. Yeah, magnesium is good for a lot of different things. Yeah. So I'm gonna get some water and then we'll in one day. Yeah, usually. Be right back. And now I will finish drinking this ginger ale that I got. This like all natural ginger ale thing. I tried different ginger ales. I'm a big ginger beer guy. I'm trying to find the best one. This one has been remarkably mid, but we'll finish it. All right, let's take a look. Brig Juno, we talked about this DPS matchup already. We talked about this matchup in Lijiang Control Center. If you want to go back and listen to my takes on this composition, why it's being played. This is a flat map. This is a not super broad or vertical heavy map. So this is going to be the composition we're going to see. I think that the DPS characters are good here. That's pretty much all there is to it here. Keep POV and Heesing. All right. Uses his deflect to hold the angle. He's got to be really careful now that he doesn't have his deflect, but he still has his dash. I think they just got a bad cooldown trade there. I'm not certain exactly why they backed off. I like the setup here better from Crazy Raccoon. I like the Genji angle. I like the fact that we actually see Cassie on an angle for once. I like Junmin's little off angle. Yeah, see this setup, this is so much better. Like, you see how like they've stacked essentially two here on the right? And instead, give credit to Junmin here. This right here is gorgeous from Junmin right here. They try to push the Genji out. Cass and Genji, they get supported enough. Junmin takes the off angle and pokes out safely to where he cannot be shot. That forces Javelin spin, and then they just have to give up the space. And then Junmin uses it. They think about pushing. They decide not to push. Good Javelin there. This is just good. This is good space control here. They commit off of the dive once they get the space control. Do you see that? So once they get the space control, now it makes it so much easier to commit to the dive, even without speedering, right? So they fortify, they dash, they push the angle with Shorong and Lip. Like, this is what we wanted, right? Where is this in Lijiang? He commits with the dash. He holds the deflect to be able to get himself out. I mean, this is good. This is good Genji. This is just good Overwatch. It's risky to commit like that, but they still have the space off of that. I think they should still be able to push off of this. Maybe? Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, it was good. That was a reasonable first fight there. No Genji flick? Yeah, I know, right? Genji was falling off of the Orisa push. Committed with his dash. Created space, deflected to cover. It's good Genji play. And he started from an angle as well. Cass on the angle. Lip, what do you got? Love it. Great shots on proper there. Forces the deflect. Forces the pack. Heesing. Little greedy here. Oh, wow. That's actually incredible. That's not even a bad play from Heesing. It's just too good from proper. Damage boosted. And he gets the kill. Good use of the choke there from from Falcons, excuse me. They're stealing the cart because their Juno hold is moving with the cart. Orisa ult used. That should be Brutal lip rolls at the right time, but then gets followed up. That should be it, yeah. That should be it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is bad play from either team. It's just good play. The answer to all your questions is earlier. I hate to ghost you guys on these questions about Genji and Orisa, but this is stuff that it's not an easy answer. Otherwise, I would tell you. It is at the start of Lee Chang Control Center earlier in the stream VOD. So, okay. Early high noon. They use it early because they're scared of Orisa ult. He gets the kill. They pop the rally. Does Stalker roll it? I don't know if he has roll here. It's a little risky there. Yeah, he's very fortunate that he doesn't just... he does die there. Yeah, that was a bit cheeky there from Stalker. Shu gets bonked. They hard commit. Lip poking, noon to zone, gets Hanbin out. Big bash. He's saying on the angle, pokety, poke. Proper's a little far forward. They try to poke out Proper. Proper is in... Oh, yeah, they get him. Okay. Honestly, really well played by Proper because of positioning here. Check this out. So he's on the angle. He dashes out. He maintains pressure on the Genji from his own angle. Controls the corner, dashes up and over. Deflects the early damage. And is able to finish the kill. That's just such a good blade. That's just a remarkably patient blade from him. And so well executed as well. So... You guys said keep it on Heesang, yeah? The town of Bunch here. He's used this deflect. He needs his deflect for this to work, and he needs more HP. He just doesn't have enough HP. If he had deflect there or 100 more HP, maybe this works because it is a 3v3, but yeah. Keep it on Heesang. No! Freak you! No! I'm gonna keep it on Fielder just for that. Anybody who tells me keep it on no. No. Frick. Get fricked, bud. No. I'm done. I will no longer be gaslit by my plat chat. No. It's Hottie's birthday. Can I sign his card, please? Of course. Every Heesang ult. Alright, I'll sign this. Wait, we gotta send a GIF here. We better have Sigma mail. There you go. Cheers, Lady Panda. It's signed now. I think the Heesang hate is a bit much. Yeah, I mean, the blade in itself was not bad. Like, the idea of the blade wasn't terrible. You just needed more resources, that's all. The main thing for Genji in this comps is to take short, tight angles and pressure whatever's there. Usually it's going to be Orisa, the enemy Genji, or Cassidy. And then mid-fight, like, either comboing your ult or putting pressure on. You're welcome. So like kind of what he's doing here, like what DPS could sit here and consistently put like pressure on Orisa without dying, you know? Like not many, like even a Tracer would be not doing as much damage. Like he just has so many CDs, like look at the setup here, right? This is so teeth grindingly difficult for Falcons to walk forward here. I think the best bet here is frankly to do something like allow Hanbin to kind of push cart here and then honestly, like, I wouldn't mind if they even sent, like, Stalker on a hit squad here and try to catch Heesang, and then just drop a Juno ult. Like, even just a Juno ult for card space wouldn't be terrible here. Heesing is doing a really good job of this. And then also lip marking here. I just, this is the kind of stuff that irritates me about the Chorong lip synergy. It's just not very good. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat it. It's like he packs Heesing, but then like lip goes on the angle, but like, dude, move. Like, move. This is a fine play by lip, but get your Brig on that. Like, it's just, they're just like going one after the other. It's just like little things like that. It's just kind of messy with these guys. And I assume it's something that like, the more they played this comp, the more they cleaned up. They pop Juno ult when they think Hanman's overextended. We've seen Javelin spin. Hanman should probably, either Hanman or his team should get punished for that overextension, even with a mirror Juno ult. Yeah, Fielder overextends and gets killed for it. That was kind of an odd, he just gets a little bit smoked. Yeah, there you go. And Lip just runs it down main. Spylo is just fuming that Lip gets away with this. He doesn't always get away with this. Oh my days. Just actually fuming. No, you're not supposed to main. Angle, Lip. Stop winning. We might see. Well, they're just going to stuff the choke, first off. Nothing's better than watching an Overwatch esports yell at the recording game. Absolutely.
It's hot.
High Noon there is honestly fine. He's saying definitely popping off here. He just gets smoked. He just gets smoked. I don't know if Stalker hit a headshot. Like, he takes some serious damage here. Yeah, he just hits a headshot and just melted. Yeah, that's it. It's not a terrible High Noon. This is a really awkward spot on the map, so like getting this rotation here and then backing out here, stealing robot is not terrible, but Heesing doesn't get the memo that they're rotating away, so Heesing gets kind of out of position. And honestly, like the angle's fine, but you know, it's just a good shot. They use the Orisa ult to zone, forces bash and rally, isolates Orisa, forces fortify. Does Jundman still have fortify? He will have it now. I don't think they can catch this engage, even though this looks pretty good for Crazy Raccoon. I just don't think they have, and being down Genji here hurts. So this is going to get really messy, like flank-wise, like disastrously messy. And they're just down one, so. What about May Venture instead of Cassidy? I think Cassidy is probably, if you have the hit scan for it, it's probably better in maps like this, just with the amount of space involved. But I think like if it's a more congested map or you have the hero pool for it, I think May Venture can work just fine. It's just going to be more of a hero pool thing and or map spacing thing. I think May Venture probably not as good here, but it could function for sure. Okay. Play to live. Play for Juno ult. Push uphill with Juno ult. Get ready to kite blade and probably their Juno ult as well.
It's high noon.
Early High Noon. I'm like convinced that this High Noon is just to get the robot out of this corner because it's just not a good spot for it to take fights. So you're literally zoning with the castle so that then we're to here, and then now this feels a little bit better. Juno ult mirror. I hope they don't overextend because Jundman also has his fortify. This could be a team wipe for Crazy Raccoon onto Falcons if Falcons isn't careful here. There's the response. There's the blade. And there it is. Yeah, they overextend. You just need to know that they have the ult. So you can pop it and just kind of chill and save your CDs. You know, like I know it's hard because the Juno ult moves, but it's just so hard to push with Juno ult when they can also push with Juno ult and then push with another ultimate to layer on top of it. You know what I'm saying? It's cheeky. You know, maybe that's calculated from Crazy Raccoon to the point of where, or Falcons, where like, hey, let's just force 2 ults for 1, and you know, we're not gonna likely win this fight anyway. But yeah, it's tough. Well, the thing about the Orisa metas now is that at least they're usually married with an interesting DPS line, and this is not the worst support lineup either. I much prefer Juno Brig over Kiri Lucio, frankly. Unironically, Stefano. But I agree, Orisa mirrors are boring. Okay, again, it feels like a zoning High Noon here. This is, okay, so I talked about this, I've talked about this in high level VODs, so I'll break it down really quick for this pro level. The reason you use an ultimate here is you don't expect, it's not a very valuable ultimate usually because you can get javelin and they can kite it and so on. Is this spot sucks. It's just you're looking uphill. You can't see around the corner. The angles are awkward. It's just sucky. So you use an ultimate and you make the enemy team make a decision. You say, hey, they're going to walk in and fight in front of my ultimate, which may give it value. Nice. Or they're going to back up. Guys, let's kite, disengage the ultimate, which means that, hey, now we get a lot of space out of it. This is same kind of argument happens when people use cooldowns like Maywall or Javelin Spin or Fortify or whatever, where you're just like, what's more valuable for Crazy Raccoon? Is it, or Falcons, is it this holding them in the choke here, or is it kiting the ultimate? If I'm Falcons here, I don't think you kite this ultimate if you can. What was the question I just missed? Who's the most physically healthy Overwatch professional? Maybe Hydran or Hottie, or I don't know. I think Sparker does a pretty good job too. But like I think like if you can avoid this noon, you need to try to do it without giving up the space. Kiriko Lucy is just more boring to watch, I think. I mean, I don't know. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. But yeah, so it's like so they're gonna kite it. It looks like Hanbin. No, they're gonna hold it. Yeah, they're gonna hold it. And I think this is the right play if you can support it properly. I would prefer if there had been some Genji or Cassidy space on left side. Like I would have loved to seen if maybe we could have gotten Stalker maybe rotating here, maybe rotating here. I'm curious to see where Proper goes. Yeah, he's thinking about the deflect. He shouldn't be thinking about the deflect. I think instead Proper should use his deflect to control the space here, so we don't have Heesang in your face, right? But I understand the idea here from Falcons. He even gets wait, how does he get stunned? Does he get javelined? He must get javelined. Yeah, that's it right there. He dies for that. But I don't hate it from Falcons, you know? I think holding them in this really ugly spot is worth the potential risk of fighting at the high noon. It's okay. There's a pretty reasonable risk there. Techie, think of the sub, mate. 35 months. A long time, mate. He cares only because about their muscles. I mean, Hydran is a bit of an ape, but it is also a very typical thing to just be like, anybody that has more muscles than me is an ape. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not disagreeing Hydran, you know. And I still did more pull-ups with him than him with weight, so. Pretty silly setup here. I don't hate it though. So this is going to be a messy old fight. So when in doubt, let's cook something here. Let's cook something here. I think you can set up your rally angle on backline from high ground. Like, let's put it this way. This is high risk, high reward. So let's see. Maybe Silo's the ape. Yeah. The question is I think the main question here is Shu and Lip spacing, because this is too close. They needed to either commit to the rotation here or kite out this direction, because Hanman's going to ruin their day. This is going to be a messy ult trade from both teams. Very aggressive setups. I think spacing issues from both backlines there. I don't think either backline really anticipated or scouted that, and we have a mirror. I like the current positioning from Team Red here. I don't know the status of the cooldowns. I think Junman's got more HP to work with, so that's a good solution. Chorong needs to live. Chorong does live. Yeah, death match, but you know, Falcons get a little silly with their setup, and they're able to pull it out. Coaches don't play because the pros are scared. That's it exactly. Is Winston during Doom's Spilo is Winston during Doom cinematic? I haven't seen the Doom cinematic in a long time. I don't remember. Again, a pretty reasonable setup here. I think one of the things that has been consistently good throughout both Lijiang and this is I've liked the Genji's creativity. I mean, I would expect that from two high-level Genji players in Proper and Heesang. They're excellent Genji players, like S-tier Genji players, right? But it's been good. It's been good to see. I didn't see that 10 inches. We're not going to watch that. They're going to commit the blade here. Questionable. Feels a little far. What does he see? Did he see deflect? This feels far. This feels really far. They had the superior angle advantage with their setup. They're getting free cart push. There's no way that Falcons can contest this at least until the cart's there. I don't understand. This should be kited. Maybe it was used to bait Juno ult, but then why didn't Heesang disengage? Why are you guys doing this to me? Like, Heesang's not feeding, but Heesang has consistently made more errors than probably anybody in this. You guys are literally baiting me. You guys are literally baiting me. You guys are baiting me. You guys are actively baiting me. Would I call that a cheat? I would. Yes, I would. Absolutely a cheat. Especially a cheat without his team, too. Like, he pushes way too far. He just needs to control the angle there and let the cart push for free for another 5-6 meters and then set it up, right? Even if the idea there was to force an ultimate, then disengage, well, they didn't do it. So, again, you know, by the way, does this look familiar? It's the same exact thing. Pop the castle to get the corner. There's the speed ring with the high noon, which is also pretty clever. They get the deflect. They get. I mean, this is the thing too. You don't just get the corner, but the Genji Heesang forces the Genji out, and then they get the deflect. They get the dash. They get the off angle. Like, this is a pretty good spot for Crazy or Falcons to be in right now, or Crazy Raccoon. Sorry. So it could be worse. I'm surprised they didn't take more space off of that. What's Gentleman's cooldown status? He could just leave Robot here, honestly. I'm surprised to see people not deepening. Where's Lip? Is Lip frauding it up again? No, this is fine, honestly. I'm just confused at what's happening here. I don't like him going backwards. I think this is more of the push-pull. I think Cho'Rong needs to help control Lip on this angle here. Keep Lip on this angle. What happens to Heesang? Heesang needs to dash out. Heesang doesn't dash out. I don't know what Heesang is doing. You guys are baiting me! This is Heesang's worst map, by far! He's kind of trolling. Like, some of these, they're not horrible errors, but he is the one making the most errors in this map. He's screwing it up. Proper's outplaying him here. Way better resource trade, controlling angles, and then when he lives or gets forced out of the angle, he disengages it. Pretty silly Juno ult here. This is not well set up. I don't mind popping the ultimate here, but it's not well set up. There's not enough support on the angle. Shu gets kind of gate kept there, which means it's going to get kited pretty easily. Oh, no, Fielder beefs. They could have caught that with Rally, honestly. Maybe that was the intention there. I don't know. Yeah, I think he just gets smirked by Lip. I think that's a damage boosted headshot here. I think on the corner turn. Yeah. That's a good play by Lip. A little bit of an awkward setup there, honestly, from Crazy Raccoon. That should not have been as good as it was. Wait for the next two maps. The Jarl Fred. Thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. All right, well, we're almost done with this map, y'all. I mean, this is going to be a tall ask for Crazy Raccoon to pull this one back out. Falcons have done a consistently good job in terms of their spacing. I will say overall this map has had much better spacing control than what we saw in Lijiang, so that's just been nice. Are they going to do it again? I think there's a real risk here that high nooning here might not work out so well. You can high noon, but they're going to use Juno Blade if you use high noon here, almost certainly, so you need to be ready to catch with your own rally here. Let's see if my prediction's correct. I mean, they might not even want to use the Juno. They actually use high noon in response. Stalker uses the noon to push them into an awkward spot, which I actually really like. That makes things really messy. Then, now that everyone's zoned out, I mean, this should be a massive blade here. Viking Sins, thank you for the sub. This should be a massive blade, right? You force them all into a small choke. Juno ult's being used. You have the perfect setup. I want to see Hanman commit with Javelin Spin. There it is. I want to see Fielder committing. I mean, this should be it right here. Oh my gosh. I think Crazy Raccoon had to do something here. They had to do something. I know the high noon was getting repetitive, but maybe you do like a speed high noon around this angle instead. Maybe you do something silly like you do a jump pad Orisa ult into a rally to try to burst somebody, but like I think you're fighting uphill into a mirrored ult situation. Like Proper is just going to ruin your day here. And he manages to keep full awareness of where he's at. And that's it, guys. Yeah, Falcons earned this one, for sure. Falcons earned this one, for sure. Really, 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 really nice. Really nice. How does shot calling work in higher levels? Is a dedicated person. Usually in higher levels, it's more collective, but there's generally one or two people that have more responsibility than others, just more experience. But it's generally never one person shot calling all the time, almost ever. Yeah, Falcons earned this one. I think he's saying struggling a lot, Proper outplaying him, not just in terms of like popping off with Blade, but like Proper being a much more disciplined use of his CDs, cycling, not making silly mistakes. Lip not controlling space as well as I would like, and some of the playmaking from Falcons a little bit more consistent across the board. CGL, thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. But yeah, Falcons played better Overwatch, not just individually, but as a team this map.
This is a trash can.
Yes, we should definitely say that Heesing is a complete number. I think the key thing to point out here is that I don't think any of Heesing's mistakes outside of that, maybe that one blade, were like egregious. He's just getting punished really hard for them. Like Proper is really messing this guy up. I mean, they're good plays. Like Proper had an insane map there. Again, not just mechanically, but just like super strategically sound play from Proper, honestly. I think Heesing's Genji's okay. I think Heesing's Genji's quite good. I've reviewed Heesing's Genji. I don't think it's looked too bad. It's just Proper's better right now. Maybe he had an off day. I don't know. I think Heesing's Genji is still quite good. I think one day does not a quality judgment make. Like you got one. Anybody can have. I've seen. I mean, I've coached versus Proper and scrimmage versus Propers. I have seen many scrim days, several scrim days during Joker Queen meta where Backbone was diffing Proper on Genji. Proper had an off day, Backbone builds confidence, that snowballs, and the entire scrim block, Backbone is just ramming it down Proper's throat. And that's Backbone, right? Who is, like, I love the guy to death, but he's not exactly a Genji specialist, right? So, everyone can have off days, even Proper, right? So, it just happens. Blizz Ball for, yeah, I'm excited for the new season. What's up, Ambitones? Hope you're doing well, mate. Another 0.5 damage or whatever. Hog is getting buffed. Nice. Yeah, we watched Gibraltar already. All right, we'll take a quick break here for a second. Yeah, consistency is... High-level players are more consistent. Highest-level players are more consistent. But even the highest-level players are... There's no such thing as a consistent player. No such thing. There's relative consistency, which usually involves mental fortitude, productive, positive team environment. Even little things like sleep, like not being a degenerate, but there's no such thing as a truly consistent player. Well, I'm all out of beef, Stefano. I don't have any beef, so... Thank you, Singh. I appreciate you. Hey, you've never seen the mythical Spylo plays quick play the first 3 games before he gets tired. When I did my test stream on Monday, man, I was popping off. I think you can even look at the stream bot. I even had a good Doomfist game, if you believe it or not. I had a good Doomfist game, bro. Doomfist. Wait, was it yesterday? Yeah, dude. I had a good Orisa game. I had a good Doomfist game. I had a fairly okay Queen game. Yeah, I had a decent Queen game. I mean, yesterday's stream, man, I wasn't tired. It was just doing a test stream when I normally would work, and who do I main? I main whoever I need to learn, essentially. So if I'm like Juno comes out, I'm a Juno main. Venture main. Sombra Rework comes out, I'm a Sombra main. But historically, if I were to play whatever I wanted to play, for support, Anazen, for sure. I mean, Anazen are my 2 favorite characters, I think, in the game to play. For tank, I don't know. I like Winston, but I'm kind of washed at Winston. I'm really good at Orisa, but I don't like playing Orisa because I always feel bad playing Orisa. I'm decent at Zarya. Tank is kind of a weird mix for me. DPS, probably Mei is my best character, probably. Yeah, the spell games were making Lip look like a platinum. Yeah, it was crazy. Lip was queuing in a quick play. I mean, who would have thought? I do enjoy Brig. Brig is my third or fourth favorite support behind Honest and maybe Juno, somewhere in there. Hoover. Yes, Hoover watch. It was a fun, tiny stream. Yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out yesterday. That really gave me confidence that we could actually stream today. Because I was like, going to be disastrous if we show up today and internet's just bonked. Dude, Mei is not at all near as cancerous as Zarissa. Mei is the way that you have to play Mei is very flank oriented, controls space, angles. Mei is not at all a cancer hero in Overwatch 2. I love Genji. Genji's the reason I got into Overwatch. I'm just very bad at Genji. Genji is a character that I have a hard time playing casually because I need my mechanics. I have a lot of bad mechanical habits with Genji. Very washed at Genji. Favorite flavor of juice? Ooh, those medleys, like the orange, banana, mango stuff is pretty good. I do love orange juice. I think orange juice can't go wrong with orange juice or grapefruit juice. Backbone is rubbed off on you? Well, I never played Mei in Overwatch 1. I really disliked the wall off tank and freeze playstyle, but controlling space, off-angling with walls, poking with right-click was always pretty satisfying. And so in Overwatch 2, that got to be the way that you had to play Mei. And so I picked up Mei just on a whim because I coached a lot of, obviously I coached Backbone. We developed his whole play style together. And so then I applied a lot of what I had coached with Backbone and I found a lot of success. And I think the highest I actually ever climbed on DPS was on Mei. But she is hard, to be fair. She's intuitive for me because I've coached so much of her playstyle, but she's a very maverick DPS character. Anything you're looking out for in the new map reworks? Just expansion of space that you can play in. Taking away some of the edges. Nice teach. Yeah, exactly, Stefano. I can't just pick up Hanzo. I have to grind Hanzo for 20 minutes before I can even hit a shot. Mei is cancer in Brawl Mirrors? Kind of. Again, it depends on how you play. Nah. Yeah. I think Mei and Brig are the most overhated quote-unquote cancer heroes in the game. I think Orisa, Roadhog, Bastion, Moira, Mercy. Way worse. Yeah, seriously, Sarah Lee, agreed. I have zero shame. Early Hanzo, early Widow, not good. Even early Ashe, very bad.
There was a stream that I missed yesterday. Well, I need to give money to make up for that, of course.
Yes. I don't know. The funny thing is I don't have stream notifications, and for some reason it's not showing up in chat. So I have no idea who just donated bits, but I agree with whatever you say. It's funny, I hear that voice, and I associate it with Braxbro, so I don't even know if Braxbro is here, but I can hear his voice in my head. Who was it? Who donated the bits, and how many bits was it? 4? 5? Oh... Was it Sync? Oh, hey, Sync. Venture? Yeah, I like Venture too. I really struggle playing Venture, though, if I'm not warm, though. Rose-tinted glasses opposite. Good question. I don't know. What are the pro players' sentiments on the format discussions? It's funny. Pro players talk about 5v5, 6v6 much less than you'd think. There are some pro players that have very firm opinions on it, but most pro players are too busy to really care. And in many ways, a lot of the pro players' way of playing the game in terms of like controlling space, very slow, trading, and like the game hasn't really changed at the pro level as much. Most of the pro players that really dislike 5v5 are almost exclusively off-tank players. Almost exclusively off-tank players. Players like Hawk, Iron, and so on. Which makes sense because their role was like completely destroyed. But it like, you know, and I've coached for a long time and wasn't really a huge deal, to be honest with you. It's a much more casual discussion, which is ironic. But yeah. But that doesn't speak for everybody, of course. This just speaks with, I know most of and have worked with a lot of the Western players. I don't know at all what they're talking about in Korea at all. Or China or whatever else really, or Japan. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. It's not that pros don't have an opinion. I just don't think it's like it's not, I would say it's not something that was like discussed with the tenacity and intensity that is discussed on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Let me get some, I actually already have water, so I will stretch my legs, juke my hips here. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Guys, I'm thinking of doing what is it called? I almost said Achilles. Pilates. What is the 1980s exercise? The, what's it called? Don't tell me. It's calisthenics. Calisthenics. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about doing a Spilo calisthenics video. You get what I'm saying? 1 and 2 and 3 and that's more like 1950s stuff. You know what I'm saying? But like you know, yeah, Jane Fonda, yeah, exactly. Maybe I'll do a calisthenics video. Somebody actually recommended that to me. Just get like one of those unitards or leotards. Is unitard even a word? Okay. Same matchup. Nothing new here. Stay here. Flat. The Korean Christmas saying. Jazzercise? What's hot to go? Nah, calisthenics is both. Calisthenics is both, Cyrix. Yeah, I remember calisthenics is both. It's just like body weight, but like back in the 80s, calisthenics was not that. That was more of a YouTube sensation with like the bar stars and all that kind of stuff, which was sick. I used to love doing some of that stuff. I wasn't super good at it, but I could do a few of the moves. We're on Heeseng POV. I like the setup here. Chorong is cooking something here. I don't know how much I like this hard commit, but hey, you know what? He's going to whip the Orisa. And that may force forward. Oh, dude, look at that. Look at that. Bam! Now, the problem is Lip sucks. Because he misses all his shots. Or not all of his shots, but misses some shots. So we don't get the Fortify immediately. Now, we should get the Fortify now. Nope. Spilo is stupid. Thank you. I appreciate Stealth. I don't think I have all the takes on that 6v6 video, but I just try to give some ideas, and I encourage other people to have their own thoughts on things, because even if you really educate and really hustle, your opinion is still really one person's opinion, and you know, you really don't have the full info here. It's not a bad play. It's just poorly timed. They go for a set play. It fails. So Chorong needs to go for this long rotation, and so Junbin backs off. Junbin has to back off. There's no support for Heeseng, not even a pressure on main. And then there's no pack for Heeseng, and then he doesn't deflect quite in time. Like, this is where you're going to be like, oh, Heeseng's a feeder, and I'm like, no, I think it's a fine play. He just needs a little bit of heal support, but he didn't have it because his Brig was rotating, and he needed to get his deflect out sooner. Like, that is a pretty decent space creator there, and that can allow Junbin to walk forward off of a result. It's just not quite there. You know? It's just not quite there. The idea of the play is fine. The execution from a team just isn't there. That's all. And they really need to back off now. Yeah. Both Genjis are in front of their Orisas. Well, not really. Kind of. They're on the side. Front and to the side. And yes, that is normal. That's normal. That's why we're playing Genji. Is because you can do things like this, right? You get backline pressure, you get frontline pressure. Yeah, it's normal. I mean, this would be normal in ranked, right? Like, use your mobility. Don't stand behind your tank. Yeah, I don't know. This is something that we've talked about a lot with Falcons. There's something about like communication or map preference when they talk about like Hanmin versus Smurf. So I'm not going to comment on it. That's a team environment issue or a team decision that I don't have information on. So I don't really know. Heeseng on the deep angle here. I think Heeseng's looking to like maybe pressure point, but Proper's marking. So Proper also has pack advantage here. So this is going to be hard for Heeseng. Okay, he does get the pocket. Nice. That's good. That's a huge setup there. The Juno ult. They're going to kite with the Juno ult. This is honestly pretty okay, all things considered, from both teams. He's saying almost gets proper, and then Junman builds his ult first. So he's going to be able to commit here, connect, and wait, what?
Satellite vector. Let's take off. Looking satellite vector. Welcome to orbit.
Meet your fate.
Allah teammate.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
I mean, it's crazy, but it's a good play. Like, I'm just, like, look at how much space this creates. Like, look at poor Stalker. What is this guy smoking? Oh, frick, I'm one. Everybody hard pocket, rotate this way. Oh no, he's over there. Help me, help me, help me. Everybody's looking around, and then that sets up Junman's commit, because he's taking no damage. And then at the same time, he's saying, takes his own angle, clears out proper, and so now there's zero pressure onto the Crazy Raccoon backline. I mean, it's a high risk, high reward rotation, and he paid it off. Good stuff. Oh, we got an ad? I'll wait a second. I'll wait a second. How long did we? Does anyone know how long? Here, I'll type in chat. I need to start running ads. When we're in a break. I'm sorry, guys. I always forget to do that. F tier streamer. We'll wait 30 seconds then. Remind me to do that next time. Stream manager. How do I run an ad? Oh. Sorry, chat. I've never really done this before. I'm not very good at this thing, okay? Yeah, I think I have it. Wait, frick. Yeah, I'll put that there. Why did Fielder rally? I think he thought the fight was winnable. Let's find out. So he bashes out. And I mean, this fight is in theory winnable, man advantage alone. I mean, we know from space control that it's not winnable, but yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a terrible rally. How to block ads on Twitch? Frick me, man. My children are gonna starve because of you. I only run 5 minutes of ads. It's the bare minimum that I can run with getting before I get like penalized by Twitch for not running enough. I try to not go crazy with it. Exactly, Sync. We'll probably see a High Noon play here. We could see a Blade commit as well, but we'll probably, it depends on the spacing of things. Chorong, oh no, we're going to see a push. This is going to be a double ultimate push here. This is going to be a Rally Blade. Chorong, man, I love this so much. There's the combo. There's the angle. You get the cut. They pop Blade. Oh, we're going to kite this out. No, you're not. That's it. I love this setup so much, guys. It's so good. So good. Yeah, they penalize you for running ads by cutting your ad revenue by a huge margin. You have to run like a minimum of like 5 minutes per hour. Otherwise, they penalize your ad margins. They're just going to try to stop them from touching. I think they're going to be successful. Yeah, they're not going to touch. So yeah, they're gonna gamble. Yeah, they dude, chat, they gambled. They're like, it's gonna be this side. Oh, shoot.
Next flashpoint.
Yeah, so that fling for Brig only worked because it was perfectly timed, because he had guarantee value of his team committing at the same time, and then also having the rally for the stun. Yeah, 5 minutes per hour, and we'll try to time it so that I'm on break so that you guys aren't missing anything. I will try to remember. Remind me but on my next break, I need to remember to do that. It was a big commit, though. So this is definitely, you know, Falcon's fight to lose here. So what I expect from Crazy Raccoon is whenever you have a pretty kiteable location like this space here, you're probably going to kind of force point. The good news is that this is going to be kind of an awkward rotation for Falcons through this choke. So we'll probably see like an early High Noon, maybe a setup for a Orisa ult, maybe even farm a Juno ultimate here, Orisa Blade, whatever. They should be able to...
having a set present age of your income dedicated to spill.
Why is it so delayed on the bits, man? Yeah, anyway. But you should be able to kite this out if you're Crazy Raccoon. It's not guaranteed, but there should be able to kind of bait an ultimate and live here. That's why you don't see lip on this deeper angle. Like, okay, so let's talk about the exceptions to the rule. Angle, right? The one time where angling can be risky is when you're in a push-pull environment where you want to either push your advantage or kite your advantage. You still want an angle if you're pushing, but if you're pulling, if Lip's here, he's not going to make the kite. He will get javelined or spun on and he will die. So then you're going to have Lip kind of play more passively here. So you're really reliant off of Heesang kind of setting up the angle and are hoping that they're able to form. Because it's the hard part about that then is that if you don't have Lip on an angle, do you even win the fight on point? How do you even force an ultimate? Because Falcons may not even need to use an ultimate to win fight. So it's hard. What's up, Murphy? So this is tough. Like, there has to be some level, like you see this, some sort of posturing of aggression, because otherwise you're not going to see an ultimate being used here. Javelin spin. There's the Orisa ultimate. There's the Juno ultimate. This looks really good for Falcons. This looks really freaking good for Falcons. If they pop Juno ult or Blade right now, this game's over. Or this fight's over. There's a Juno ultimate. Oh, they triple. Oh, they triple it. Oh, that's a nice little play from Heesang here. What does he deflect? Yeah, he deflects Stalker stuff. Yeah, I mean, I actually think what Raccoon did there was fine. Like, you're going into a massive ult disadvantage. You play bravely. You force 3 for 1, and then you go next fight. That's about as good as you're going to get. Because I think the passive angle for Lip was so bad that they just were not doing any damage to Hanben at all. So I think you just straight up commit. Yeah, I think Lip is certainly one of the best mechanical players in Overwatch history, if not the best player. I think that's a reasonable argument here. Okay, there's the off angle with Lip. I mean, this is, I think, slight advantage to Crazy Raccoon here. Rally is pretty good. High Noon is actually fairly decent here. They're going to aggressively push to close the distance. High Noon, Speed Ring, deflect. That should be point. Heesang reestablishes the angle. They snowball. They chain the ultimates. They layer the ultimates. You guys seen that video of me? Thank you for the gifted sub, Solo. And so now Proper's dead. You love to see it. Use one ultimate to force a set of CDs, then use the second ultimate to kill the person for not having those CDs. That's how Overwatch works. Love to see it. Good play. Really, really, really good fight plan there from Crazy Raccoon, and also 2 relatively cheap ultimates as well. So yes, you do have to commit 2 ultimates, but it's fine. You get the point flip and you win the fight too. You get the kills. The weird thing for me is the Stalker nuke. It's not bad. It's just unfortunately timed because this fight was in theory still winnable. Now Proper, yeah, he gets a little bit greedy trying to get his Orisa out of space and ends up playing right in front of her. Yeah, even this was a little greedy from Hanben trying to stall point. I think you just full disengage if you hear Orisa ultimate. But yeah, okay. Bit of a misplay from both players, but also a good fight plan from Raccoon. Okay. All right. It's going to be hard to blade this. I think what you do is you blade and you kind of passively blade to force rally and just maybe take an Orisa for... You could blade this. It needed to be sooner. It needed to be when he had deflect. It needed to be now. It needed to be now. He needed to blade now. Ay. What just happened? Why does this keep happening? Was that a gifted sub that was just delayed? I think I just have like serious stream notification delay. Yeah, this is just a mess. This is a mess. The funny thing about this is even in freaking plat, this Genji has the advantage. So this is not like a mechanical diff necessarily, partly yes, but it's just a dumb decision. You needed to blade that 7 years ago if you're going to blade it. It's not a bad blade. It just needed to be done 7 years ago. Get fricked, bud. All right, let's see it from Proper's perspective. He has a deflect disadvantage here. He can go right now. Also, Proper skin choice is horrible. That's the real thing that matters here. Get fricked, bud. Yeah, I don't think blading from under was like a strategical decision. I just think, you know, and that's it. Like at this point, you're just kind of stalling and dying if you're Crazy Raccoon. Maybe you can get a trade here. Judgment's kind of playing his life. 3, 2, 1, commit. Oh, they're playing for rally. Okay. Yeah, there's a world, you know, obviously Good Juno ult response, but yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's not a bad play. 1 for 1 here is fine, and you're getting more percentage. That skin is not clean, bro. That skin is just awful. I don't mind them doing aggressive skins, like weird skins like that, because some of them really hit, some of them really don't. That one doesn't. He just looks like his teeth. This is weird. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. This is, I think, Falcons trying to stop them from touching, similar to what we saw from Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon is ready for this, and they do not hesitate. The new Dragon Ball Z, I don't know, maybe. They just let it rip. They just go, okay, we're gonna smoke you. And look at Lip here. Lip is smoking the dank kush. I like this. You could even noon this if you wanted to. Yeah, there it is. It's just good Overwatch. Like, that's good Overwatch from the entire perspective of Crazy Raccoon there. They don't send Brig with Cass because he's too far, so he doesn't need the peel. They send everybody here. They Juno ult. It's a fairly decent response from Falcons, all things considered, but Chorong saves his cooldowns. And Lip gets the deep angle. Heesang gets touch. I mean, it's just good. It's good ult planning there. Good, really, really nice fight planning there from Crazy Raccoon. Like, really, really nice. And it's nice to see Lip kind of getting a little bit more confident with his setups here because he's been winning fights off of this stuff.
Next flashpoint.
Yeah, well, really well done. Really, really well done. And a reasonable idea there from Falcons as well. Like, it was reasonable, but just better execution. Yeah, I mean, he positioned that. I mean, one of the things I talk about with all my Cassie players is that High Noon is your sniper ult, right? So, you know, you play like short to medium range with Cassie, but when you have High Noon, the rules change. The rules change. Like, you are now essentially a sniper, so that can really open up the angles that you're allowed to play. And, you know, you can abuse that versus a composition like this because you think about that angle. If he doesn't get javelined there, there's really nothing that can stop them from taking that there. And with how open that fight location was, it looks easy, but like kind of anticipating where the fight's going to happen, having your team respond immediately with Juno ult when they see the close hold, and then ripping the High Noon, and then obviously pulling it at the right moment. I mean, it's great Overwatch. So, you know, I give credit to Crazy Raccoon for anticipating and then setting that up, because that's the key thing. Is like you couldn't react to that in the moment. You had to know it was coming and set it up ahead of time. And so, you know, Lip has been criticized a few times here, I will say. He's been a little sloppy with some of this stuff, but like this stuff, I mean, it's good. Okay. They're going to get the fight on point here. Fighting on point here is pretty good for Falcons. Pretty easy to set up blades, even just to chop on the Orisa a bit. The High Noon angle as well is pretty decent. They're going to try to speed ring to catch the Cassidy. So this Javelin right now is very important. Let's see if he hits it. Javelin is eaten. This Javelin needs to hit. He doesn't Javelin. He just cuts into the ultimate, but that's fine. Like, Fielder gets caught with his pants down here. Yeah, without Bash here, you got to be booking it further. He also eats the whip shot with a Javelin. Fielder's cooked. And he doesn't even get... That's a great, great, great push there from Jonman. Stalker uses the High Noon, but he can't do anything with it. And again, like, look at the setup here. Genji on the angle. Brig, Orisa. Lip being supported. Proper tries to clutch it. Credit to Proper for recognizing the situation here. Gives it a shot, almost gets it, but yeah, not good enough. Wait, what happens to the Heesang here? He should have deflect here. Oh, he gambles a little bit with it. So then he needs to be really careful here, and the Stalker punishes him. Good recognition by Stalker. Yeah, really nice fight plan there from Chunman. Good stuff on the rotation. That's why you had to rotate sooner than that. If you got you can't meander here, because that's what gets people killed in crossing in that rotation. Genji Tracer versus Cass Genji. I think Tracer just is okay versus the backline and would do fine with Juno Brig Pocket. I think it becomes a question of, is her neutral pressure on the enemy tank too bad? Are the locations, the maps where you're playing this composition, how does she do versus the Cass versus Genji? Because there's always a threat of her getting poked out. I don't think Tracer's terrible in this comp, but probably just that Genji can kind of milk the value out here. Ooh, this is cheeky from Raccoon. They don't have ults yet, and they are fighting close. So if we see Juno ult here, Juno Blade might just do it. Proper's deflects used early. That buys them a little bit of time here. And they do have a nice choke here. Like, this is a good angle, good setup here. Proc the Inspire, Chorong plays his life. Proper goes to Mark Heesing. I love this from Proper so much. And they try to brute. I don't like this from Heesing. I don't like this from Heesing. This is going to be too easy to catch. He's forcing the push. And this is without deflect as well, I think. Yeah, without deflect. Oh, I don't like this. I think he's a little fortunate that works. I mean, that's 3 for 1. That's just an impatient setup. And honestly, a little bit of a cheeky, but also just an impatient setup there from Crazy Raccoon as a whole. Yeah. Like, maybe Proper should have given up that angle at post-deflect, but, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. That just feels like a little bit of hubris. They're very fortunate that works out. I think, okay, let me be a Heesing advocate here. I think the reason why they're more willing to do this is because it becomes a situation where they think they can prevent the touch. You know? So they're going to make this fight messy, and then it doesn't matter if they blew their entire ultimate. They can just gank, right? Like, this is pretty clever. I like how Raccoon is kind of keeping their wherewithal here and not choking, right? Keep focus, because this is really hard for Falcons to group up at this point in time. So I do think Heesing is not playing well, but I don't think maybe that plan was as bad as I initially thought. Perhaps tilted at Proper, could be. You know, I think, like, professionals do emotions. Oh, my days. Okay. Oy, ay, ay. What happened? What's going on? What happened? Was there... Oh, yeah, run some ads. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, I'll run some ads real fast. All right, let's take a quick break, y'all. Wait, I recently ran an ad and must wait to run another? What? When? Ah! Dude, what the heck? Oh, I have ads right now? Oh. Oh. Dude, what are the odds? I guess that's that works out nicely. I was literally about to run ads. I'm like, I can't run ads. I guess I'm running ads right now. Guys, this super secret thing that they'll never know about. I'm going to tell you guys about it right here. All right, guys. All those lame ad people, they'll never know. Just between y'all and me. You get what I'm saying? I got to pee. That's a secret. I'm going to go tinkles. Pro streamer, yeah. So I guess, and halfway point takes here, or a little over halfway point, is I think, Crazy Raccoon's fight planning was really, really good that last round. Really good. The Junbin, Orisa, the way that they are setting up their angles with Chorong, some of the lip creativity, their ability to force 3-for-1 ult trades. And then even when they did, they were definitely very aware of the cap percentage on really all 3 of the rounds, right? Whether retaking or holding. So it looked really good. I think that looked really, really, some of the creativity has looked really, really nice. I think the real strength for Falcons has consistently been proper on the Genji. I think he's had a better understanding of the neutral, better understanding of his situation and his positioning, and has done better than he's seeing, I think, across the board for the most part. Yeah, that's been my main take so far. I think Runasapi, I think Falcons did a good, I think it's not that Falcons have been bad. Outside that, I think Runasapi was a pretty dominant map from them for the most part. But, I think it's overall been pretty good so far. So it's been interesting to watch. I'm trying to think if there's anything else here. Stalker's kind of existed on Cassidy. I will say that not having the mechanical freak Lip, who has definitely mispositioned at times, but Lip is just there's just so much neutral pressure that Stalker doesn't always provide, but it's a kind of an unfair comparison because Stalker's not a hit scan specialist. So, okay. Any last things from your favorite games played with a team you've coached?
Games played by a team you've coached where they really stepped up or delivered much better results than you
there's the classic Phase 2 game back in 2019. Maybe if somebody in chat can find it. It's Phase 2 versus Square 1 in 2019. It was a contenders game. And it was a game where... Maybe this is it here. I don't know. It was a game where Dawn DC'd. Our main tank DC'd. And then we had to fill... I think I might have found it. I've talked about this one before. Yeah, I'll drop it in chat, but our main tank DC'd, his internet crashed, so we had to replace him with Salt Shaker, who was an Orisa OTP at the time. And this is in GOATS meta. And, we ended up playing Mei, Hanzo, Torbjorn crap. And, yeah, we ended up beating a GOATS team with it. So that was, we had no business owning that game, so that was fun. Yo, what's up, Timothy? Thank you for the sub, mate.
Hey,
congrats on new badge.
Been waiting for these reviews for a while.
Yeah, they're fun.
Them.
This has been a really good game so far. I've really enjoyed reviewing this one a great deal. This has been fun. It's been good Overwatch. Oh, I gotta skip my thingy here.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, maybe, Danny. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. Whoops. Okay, let's take a look here. I would be surprised if we saw an Orisa. Will we see an Orisa mirror here? Defensive Orisa makes kind of sense. You have map advantage. But I would be surprised. I guess Hanbin on Winston doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but maybe for first point. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw some weird picks for first point that transitions into more vanilla stuff into second point, and then maybe third point we see some weird picks again. So let's see what they got. I like the Pharah on first point. There's a lot of verticality. There's a lot of spam on chokes. This is a pretty cool composition, but it's not as weird as you might think. Boring. I'm joking. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Pharah, pretty good. Lots of spam on the choke. Good use of verticality. There's just more space so she'll outperform a Genji on this one. Lip Masterclass incoming. I don't even know what to believe anymore. I believe you now. I believe you now. Stalker goes Tracer, I think. With how wide this point is and the fact that there's no Genji. Oh, Ashe. That also is quite good, right? Again, no Genji, so you can just kind of park yourself here or even rotate to here when you're given space. Yeah, this is fine. I like these swaps. I like these swaps. It's not so much the Ashe versus the Pharah, so much as the Ashe with the lack of the Genji. And also first point, very broad. Look at the space control here. Genji forcing point, Fielder assisting Genji, Orisa top. And the Ashe kind of controls the lane, so it makes it very difficult for anybody to contest the Genji on point. So for Pharah, really all he's saying can do is just really hit good directs to out-damage the Ashe, right? But even then, they're still getting ticks. Hanman just kind of controls the angle. Speed ring there for Chio to rotate. More point presence. Is that 2? Oh, not quite 2 ticks. That's tragic. And they're just basically war of attrition here. Genji's going to go back. He should get the tick here. And at some point here, yeah, we're going to see a Juno speed ring. And I think they may not track the Juno ult on the other side. We might see Crazy Raccoon commit too hard. Because the obvious weak point here is if you get the opportunity to push, pushing on the Brig or the Ashe might work. Let's see what they do. Yeah, they push the Juno ult, but oh, this is actually so good. This is so good. Look at what they do. They actually don't brute force the push. Look, they actually just use it to rotate and take more space. So they don't just run it down mid. They rotate. And so, yes, it's going to get kited out. I don't know why the frick lip dropped. But in fact, now Proper or Hanman could die here. Ah, they dropped. Oh, I was so proud. And then they just gave it up. They just gave it up. I don't know. Oh, lip damage boost headshot. Okay, never mind. GG's. Ah! There's just no reason for him to drop. Like you can, you even with there's no Genji, you just control the lane here with Juno pocket, whatever, and it actually becomes really scary for them to push back into you with Juno ult. I just, oh my gosh. I don't know. How does Hanman die? Oh, he gets Jalen out of the ultimate. I can't do this, man. I can't do it. I give up. I give up. And,
Not exactly personal.
Team kill.
I give up. I will never speak again. Ever. I mean, to be fair, he did take an off angle, right? Like, he didn't just brute here. He did rotate. It wasn't a bad angle. It just, it was just funny. And he is going to control top here, it looks like. They do make the swap. Not the swap to Genji, but they do have Proper on the Genji on him now. So Lip has to rotate away. And looks like Junman's kind of looking to see if Fielder oversteps a little here. I'd like to see Heeseng keep pressure there. Yeah. I like this from Lip. It's a long angle to peek, and Stalker's ready for it, though, is the question. Yeah, that was good. Oh, wow! Okay. Actually, good play from Lip here, unironically. So he's going to push the angle at the same time here. Hanman goes, yo, let's push here. Proper pushes with Hanman. The problem is that Stalker doesn't take this opportunity to rotate top at the same time. If he does, this fight is maybe winnable. The problem is that Lip took the angle and put a Stalker on the back foot, so he can't rotate. He can't rotate. So this is a decent push, but it's not a complete cohesive team push. Lip rolls in, uses the fan into the ult for the damage reduction, and ruins their day. And then his team pushes right, he pushes left. That was a good play. That was a really good play. It was not a bad play from Falcons. Raccoon just played it better. Good stuff. Oh, look at the combo and Shu here. Or no, who was it? Or no, Ashe. Bam! Removed. Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. That was really well done. Now Choron can hold top. They can even hold this into Blade here. Like, there's nothing that can really remove these two right now, unless they get some form of, like, I don't even know. Like, you need to get, like, a fat Dynamite and then get a Genji Blade on it or something. Heesing's just kind of like honestly holding the angle and spamming and then rotating away from his team. I think the best bet for Stalker here is to see if he can get some pressure from here and backline Bob. You're going to force a support ult. You guys can kite that out and then re-push with your Rally Blade. I don't think like the Ashe has logic, but if you don't hit it on the neutral, the problem with Ashe is that anytime there's any sort of movement or rotations required, she's just so freaking slow. So she just becomes really uncomfortable. I like the angle here. They get some good pressure. This should be kited. They do kite it. It's honestly a really poor support ultimate from Shu. I'm not going to lie with you guys. It's maybe necessary given the situation, but it's mostly the Ashe angle that forces this. It's just way too easy to kite. They really can't push proper. He's too deep. He's hidden too well. And then what we should probably see now, I would prefer the Bob, but a Juno ult, honestly, really either one, honestly. Juno ult's fine. Rally is forced. That's kind of why I prefer the Bob, because the Bob doesn't require as much of a hard commit. You can throw the Bob like here or here, and then just poke this guy out, and so you don't have to physically put yourself into a position where you may walk into a barrage or rally. That's why I like the Bob better. It's hard to say. Juno is fine, but it's a lot less immediately obvious if you're not dying. I'm looking more at the ultimates. I'd have to look at POVs to give you my opinion of Shu. So I just don't love the Juno ult first, because you're going to get double support ult forced. And Heesang had a real chance there to actually kill this through that. So they're honestly very fortunate that went as well as it did. And that took 3 ultimates. You could argue it's 3 for 3, but it was the inferior 3 for Crazy Raccoon. Okay.
30 seconds remaining.
I prefer Bob as an opener, just because it's less of a committal. You can just take the angle. The Bob allows you to just poke. Genji swap makes sense. Stalker needs to use this Bob and swap ASAP. This is not a good space for Ashe, especially in this composition. What the frick?
Good as new. Good as new.
Wait. What? Bro, what kills him? I know it's the javelin, but no way it's just the javelin, right? I guess it's a couple of bullets in the javelin. Does he shoot him? Does he shoot himself? Has to, right? Has to. Not really. Dude, what shoots him? It must be the Heesang shurikens. It must be the Heesang shurikens. Like the fadeaway right here. Dude, that's actually so unlucky for Lip and Heesang. So javelin, Heesang shurikens, bam, 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 bam. And a couple of extra bullets there. Dude, like, Heesang doesn't even see the deflect.
I am healed.
He's just like, yeah, anyway, okay, anyway. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, what? That's one of the craziest deflects I've ever seen. It seems so inoffensive. You're like, what?
Until next time.
Okay. I know, like, maybe it's a little bit of an early javelin from Junman. That even if getting that the Genji deflect there is like not usually a reason. Like, it's okay to try there, but that's actually crazy. Partly Lip's fault for kind of being in the open there, more so than probably anybody else, honestly. Which is crazy to say, but I think honestly more Lip's fault than anybody else. With where the card is, they can kind of control space here because it's a 4v4 really. There's the speed ring for Lip to come out of spawn. And at this point in time here, I think I want to see something impressive from Crazy Raccoon. They've shown the capability to do stuff that's creative. And so I think going into this fight, you know that you're down a bunch. Yeah, you have a little bit of map control. Yeah, you're coming up kind of close in some ultimates eventually here. But you're basically at one fight territory here. So you either need to commit to playing really passively and baity or really aggressively and flanky. And I'm honestly either one I'm okay with. So let's see what they do. It looks like really aggressive. It looks like really aggressive. This should be punished because he's unsupported and he's deep while his team is backing up. I'm surprised Proper didn't try to punish that. Maybe Proper... Oh, he got his Wait, what? Deflect definitely is a functional ability. Definitely a functional ability, guys. Definitely a functional ability. I was so confused. Yeah, that's legit, by the way. Every Genji main's dealt with that before, right? My favorite is when you can hear it and it just doesn't go off. That sucks, because this should be punished. This is absolutely should be punished by Proper, and he just can't now. So now we've had the quote-unquote slow play here. So we're going to see Juno ult here, and I think they're going to run right through it. I think they're going to run right through the Orisa ult. Hanban is going to try to catch this with Orisa ultimate, but with Speed Ring, do they have it? They do. Juno ult plus Speed Ring, get on top of Fielder, get on top of Stalker, probably. This could be this should be a bloodbath. This should be the bloodbath.
Locking satellite vector.
Oh, they don't even use Orisa ult. Hanban, what are you doing? Use the ultimate, man. Catch the push. Maybe he's scared of... He must be scared. I mean, man, is Juno ult that bad? I guess they just run through the Bob, but man, I feel like a Orisa ultimate here, plus maybe some ballsy play from your backline. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like they give up way too much space. He does catch it there. There it is. There's the bloodbath they were looking for. So he's more mid-fight pilled, I guess. Yeah, and there's a mess. Honestly, haters gonna hate. Hanban made the read. Hanban made the read. I mean, I would have done it earlier to try to catch the push. Hanban waits. He waits for the javelin. He sucks them in. A lot of them are outside of the Juno ult now, right? Cassie's expired, Juno's expired, Orisa's expired, and he gets the combo with his Juno's torpedoes as well. And it's a big one. So, you know, tickle me wrong or whatever. Who do you think is the better Ben? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's hard to say. I think you're going to have a hard time having me give an opinion on which player has performed better for most team reviews I do, because it's going to be a little bit more team focused. With things like Genji, it's been pretty clearly Proper, you know, but it's not always going to be so obvious. So this should be a fight win for Falcons. Rally should be enough to stop this. Maybe the Orisa catches somebody. Yeah, I mean, it's just too much damage, and then Proper's gonna clean it up. Proper, what do you got for me, bud? Oh. Almost as good as me. Almost. One day, Proper. So this is kind of what I talked about, like the scam picks. Like, you're playing in a point now. So let me explain to you the Zen. Basically, there's a lot of open sight lines, and there's not going to be a lot of rotations. So you just kind of need to pick a character that can poke out. I think most teams would still play Brig here because she's fine. But I'm not surprised to see an alternative pick here. That's not unusual. You can kind of just sit in the back and just press mouse 1 because there's just going to be one fight on this point. So you might as well play this here. You could even, if this happened here, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Lit make the swap to Widowmaker. Stuff like that is not a shocker. It's not a shocker. I am surprised to see he's saying not contesting Proper. I think he's thinking too hard about the blade here. I think he needs to get access and clear out Proper and then use this angle to stage for the blade. This is the difference between Proper and Heesing for me. Zen's doing work. Zen can really mess up an Orisa. Now we've got some pressure on the angle here. And really this just becomes a stalemate. Really, Falcons have to push at some point. Crazy Raccoon has really no reason to push. They can pretty much just mirror every ultimate because they have defender's advantage and we're just playing for one fight anyway. So there's the deflect. Heeseng should take that opportunity to contest. What does Heeseng do? He's still thinking about Blade. There we go. Because the thing is, this is how you'd stage your Blade, right? Good. Stay on proper, man. Like, stay on proper. Get the Harmony Orb like you got now and get the Discord Orb too, right? Like, there you go. Get him out. Get him out. And then we need to go. Use it. It's just poor play from the team overall. Like, he needs to be a little bit more proactive at controlling the space here. I don't know how Lip dies. He just gets smoked. He just gets smoked. He gets smoked. I think you could also argue that maybe playing here would be a little bit better, but I understand. And then Shu gets smoked as well. And that's it. Stalker. Moment of the entire game for him, really. Okay, maybe not that impressive, but yeah. Yeah. They mirror ults. It's 2 for 2. Blade comes out a little bit late. They should be able to get trades. They don't. It gets caught with Orisa ultimate. GG's. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. You're going to be very reactive with that Blade there, but it needed to be better. The Cassie from Lip has been really good so far. I just don't know if he was as positioned there as best as he possibly can. High Noon, good recontest. Heh.
30 seconds remaining.
Good situation for Zen here. You know, like, this is where, like, you want to be fighting as Zen. Like, you just park Chorong here. I wouldn't even hate if Shu split off here, frankly. Like, Zen is not going to need... There's the Widow pick that we talked about, right? I don't like this setup here. I would love a split here. Probably from the Ana. Maybe from the Zen, honestly. It wouldn't be terrible. Because you're not really under any danger of dying to dive here. I think the Kiriko swap is pretty clever. You can enable your offing. I'll look for a more aggressive push there. There's the Juno. And now I really want a push on the Orisa. And then a flank push with the Kiriko Genji mid-fight. I don't think I'm going to... Oh, I am going to get it. No, I'm not going to get it. It's just... Yeah, see, I don't like that. I guess you could just brute force it. I don't even know what kills Churong here. Oh, he just rotates the wrong way. He just rotates the wrong way. Like, it's just poor. So that's more of a mistake on Chorong, but not the best setup. Too much ego from Proper. Doesn't have the cooldowns for that. Are they going to be able to get the trade? Good sleep dart. Good nade. Huge nano. And they're able to clutch it out. Yeah, just not the best setup from Falcons. They had it there, and they didn't quite get what we needed. So... Okay. Again, first point, shenanigans on a Kiriko, wide open sight lines. Proper can't decide what he wants to play. Or no.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, he's scouting. He's scouting.
Attackers incoming.
So they're going...
Defend objective A.
I assume Hanben will scout. Farah. Then he goes back. Wait, no, they're coming out. Wait, they're on. Yeah, so basically, okay, no, they're going. He's listening for what they're going to play. And then he goes this because he doesn't want to be on Ashe if they're on Winston. I think they're thinking they may come out on a Winston comp for first point. That would be my expectation. You run Winston, just the same comp here, but with an Ana instead of Juno and a Winston instead of a Ram. And so then you go back to spawn and you go, well, frick me, Ashe is going to get rolled. So the Venger was if they rolled out on something like that. They didn't, so he comes back and plays Ashe. Now, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I don't like this. I don't like this, and this is why. You pick Ashe here, but you can't possibly get the angle that you need before the fight's already started. So what's the point? You big brain this big spawn strat, but you're not gonna even get the position. Like, let's watch this from Proper's perspective.
On the point. Are they for real?
Here it comes.
Like, you're like, what's the point? All that sweat for jack all. Like, they've already completed the rotation. Right, exactly, biggest cheddar. I can't believe I just said that. But yeah, I mean, this is the loss of positioning and space exceeds the benefit of being on the better hero for the situation. Exactly. So it's thinking way too hard. The Ram is kind of a weird character here. Essentially, the Ram is basically saying, let's just speed ring, rotate, and run down your backline. You could do this same play with the Orisa, frankly. It might just be a little bit easier with the Ram. You could do it with Ryan. If you were playing, like, if Cloudy was in here, you know what Cloudy would do? Cloudy would speed ring, run, rotate, clear out the high ground, and then Cloudy would do just fine with that. So it's in a unique take. So, hey, what's up, Zora? I'm surprised. Yeah, there's the speed ring, rotate. There's the clear. There's the push. You've kind of bullied them into the corner, and so now you can establish point pressure with your Genji. Lip off angles from here. Brigitte can support both angles at the same time, and really there isn't a good solution for Red here. Like, I think for Red, maybe your best bet is Hanbin drops and rotates and starts to harass from here, but then you've kind of opened yourself wide open to being pushed by Junmin. Now that's why you have Sleep Dart and Nade, and the shield uptime isn't 100% high, but it is a little awkward. At least temporarily, you've kind of jammed them into the locker. So Junmin just pops Nemesis just to kind of hold the space, right? And like more point. He will drop probably. Yeah, there's the drop. But like you've already had a bit of an advantage here. Like, you got to admit, like, this is pretty darn good. What? Okay. All right. There's the shield to deny that. Off angle makes Proper rotate at a crucial moment. They're going to get pressure onto Hanbin. Heeseng's close with Chorong. I wouldn't be surprised if Heeseng utilizes the wall climb here. There he goes. Control. He's not even trying to get the kill. He wanted to get the Ashe out. Proper does not get out, though. That's a bit of a problem, but it might be too late now. Hanbin touches. Torpedoes are good. A little bit of extra sustain. Heeseng needs to guard that Ashe. Yeah, they just... I mean... It's just exceptional rotational and map control from Chorong here. Like, it's just Chorong. I said Crazy Raccoon, also Chorong. The rotation, the setup, it's just perfect. It's perfect. Proper put them in a hole by being late to the fight, but there's just no complaints. It's just beautiful. Why have Juno low instead of Brigitte? Because Juno is a lot hard. Like, Juno can play the longer sightline. That's the reason why. And Brig can play the shorter sightline and be a lot harder to push out. Right? It's not so much about like the high ground versus low. It's about the long versus short. That's the difference, right? Like, you can look at the value that Juno is getting from just shooting and healing from here. Brigitte couldn't do that. Brigitte needs the threat of pushing something and just being like, you can't remove me from this position, kind of a situation, right? That's the real reason. And obviously being on the contest flankers and stuff like that. So, good question. I don't think we'll see the Ram stay. Junmin might even swap, so he's going to stay. But we're going to see a pretty quick ultimate and then swap, because Ram versus Orisa is a little tough because the Javelin cancels his block and then opens him up to being damaged. Pretty deep angle there from Heesung at the moment. He's getting pocketed. Probably see a Juno ultimate mirror. Maybe a Nano onto Genji. Nano onto probably Genji here would be my guess. And then Stalker's going to swap at some point here. Stalker's not going to stay Tracer. First point stuff. Oh, jeez, Stalker getting punished again. My goat gets... I mean, that's why Genji's good versus Tracer. Tracer has more positional choices, but if you choose the Genji in a proximity angle, you're going to have a disadvantage. Equally skilled Genji versus equally skilled Tracer. Genji wins that matchup in a close range duel 85% of the time. It's just simply easier to hit the shurikens than it is to hit the shots. At Dash as well. So, you know, tough. Not a bad rotation from Stalker. I think maybe be a little bit more hesitant here. Like here, first thing he needs to do is blink, not shoot. He blinks late. The crosshair's already hit. He shoots again. He blinks late again. And then he doesn't even get his recall off. He's saying just ruins him. I mean, it's also, I mean, it's a good play. Like, it's a good play. It's not Stalker feeding necessarily. It's just a good play. There's the Ram. There's the Juno. There's the Sleep Dart Force, but that's not the end of the world for Junbin. That's kind of what he wanted, right? So now they're going to be able to catch with Rally, and then in theory, Junbin can continue the trades here, because that's where like Ram can be very useful. Good job from Fielder though to rotate away from the Ram, and honestly, like Fielder's kind of a bit of a hairy spot here because, well, I guess they're still on Ram, so maybe it's not the end of the world, but a bit of an ult dump there. Definitely a bit of, you know, obviously Raccoons commit more. But, you know, you're still stuck on Ana here. Definitely going to need to try to survive this, sustain this high noon. I mean, this shouldn't be too bad here. You in theory can, right? There's not a lot of threat on Hanbin here.
It's high noon.
So suffering? Oh, no. What? He's just going. He's just going. He's just trusting his ability to sustain. Fielder misses the sleep, and it's just, you're cooked. You rarely see this. Like, it's incredible how easily he's been walking through. Partly because he's got his high noon behind to kind of bait that, but Fielder blows the nano? Really?
You're powered up. Get in there.
I don't know, man. I understand wanting to swap, but... I mean, that was a lot closer than I thought it would be, so maybe I'm the fool here, but you'll see a swap here. Well, maybe, actually, because ironically, we've gone this entire point, and now we're on the point where there's actually enough space for Ana. Now, we will see the Ram swap, almost certainly. Okay, they like what they're cooking. They like what they're cooking. I will say there's a lot less push-pull, again, on third point, so... Ironically here, they might be able to stick with it. There's the Ashe swap for third point, more space. Again, third point is just weird like first point, so there's a lot more verticality, a lot more open sightlines. Blade is set up. Proper is doing what he's saying was not. He wants that position, right? He's willing to die for it even to set up that Blade. Good Vortex. That is Ram cooldowns here. We have Genji cooldowns back. If Proper gets pocketed here, we might see a Blade. Stalker also goes Ashe. Stalker will probably be on the right side here. Yep. And I wouldn't be surprised here if we see Stalker Coach Gun up top and then we see a Blade as a result off of that. They're waiting for Juno roll, it looks like. Yeah, they're going to combo here. Take top. Oh, Stalker just different. Okay. All right. Stalker has woken. Ah! Yeah, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, and it's a much more narrow map. Like I said, less push and pull. So having something like a consistent frontline presence from the Ramacha is a little bit easier. We will almost certainly see a Juno Blade for Juno Blade here. With a Bob thrown in there for the mix. So I favor Proper in these situations with how this game has gone so far. But honestly, really either team. Both teams have the capability of pushing and creating space for their Genji. Both teams have an Ashe that is possible to push. I favor Stalker's position because in theory Stalker can space himself a lot better versus the Blade. Let's see what happens. There's the Juno. They kite it. They ram ult. We need to see Proper go up and over and Blade. Is he going to mirror Blade? Oh, they combo with the Orisa. Oh, this could be fast. It is just so many ultimates. That's 5 ultimates. Fielder needs to pop it. He does. Yeah. Wow. Incredible. Monstrous ult dump there. Monstrous ult dump. But killing that rally was a big deal with that Orisa Blade. A big, 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 big deal. Allows you to sustain in these swaps. Superior spawns. That's a 10 ult fight. Crazy. Just hit the epicenter, yeah. Junman's going to go Orisa for final fight. Or final fight, I say. And yeah, we're going to see some mirror stuff here. Agreed. Genji marking the angle again, proper. Very, very attentive to this. Again, proper marking that angle, poking out Heesang. Proper marking Heesang. Forces deflect, pushes him out. A lot of very passive trading here. Again, there's not a lot of push and pull, which is why we're going to see the Ashe. Good dynamite. Oof, that's going to hurt. Lip might even die here. Ooh, no, never would doubt. But that leaves him off the angle. Takes a little pressure off of main. And Shu... Oh, we're going to have double Juno again. Again, I favor Falcons here. I favor Falcons with the position that they have. With the position that Stalker has. Use it. Stalker. Stalker. What a javelin by Junbin. Oh my gosh. All right, proper. It's on you, bud. Oh, Heesang. Doubters in shambles. I mean, that's a good clip. That's a good clip. Shio is 1. And they're going to cap off of that. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Wait, they didn't cap. Oh, yeah. Incredible. Yeah, huge clutch from Heesang there. Huge clutch from Heesang. These big ult dumps. Bit of a mistake there from Stalker. And that's it right there. All right. 2 more. Two more. Yeah, I'm gonna turn on the light and I think you missed the sleep onto Genji where he was going off the map. I don't know if there was any Ana play in third point, was there? Yeah, time to come and ad, man. Let me run an ad real fast. Wait, is an ad running? Is an ad running? Because it won't let me run an ad. Was there an ad run recently? Hydrate, thank you. No. Mari Pepper came out. Pepper's not here, but watch this. Amari. Hi. You got one like 3 minutes ago? Okay. You had one recently? Okay, good to know. Run the ad? I don't know if I can, man. I just tried. Yeah, I don't think I can. This match fed families. Yeah, it's been a good match so far. It's been a good match. How long is this next map? I need to try and be done by 8. Can I be done by 8? We'll see. Okay, I guess we just roll in, guys. We just roll. Let's take a look. Oh, that's a weird counter comp. So basically the strategy here is Orisa, you commit, speed in, you slam, you cardiac your Symmetra for lifesteal. And your Symmetra gets tier trillion, million, billion, zillion beam, and you win first fight. Generally not a sustainable comp for the long term, but it is something you can do. So I don't know how long you can stay on Sim, but It might be a first fight cheese. Let's see what they do.
Let's show 'em what we got.
I mean, I like it. It's clever. But will they get the cardiac lifesteal? On paper, it can work, but they can kind of pull them apart with the supported Cass on an angle or a supported Genji on an angle, and that's where Symmetra kind of struggles a little bit. There's the bait TP on the left flank, commit on the right, slam, cardiac, tier 3 beam. Hanman dies. They don't have the angle to be able to get on top of Heesei. It worked. There you go. First fight cap. If you can build Sim Wall, it's a pretty good ultimate even in this matchup. There's the JQ. JQ is basically used so she can pierce through, survive. She can feed off of Mauga and then find ways to commit onto the Symmetra. The Sojourn finds a way to open up even deeper angles than the Cassidy and avoid the Mauga slam entirely. And I really think the swaps from Falcons are good here. That Sojourn is going to build rail 24/7. Good spacing here from Raccoon. Proper on the angle. I would like to see some more support splits. I know it's scary versus the Mauga, but I think you need to. There's the commit. There's the Juno. Let's see the beam. There's the Sim Wall to commit. Juno for Juno, but the Sim Wall is poorly placed, I think. Wait, did I missee it? Yes, I did. No, the Sim Wall is fine. Noon is used to catch. The lifesteal is just enough to keep it up. Chorong mirrors. This is a monster fight. But we've been able to sustain our Sim. The difference is Mauga is a little bit more situationally squishy. So if they're able to keep Junman up, it's good. If not, it's not. Because Genkyu is way easier to keep up than a Mauga post-cardiac. I know it's weird to say that, but it's hard to build your sustain off of that. Yeah, so they're going to swap. They're going to swap. My guess here is they're going to go Genji. They're just going to go Genji. Yeah. And so now you're running a little bit of a weird comp now, but you like this matchup versus the Sojourn versus the Junker Queen better. You're a little bit less harder to run down on. And then Junman will use ultimate, and then we'll swap back to probably Orisa. So this is just them playing silly. There's the JQ. Chorong is unable to block that. That's a mistake. Chorong should have been able to block this. He drops, yeah, he drops the pack. That's a mistake. You can absolutely block this. He should have blocked this. It's not a big deal. I think he's okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's way too free. Way too free. Weird spacing there from Crazy Raccoon. A little too close and honestly just poor mechanical or individual stuff there. Crazy JQ ult. Like 4K. Like that is way too big. Chorong does his min-maxing cringe stuff because he's never known love in his life. Bash, speed boost.
Amid discord, we will find
I don't know. And there you go. Right. Yeah, block the Queen ult with Brig. Yes, you can block the Queen ult with your shield. You can block Queen ult with shield. You don't stop it unless you bash it, obviously, but yeah. All right, we're probably going to see them forcing the fight to point with the Mauga and then just cage fight, whatever. There it is. He's avoiding poke. He cage fights immediately. I think that's fine. They're going to blade, but proper blades from so far away. Oh my goodness gracious. How does he get this to work? He has speed ring. Good use of cover. Uses the deflect. And wow. Wow. That is unbelievable. There is no way he does that. That is just so rotten. How the frick? And they have to commit Juno ult just to make sure that they win this fight. Proper gets another one. And we're going to get some pretty good stall from this as well. Look at that. No way, right? That's disgusting. What? Dude, the deadlift. The deadlift, the pocket from his support, and he just kills everybody. And now Gentleman has to swap, but he can't. Yeah, I mean, Malga, again, is just the only reason they were playing Malga is because of the Sim stuff, right? He stays for the cage fight. The cage fight gets decent value. It's not even Gentleman's fault here. I think this is okay. It just unreal. And now you can't retake this into Sojourn, old man. Like, you just can't. What are they doing? Why are they committing here? What do they see? I don't understand that JQ shout.
This ends now.
I don't understand this at all. I guess Gentleman kind of overextends a bit there, but they kind of opened themselves up committing there. I don't think they needed to push with the Sojourn ult there and the positional advantage that they had, but yeah, I guess, you know, whatever.
Team kill.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Starting with the blade, that blade was incredible. Like, he just managed his cover, his deflect, and then managed to keep his dash reset in the pocket. Gentleman's going to swap Orisa, and then Stalker will likely swap to Cassidy given the opportunity. And then we'll be back in Mirror. And this is kind of why mirrors happen. It's not that they're there's ways of like outbraining them, but then you outbrain the outbrain, the outbrain, the outbrain, and then you're back in the mirror again. And that's pretty much how it happens, right? Where it's the best matchup in the mirror, right? This is not the best comp versus other comps. It's just the best comp versus similar comps. Yeah, Sojourn was just the versus the Malga. Yeah. Probably see a Noon here, maybe a little bit of space, and then maybe they'll probably see a Juno ult being used mid-fight. Lip's a little low. There it is. Maybe we noon that. Yep, they're going to noon that. Oh, Proper gets smoked. Proper gets smoked. Was that a... It was on the angle here. I don't know what that was. I mean, there's some good shurikens. I like the angle. It's pretty cheeky. He's also getting help from Fielder. Fielder? Oh, he can't see him. Oh, that sucks. But still, the deflect there should have been used, I think. Maybe not the dash, or at least the dash recently. That sucks. Yeah, because that was a good angle. Like, they have a nice little setup for backline there, but they just beefed it. Still active Juno ult. Judman without CDs. Judman should have CDs now, though. He does. They do need the rally to catch it, so that's not the end of the world for Falcons. But yeah, okay. 70 damage, I believe, for Whip Shot. They're actually going to stay JQ because of the Queen ult. Same thing with Stalker and Sojourn ult, looks like. Probably see, I don't know what they're going to see here. They're going to speed ring out, try to get some pressure on here. This angle from Lip is dangerous, though. This angle from Lip is really dangerous. There's a JQ ultimate. Shu uses it tight. Shu needs to be really careful. I don't like this positioning from Shu at all. He just lands right in the middle of the JQ ultimate. He sees Javelin being used already, so then that opens up Hanman to be able to go for free. And they smoke it. Weird. Not very well executed from Falcons in that hold there. They had some decent map control advantage. I think they tried to brute force the Juno ultimate here, and it doesn't work out so well. The Priest, I think, was a little too far away for them to commit on the ulting casts. I think it was a little too far, a little too risky. Bash, even with the Bash reset. Oh, wow. This is where JQ is nice. AoE speed. You got double speed ring. You commit with Blade. Lip's dead. Lip is dead. Lip is just a dead man walking. It's only a matter of time. Good try by Junman to catch it. Stalker's going to kind of like angle late and just let it rip. Like, he could just sit here and just play Kovacs and just force so many CDs. Oh, that's a mistake. Yeah. Better fight plans, really, consistently from the Falcons here so far. And that's going to be it. They're going to scout around for Genji. That's not going to be a touch. They're going to move on over to the right here.
Next flashpoint.
Rotation. JQ's tough here. The advantage of JQ over Orisa is not in the tank trade. It is in the ability to, when you see windows, to be able to use your speed boost to move past the Orisa. Orisa has Javelin spin. Shout is better. It's not only lasting longer, it's also for her team as well. So there's lots of opportunities if you get good trades to push those trades. It's not good. It's not good enough for them to play JQ consistently, But obviously when you have Hanman on JQ, that's a different story. And also like they've kind of been stuck on Junker Queen. They keep accidentally winning fights with Junker Queen. Like, well, I guess we stay because we have ult charge, you know? So if it ain't broke, you know?
Do your worst.
Fight with glory, yep.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Better fight plans. Well, it's been inconsistent because I think we saw Crazy Raccoon, I think definitely had better fight plans over the course of Suravasa, right? Whereas the creativity from Falcons here has been, I think, a little bit better trades here. Like, look at the setup from the Brig Genji here. You see this? This is really nice, right? You got a Sojourn long angle Junker Queen here, Juno kind of in between, Brig Genji on the angle here. Like, you're cooking here. Like, you can stall for forever here. Build your JQ ult. There's the speed ring. They're going to commit. They're going to Juno ult. But honestly, it feels more like a bait here. Yeah, they're just using the JQ ult to bleed the Orisa cooldowns out, right? They're not really hard committing here. They're expecting rally. Chorong doesn't use rally. Junbin doesn't disengage in time. And then Sojourn builds a damage boosted rail. And a damage boosted rail is going to mess you up. Right? So they rally. They then mirror rally. The blade is used, but I think they can still backline trade, and this is where Shout is useful, right? Bam! Zoom right past, commit the JQ ultimate just in case. They're gonna actually stagger her. It's a little scary for Proper there. John almost gets a drive-by right there. And yeah, it's a big ult dump, but it's a big ult dump that you win, you know? And you will take that. You got an ad? I will pause then. I will pause. Briefly. I guess we can kind of talk about next fight then while we're waiting. Falcons should not win this fight. You're coming into the speed boost from Lucio, which I think is kind of clever. I think essentially what this means is that this gives you more speed options to avoid the JQ, so you have double speed. I mean, it might also just be instinctual, hey, we need something quick. We're in the last fight situation. Lip has High Noon. They have Orisa Ultimate to be able to catch a lot of aggression here. Proper needs to make a clutch with a Blade. I think it's the only way this works. Notch, you thinking for the sub? 3 months? But I mean, honestly, like, you have Proper with Blade and Stalker with a deep angle. Like, you can still make stuff work. Let's see what they do. They're going to speed push. Don't forget they have double speed here. So that's only one of the speeds. Then there's the second speed. And Lip just gets smoked. I don't like this push. They just didn't scout. They're actually walking into a pincer. You see this? They have angle left, angle right, angle behind once Proper commits. There's just too many angles. This could have worked if they'd rotated this way or if they'd committed on the rotation from this side. They actually just pincer themselves. It's not a good rotation from Falcons. It's not a good rotation from Falcons. And so this is going to get caught. Or, excuse me, it's not a good rotation from Crazy Raccoon. I'm sorry. Not a good rotation from Crazy Raccoon. Sorry. The time doesn't add up, guys. Something... Oh, so Tracer gets touch. Javelin? Oh, no, he needed to deflect. And he deflects late. Oh, that's a misplay by Proper. A rare misplay by Proper here. He needed that deflect on the Javelin. You know that's coming. You deflect that Javelin, you will be able to commit with Speed Ring and Shout. He has the Shout. That's tragic. Incredible. And honestly, you got to give credit to Raccoons. It's actually a good rotation. Lip forces point. They speed rotate away. You got Heesang on the backline with both the CDs. He sees an opportunity, he commits, and he wins the 1v1. They chase Junbin. I mean, you're just not going to kill this guy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not going to kill an Orisa with both CDs and with team support. Yeah. Haman probably swaps here. Haman should probably go ahead and go make the swap to Orisa. Stalker stays because overclock. I am very surprised they're on this Junker Queen still. I know it's a comfort pick here, but I think that you have the compositional slight advantage here. I don't know. Maybe he's just feeling it. They're probably going to rotate the point, open up the angle of the Sojourn Ultimate, see what they can get done. Lip is not a good tracer. Okay. He is not as good of a tracer as he is a hit scan. He's one of the weaker. He's a decent tracer. He's a decent tracer. But I would say, like, almost unquestionably, he is the weakest player in this lobby right now. Maybe Fielder and Brig, but I think probably, or maybe, I don't know. Like, there's not a lot of strengths here. Stalker Sojourn isn't amazing, but Lip is not a top tier tracer. He's an A tier tracer, not an S tier. So yeah, he's a good tracer for hit scan player, exactly. But he's not Stalker proper or he's saying. So they're gonna use Sojourn ult. They're able to get the rotation to point. It feels a bit early. When did we pop Soj ult here?
This ends now.
Yeah, it's poor scouting. He thinks they're going to get stuffed. They're not even anywhere close. So eventually the Sojourn ult not only gets kited, they don't even get the point capture off of it. So we're going to see Juno for Juno. And this is just where I think the Orisa is just better. It just kind of kills the push, right? It's a good blade by Heesing, man. It's a good blade by Heesing. I don't like the early deflect. I think the early deflect... Well, no, I understand. It was the stall point. I understand. That's a good blade, man. That's a really freaking good blade. That's a good blade. Everyone, all the Heesing, everyone's like freaking out about Heesing sucks. Like that's a good blade. Zero complaints. All right, well, match point here, boys. What is happening? What is happening? He still stays in JQ. He has ultimate now. It makes sense. They're going to stuff. Beat for rally here. I prefer the rally. I prefer the rally and sustain fights. JQ ultimate also could mess this up. They're going to try to stuff it with Orisa ultimate. There's one speed that looks like the amp. Or no, maybe the speed ring? Oh no, they stacked the speeds, it looks like. Yeah, they stacked the speeds. Oh, it's a fat Orisa ultimate. Fat. They tried to pull Pulse, and I think they missed it. I think he missed it. He missed it. He just missed it. He missed the Pulse bomb. He gets Chio low, but he misses the Pulse bomb. Now they're going to beat, and they do get Fielder, but they've blown everything. So if they don't win literally at this 1 second, this fight's over. It's messy. It's messy. It's messy. Could go either way. Good javelin there. They're going to kite this out. Proper's looking for Blade. He's going to peel Blade. No questioning. No hesitation there. That's what he's saying needed earlier. And it's worth. And there it is. That's... Wait. I think this is a reset. But it's still funny. Yeah, it's a reset, but hey, you know what? We take the ult charge, man. Well, he didn't get the ult charge. Ooh. That's a good play. Not to rain on the parade, but it was a tactical reset by Junbin. That's why he did it anyway. But it's still a good play, yeah. I just am questioning the Lucio here, you know? Like, I think, like, the Lucio is maybe something to complement and help peel. But I think, like, I don't think the value of the Lucio makes a whole lot of sense. Maybe it's, maybe, like, Joang doesn't like the Brigitte versus the Junker Queen here. But yeah, the lip on Tracer is definitely... I don't know, man. Like... I mean, the Tracer's not terrible versus the Junker Queen. You don't have the armor to deal with like you do with the Orisa. But it's not like a question of strategy or hero swaps. It's just a question of execution. What's up, Mocha? I might have time. If I don't have time, remind me next stream. JQ's used. JQ's used. Sojourn's used as well. Stalker has a pretty good angle for it, but he's not hitting the shots. They got a couple of CDs forced. He's hitting the shots. He's just not getting the kills. Then they rally push. I don't think there's any CDs left. That's a nice boot by Chorong. That might get them out. Johnman needs to pop ult right now. That just sucks, man. That sucks. That's the kind of stuff, right? There's nothing wrong with this beat push. You just can't die there. And now you're Tracer now, like, and there's a JQ. It hits Chorong. Chorong's dead. And that's it. Ouch. I think he heard something like beat engage and just didn't use blinks, yeah. Yeah, Lip's definitely the problem here. Lip's not a bad Tracer. Lip's a fine Tracer. Lip's better than most Tracers out there. Yeah, he's just not as good. He's just not as good. And he's probably also out of practice as well. But yeah, I mean, the Queen worked. The Queen worked partly because they never able to set up and properly punish things. The lack of the fight planning wasn't quite there when it needed to be. But yeah, a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes there. Really screwed it up. Jungle Queen is okay in a Brig Juno, but I don't think she's crazy good. I think Whip Shot and Speed Ring can give her issues. I think it came a lot down to the execution. I think they were reasonable for them to stay with where they were, but yeah. Okay, we'll run an ad here if we haven't already, and then we got one more map, guys. Oh, it's letting me run an ad. Sick. What I think of proper echo? Yeah, we can take a look. JQ ult specifically, that is true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, JQ ult, I mean, he was hitting some fat ults. Like, you feel like with Rally, with Orisa Javelin, but I feel like what it was is that JQ can work or shouldn't work into that comp, but you're just not practicing Brig Juno Orisa into Junker Queen. Like, nobody's playing that comp. So it's like one of those things that, like, if you give Crazy Raccoon a couple of maps or a couple of scrims versus that, they just annihilated, but nobody did it. Like, nobody was playing it, and for good reason. So all the little micro techs and expectations of, like, dealing with that versus that, they just didn't have the reps. And so, Hanman makes them look like pikers, Even pro levels, like, pro players need reps, And they just didn't have it. Yes, I'm very proud of you, Sync. So proud. All right. Final map. Final map. King of the Hill. 14.5-minute doozy. Give me a second to check something really fast. And then we're good to go. One sec. Is that your biggest yet? Okay, this is it. We might see some dive mirrors here on this point. Probably Orisa's stuff on Ruins, but yeah, let's see what we got here. This should be interesting. Ana Juno is reasonable given the space of things, but I think Ana Brig, if you're playing into Winston Mirror, makes a little bit more sense from an experience standpoint. I'm curious to see how Falcons plays this out. My thought is that Fielder's going to have to play a little bit safer, but having a Juno here may just be really freaking OP. Like, you have, like, a lot, as long as you're not getting dove by the Winston, like, you can use your verticality, you can use your range. I think Ana Juno is actually pretty interesting. Because essentially it's going to be the same, like the supports are going to do the same thing. Like, look, right? So it's Juno, Echo Tracer, Brig, Echo Tracer. Which one does it better? Brig is less punished for her mistakes. Juno gets more value if she doesn't make a mistake, right? Like, I mean, look at like what she was able to do from this position, right? Like Brig wishes she could. But that's the thing, is you can't make the mistake. You can't lock in so hard on Winston that you forget to support your Echo, right? Like, this is criminal. And that's one nice thing about Brigitte here, is that you could kind of toss it back and leave it, right? That's not the case with Juno. So, you know, is it a misplay from Proper? No, honestly. I think it's a misplay from Chio. Chio needs to be able to capitalize off of that angle. I mean, if you think about what Chio could have done off of that dive, I know he has to pay attention to when the Winston is going in, but frankly, I would prefer more attention on this angle here and less attention on the Winston. Be aware that he's there, but disengage if you need to. Disengage this way, but this is where we need your damage, mate. Like, he's saying a couple of damages, shots here. He's saying loses this trade, Proper wins, and then Chio could survive the Winston trade, whatever, and then just deepen his angle. So this is a misplay by Chio. It's a nice little nade from Fielder to keep the Winston honest. It's a nice little dive from Smurf, Proper. It's just misplay.
The objective is
That's it. Yep, exactly. The pocket difference there, and Chio screwed it up. And that was communicated too. Like, that was a well-timed dive, and there's nothing there. They're going to try it again. They need to poke out Lip. Ooh, Chio needs to be careful. He's okay. There's the space. Smurf's forcing point. The nade misses. I think they're fishing for Proper there. There's the range pocket. This is okay. I'm curious to see why Fielder drops. He shouldn't drop. He needs to stay indoors. That's a bad rotation from Fielder. And so now he's kind of caught without position. So if Chio gets in trouble, there's nothing that he can do to help him. Proper is able to take position. They're able to get a three-pronged approach. Tracer duel happening here. We'd love to see if we could get Chio to rotate a wrap this way, but obviously not as possible with Fielder's positioning here. Again, a monstrous anti-nade, though, from Fielder. It's not even, like, that clever. It just hits, man. Like, hitting Heesing there is, like, really good. They need to try to force Lip out. I don't know why Stalker is not forcing Lip out. What is Stalker doing? I know you don't have recall, but come on. You have space advantage here. I don't like this from Stalker. Stalker's played a little sloppy this game. You might be a little out of practice, but like, this is when, you know, if you had a Brigitte, you'd kind of brute force the 2v1 here, and I think even with the Juno, I think you do the same thing. Poke this out, clear this, send the Tracer back to her spawn, and then set up Stalker here, you know? It's just, the rotations from Stalker have felt very sloppy. Fielder back in the angle. There's the nano on Echo. Fielder's on the floor, though. Proper's isolated. Can they get him? Chio rotates away, rotates right into Junbin, who intercepts. It's their 12th map in a row, to be fair. No mercy. Yeah, I mean, it's good space control. You know, like, oh my days, the nano. And this is where the Brig helps you. If you can't find value in open sightlines, the Brig just opens up more safe rotational options than the Juno does. And so far, as soon as Fielder fell off of high ground, and as soon as Stalker cheated instead of deepening his angle and controlling more open space, they lost the fight, right? I don't think the Juno is a bad idea. You just have to execute it properly, and they're not executing it well. Like, I don't think there's a lot of room for even creativity here, right? Like, I don't think that, oh, we're going to push here with no, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to Juno ult yourself out of this angle here, maybe even considering that if you get marked. Lip here's all the haters. Good, well-timed pulse, well-timed dive. It's a bit greedy. Junbin should be okay. Chorong pushes forward. They're able to catch it. It's a nice dive, and this puts Raccoons in kind of a do-or-die situation. Chio on the top, Proper on the top. Fielder gets dove. I like that play from Junbin. Makes things messy. Smurf on backline as well. Stalker's gonna go for pulse here. This is a really important pulse bomb here. He needs this to land. I don't know what the frick this guy is doing. I don't understand. He has 2 blinks coming up and a recall with pulse bomb and a primal on backline, and he goes backwards. I don't understand. I don't understand. He wakes up the monkey. I don't understand. He's not going to save his backline. It's not possible. Fielder doesn't even get his nano off. I don't get it. I don't get it. Stalker's had a bad series on Tracer anyway. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, Raccoon just runs the more generic comp and just runs it fundamentally well, and they're just unable to play open space. Like, I think I'm sure they have the idea of how they're supposed to make this comp work, but they were unable to make it work. So, GG's. Probably just callouts for the most part. Yeah, but that's the thing, is you cannot follow the callout if it's inconvenient on your angle. That's like fundamentals of DPS shot calling. Not everybody can follow the angle. Not everyone can follow the target call. Okay, so back to the mirror. Smurf goes for a pretty cheeky dive here. Ooh, my days. If he can get away with that, that's a ton of space. Oh my gosh, he gets smoked. Okay, so Smurf on top. He's gonna land top. He gets... Dude, Chorong is an animal. This guy is absolutely disgusting. This is disgusting. He just single-handedly kills Smurf. One, totally out of position now. Wants to land here for safety, right? Gets completely smoked outside of his team. But it gets worse. It gets worse.
I'm under fire.
Look at that. Did you guys see that? Swing, here comes the jump, looks away, bam. Smurf is like, come on, man, like, please. Ah. Okay, I'm good. Ah! And then, shoo. Just for insult to injury. You know, why not? Okay, just complete execution there. Complete execution. Oh, my days. Now, Junbin doesn't quite get out here. I think it gets a little, Shu gets a little lost in the sauce there. Maybe the unnecessary sleep dart ends up rotating away from Junbin. Proper, as always, able to control some good space. I'm almost always pleased with Proper's positioning. Nade opportunity coming up here. You see it? There's their nade. Doesn't need to use it. I probably didn't need to use that defensively, but that's a really good nade there from Shu. Careful. Winston gets whipped again. Chorong is he's just a cruel master. I mean, he's just awful. I just hate this guy so much. It's just crazy. He already has Inspire proc on Shu. Shu needed to be commit on his rotation sooner. Either commit inside or commit outside. But you know.
Let me take care of that for you. Taking flight. Barrier won't hold much longer.
Oh my gosh.
Here, take this. Come on.
He's just an animal. Proper's trying so hard. Trying so hard.
My ultimate is charging.
I'm officially locked in on a Brigitte POV, guys.
Special delivery.
What is wrong with me? Needs to be careful, manage his range. So he's gonna try and force point. I don't really know what the plan is here. Maybe he's expecting nano? Or because he has rally? Oh my days. Stalker is lucky he lived, I think.
Special delivery.
Oh, what?
Special delivery.
That is so, he is so lucky they lived there. So, basically what's happening on the battlefield elsewhere. We'll kind of take a look at this. Shu rolls out split. Chorong rolls out split. Proper has copy. Stalker's going to come in here. Lip, Junmin going to go for the dive. Chio gets deleted. Chio gets diffed. Not a big deal. Junmin gets rolled by Fielder. Nano Peel, Junmin murdered. Junmin really should not have been jumping without bubble. I don't know what the frick he's doing. This is really dumb. You need to chill even in a situation. The only way you lose this is if you try to force a fight. You sit in your bubble, you tickle a little bit here, and then you wait for your bubble, or maybe even take space. This is just dumb from Junmin. Heesang gets super isolated, is able to disengage to Shu's POV. The pulse from Lip misses. And now he's in a really bad spot, and then he gets smoked from Chio coming back from spawn. So, not good, frankly. Proper is probably going to use copy here, and Chorong just dies. I don't like that copy from Heesang. I think this fight is lost. Okay. Why do Briggs not play in height with their honest? You don't need to. You don't need to. You can assist point pocket while still pilling your Ana. You can min-max your value. Because your Ana might likely drop anyway, because if your Ana sits in here, she just gets anti-nated anyway and zoned out by Ana anyway. So, but yeah, it does depend on where the fight is happening. Winston forcing point. He needs to use his bubble. Does he use his bubble? Bubble, 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 bubble. He does. Gets smoked with the clip. Egos that. The nano off of the echo comes off of that. And that's a pretty good fight from Heesang here. So let's see. Nice bit of, honestly, really nice bit of play there from Heesang. Like that's really nice. That's about as good as value you're going to get. And then they're able to commit here. So Chio's going to commit rally, but it doesn't matter. Really, really, really well played. That's a clean fight win from Words. Crazy record. Yeah, this is a bit of a bloodbath for sure. Like, this is a mess. Huge anti-nade. They're going to go early and just delete Chio. What do you got, Shu? I mean, Chio? Chio's been getting punished a little bit here. Like, not just that anti-nade, but missing a couple of whips earlier. Getting a little bit out of position there. My goat Chorong would never. This Master's Tracer review looks great. Thanks, mate. Oh, yeah, I'm on the wrong scene. Wait, now why is chat working now? I don't understand. I don't understand why chat is working now, but we'll take it. Marking the angle is Lip. There's point. Chorong is here. This is kind of why you have your Brig on point. A little bit of early Inspire proc, and as long as he doesn't get flanked, he can live. So he needs to be careful there. There's the nade. He should still be okay. Again, the whip is great. The pocket there is great. That's a bit of a miss whip there. He needs to pop rally. Sleep is used. Shu is honestly just dead. Great whip there. Denies the jump. Great bash there. Keeps his guy alive. Misses that whip, but they get the trade. That's huge. This is a really good peel. Really good trade from both Shu. I think Shu hits the sleep dart if I'm correct as well. I might be wrong. Oh no, I'm in the wrong. Where is the sleep? Does he miss the sleep? Maybe he gets woken? Yeah, what happens to the Lip here? Diff. Yeah, Lip is getting smoked. Lip is actually getting dunked on right now. Proper Stalker is just the better DPS dive lineup than Lip. Lip's the better hit scan. Lip is getting exposed. Lip is getting absolutely exposed right now. Because honestly, with a couple of, besides a couple of beefs from Junmin, but honestly, Junmin's not even playing that poorly. I think Chorong is just playing better. Like, Chorong's having a really nice game. Heesang is competing relatively well. I mean, this is still a fine fight. Like, it's an expensive fight, but yeah, it's a fine fight from them. And you're in a good point to put the map away right here. I don't think Sombra could even play. I don't even think Lip plays Sombra anymore, mate. Chorong, early point. They're going to try to force a bad touch. They do force a bad touch. All right, Proper. What do you got, bud? This is all on you.
Tracer.
Let's try that again. Ready to
Oh, maybe not. Because I didn't realize that they were that close on rally. Yeah, I mean,
Tracer.
pretty reasonable. Good whip again. Maybe could have managed his range here a little bit better. Yeah, this is a bit of ego there. But really, Shu should be able to bail this guy out. Yeah, he misses the nade. He misses the nade. If he hits the nade on Chorong here, Chorong's fine. Yeah, Chorong's fine. That's actually more on Shu. Please watch lit POV there.
Ramping up hypergravity engine.
brilliant.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Tracer.
Bangle here's fine. Seems a little lost in the sauce. I don't know why he's going for Stalker here, but this is fine. This is okay. Just keep pressure from the back here. Good blink to dodge here. Dude, why? What is wrong with you, dude? I get the idea, but press the recall, man. Press the button. I think this fight's lost either way, frankly, with Chorong dead, because Shu missed the nade. But yeah, I mean, that's... Come on, dude. Yeah, he had recall. He had freaking recall, guys. He had freaking recall. So nice clip here. Shu misses the nade. That's just wild. And again, Proper bails him out. Lift, man. Freaking lip.
Winston.
Wait, what? What is Heesing doing? Oh, I guess Heesing...
Gaining altitude.
Shields up.
Whoa! Whoa! I was like, why is he copying Winston? Oh, well. Okay. This is when you're screaming push, 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 push. I don't like this. I would have preferred greeting. So here, fly up. Try to buy yourself like an extra second of time. Maybe ego a copy on like or not, I guess you can't really get a copy on Proper, but just like try to buy like an extra second. Because he's gonna, like, I mean, okay, I mean, I can't hate. I mean, that his team is here now. How do they lose this? You should be able to burn Smurf here. Jundun is taking a lot of damage. Smurf, really nice stall there. Really, really nice stall here. And Judgment dies. It's a good zone. He's able to live.
You're safe with me.
He just greets it. He just greets it. Like, you have a huge positional advantage here. You just need to sit here and shoot. Just sit and shoot. They will burn this Winston. He's dead. He is dead. You just shouldn't die for that.
I am taking the objective.
And I mean, it is a nice clip from Stalker as well. He tries to go for the kill on Brig. I mean, that's a pretty good clip, right? But yeah, again, Junman trying to force stuff too much. We saw this all the way in Jib. I think this is like the world goes pretty perfectly there. And that's not enough. That's it. That's it, guys. That's all she wrote.
Ready.
All right. This is it. Hold on to your cheeks. I got 20 minutes to review this round. Surely I can do this. As predicted, Orisa, typical crap. As not predicted, Junbin whips out the ball again. I like the comp, though. It's a little creative. Can they stage deep? Can they stage deep? They should be able to. Chorong, honestly, probably should let Shu to die. They just need to kind of play like DPS crap here and just have Chorong deepen on his angle, like kind of controlling space like up here, you know? Good little dive there. Good sleep. Choose the go. Shu just yeets it into a choke. See this? He just sees them rotating out. Right there. And then hits the nade. And there you go. And I mean, I guess you wouldn't really make any crazy swaps here, but you could make some swaps here. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw like an Ana Brig. Maybe they just stick with their comforts, but yeah, it's interesting. Proper is going to go Tracer. I like that swap. Versus the double, like the Flyer and the Ball, there's no point playing Genji. You can't do anything with them, but you can mark the Tracer. I don't like Lip's positioning at all. I think Lip needs to be lurking in this corner here and only touching point as necessary. It's pointless for him to be here. He can get Ana Lucio help here. This is a little better, but he's just presenting himself and basically inside of his own backline here for no reason whatsoever. So then off of the Junman commit, he's saying we'll go, but Lip is sitting next to his Ana. So, I mean, you'd have less pocket when you're playing Ana Lucio, of course, but it's just weirdly staged. And so Lip ends up being a little late. He's going to force in his angle there. Stalker will chase because the problem is if you don't stage on the angle, you have to use blinks to get to the angle. If you use blinks to get to the angle, then you open up the possibility for your Cassidy to chase you afterwards. Because guess how many blinks Lip has right now? My guess is 1. Yes. So recall's forced immediately. He goes in again? That's interesting. I guess he's living on the flank, I guess. But the whole dive just doesn't have teeth behind it. And I actually don't like the way that Chorong is playing this one too much. I think the casting makes it incredibly difficult, but I wouldn't mind for a little bit more sauce, you know? Like you know, maybe sell Shu. If he gets sped ring on and run down, okay, frick him. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to have some sort of support on backline here. There just isn't enough teeth on this dive. There's the nano. Like, Shu dies anywhere. Or Shu is isolated. What?
Shields under fire. Charging.
Okay, goodbye. The nade comes too late. Shu gets isolated. If you're going to leave your Ana, you should have left her earlier. Stalker dies. Lip hits shield, I think.
Into the sunset.
It's whatever. Drop shield, loses pulse. Junman is having a hard time. I will say playing ball into Cass Brig Orisa is a choice. I don't hate it. The map is good for it, but it is like you're going to need some exceptional pressure from your other people. And right now, Chorong, Heesang, and Lip are kind of ornamental right now. There just isn't a lot of pressure from any of them. So a lot of attention is going on to Junman, and it just feels rough. Lip is deep. Heesang is looking for it. Chorong is looking for it as well. This is a little bit better staging here. We can get a 3-2-1 here. There's the push. There's the Juno ult. There's the beat. Rally is used. This is fine for Raccoon here. The copy is used as well, and they get the kill. That's kind of what we needed earlier. Like, look at that. That was into double support ult, and they were able to make it work. Beat didn't help them kill the guy. Chorong is in trouble. He's just living barely. Mines are good. Ultimate is used to keep the Orisa alive. She dies anyway. This is a very messy fight, but honestly relatively well played by both teams. The problem for Crazy Raccoon is that they needed this kind of engagement earlier, and they're unable to clean it up in the mid fight because they just didn't have the old economy for it, right? They used Nano the previous fight, and they just didn't get it. Lip gets the pulse and hits it on shield again, I think. Yeah, it just doesn't hit. Like, you need more. You need more. Heesing's going to go Pharah. I like the Pharah here. I think I might even like the Pharah better than the Echo here because remember we talked about this in Lijiang. Night Market, Echo better in the duel. But if you're just going to be spamming Cass Brig, you probably prefer Pharah. So, you know, now this is going to be hard, right? Like, they're going to mark proper out. Heesing's going to go in. They get the touch. Heesing cannot touch this. Heesing cannot touch this. Chorong gets the touch. Heesing honestly needs to go a little bit deeper. Okay, there's the Nano. He should be able to get the kill here. Yeah, okay. Good, great pocket. And also, I want to shout out Junman here. Check this out from Junman. So Junman's going to commit with the Nano. And he's going to share shields. Check it out. That shield share, I don't know if it saves his life necessarily, but it was definitely a heads-up play. Shu's going to get caught. Should Shu have anticipated this? Yes. He needs to commit to the running. Chorong should be the one living here, though. Oh, man. It's a tough composition for Raccoon to execute on. You need strong mechanical performances from your Tracer. You need strong mechanical performances from your support line for this to work. They didn't get it. They lose. That's it. I don't hate the comp. You just need people to step up, and people didn't step up. I think Junman played okay. I think Shu had his moments. You just didn't. This was the equivalent of forcing Malgan Gibraltar from Falcons. Yeah, exactly. This was like the equivalent of Hanman forcing Junker Queen on Junker, New Junk City, but the opposite, where Hanman forces Junker Queen and has a great mechanical performance. Like, maybe not mechanically in all ways, but like did what he needed to do to make the character work, right? And in this situation, it feels like Junman's getting the rollouts that he needs. He's getting the pressure. He's getting okay, but Lip Tracer's totally MIA. He thinks Echo was fine. Farah was fine, but was unable to show up in a couple of crucial mechanical moments to clean up fights cleanly. Even the last fight with the Nano Farah took way too long to secure that kill. Chorong just wasn't there as much with Lucio as well, and you can't have that. Like, when you're pulling out comfort picks or a weird anti-comp, you need to have performance. You need to have good performances, and they just weren't there. So does Winston set a ball do better here? It's harder with Winston because there's a lot less verticality. The breadth of the map definitely favors ball. And no, I think that, like, in general, like, there was less demand for mechanical performance from Falcons, but they definitely had moments where they did what they needed to do. So, obviously phenomenal series. Is it the series of the year? I think the series of the year has a lot to do with the hype surrounding the match as it's going on. You get what I'm saying? So I'm honestly really unsure if that would be series of the year or not. I mean, compared to what, So I think series of the year oftentimes is just more about the hype surrounding the match. And there's obviously a lot of hype surrounding the match. It's the finals, and to have a 7-map close finals with a relatively decent amount of compositional variety, I mean, come on, man. That's pretty good. You got to wreck that. Yeah. And I didn't watch it live, so a great deal of the hype surrounding it is kind of lost on me. But yeah, they're good. It was a great series. Great series. Any questions, y'all, before we wrap this up? Achilles and Wolf made a hype? Yeah. Hey. It was a great match. Great match. Seriously, great match. Okay, chat. I gotta roll. I'll see you guys Thursday. Big stuff on Thursday. Bronze replay code review. Some high-level, pro-level replay review as well. I'll chat with y'all later. Have a good rest of your evening. Loves and kisses. That is all. Swallow up.